Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you're enjoying our unique takes on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Today we will see second part, what if Harry defied destiny and joined the Dark Lord. Here is short summary. Harry was meant to be the chosen one, but destiny is not set in stone. Betrayed by those he trusted, he forges a new path, one where he stands beside the Dark Lord, not against him. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. The next few days were the hardest Hadrian had ever experienced within Hogwarts Castle. His anger was constantly at the surface, bubbling and brewing, threatening to blow if his thoughts lingered for too long on the Dark Lord. It reminded him of his first year in the ancient school when he utilized his persona for the first time. He was on edge, having to watch everything he said, everything he did with a razor-sharp focus. His thoughts and emotions were too out of control for him to allow himself to relax and live on autopilot. Added to that, the slow increasing pain emanating from his palm as the spell continued to function incomplete. He knew that that pain that had woken him 4 days ago was the Dark Lord's direct intention. This connection gifted the man with unacceptable level of control over him. Hadrian believed that the Dark Lord had had to wait and collect the energy from the partial links since the day on the train before he could transmit such torture in an attempt to force him to follow his instructions, thereby lifting all such time and energy constrictions. It was the only reason Hadrian could think of that would explain the man's silence after the event and the gradual increase of pain in his hand. Without the man there to siphon off the energy, the connection was attacking him, trying to encourage Hadrian to pay the price of such an intricate spell so it could settle. There was no way he would do that. Walk blindly into something like this. Nevertheless, at this rate the pain would likely become debilitating by tomorrow night at the latest. The library had yielded no answers thus far. Hadrian had spent every spare moment he had within the cavernous room aware, but dismissive, of the damage he was inflicting to his artful deception. Mr. Walker. Hadrian blinked quickly and looked up into the concerned eyes of Professor Sprout. I'm sorry, he apologized quickly, a scan of the greenhouse showing the entire class's attention was on him. Fantastic. That's all right, dear, she smiled in a strained way. Just try and concentrate a little better. Of course. He bowed his head, hoping to divert her attention, and breathed out silently when she turned and continued with her enthusiastic lecture. Hadrian was in the process of gathering his books when he caught the speculating brown eyes of Neville Longbottom. The boy turned away quickly, as if aware of his extremely short temper and low tolerance at present. Hadrian clenched his hand into a fist to stop the glare that wanted to pierce through the shaky hold he had on his persona and melted into the 20 or so students walking out of herbology. Raven still hadn't gotten back to him about Longbottom, he realized for the first time with some alarm. She could have been running late or busy, he supposed, but it was unlike her. Hadrian always came first in her world. Perhaps it was his distressed thoughts, pained body, or simmering emotions that caused his complete lack of focus and therefore surprise, when someone suddenly grabbed his arms and yanked him into an empty classroom, but there was no excuse for it and his fury finally erupted in a haze of self-recrimination. His wand was in his hand and violently arcing diagonally down his body before he had fully turned to face the eye of his anger. Wait! The panicked exclamation did nothing to slow Hadrian's response, and a powerful bone-shattering curse flew from his wand in a dangerously graceful arc. Hadrian relished the pained cry as his hex hit home, but was too focused on directing the multiple spells he was furiously casting to care for the calls of his name and the plump, distressed face of the individual in his line of sight. Hadrian, stop! The angry roar finally breached the haze around his thoughts, causing him to pause in the complex construction of a mini-explosion hex. His hesitation cost him. Hadrian gritted his teeth together as he was lifted off the ground and slammed painfully into the teaching blackboard behind him. Oh, Merlin, sorry, Walker. Hadrian lifted his dark eyes to finally look at the person suicidal enough to curse him. Longbottom. Momentarily stumped, he pushed himself off the ground, picking his wand up in light and ready fingers, before slowly advancing on the crumbled form of the boy. Brown eyes widened before the stubborn set to the mouth won out, and the Gryffindor pulled himself to his feet with the help of the globe on his left. Hadrian noted that the boy wasn't putting any weight on his left leg dispassionately before he came to a stop. "What the hell were you thinking, Longbottom?" His tone was soft but silky. The lion already knew more than anyone in Britain about him, and he would use that to his advantage if he had to. The boy was silent for but a moment, his features frozen in confusion, before a self-righteous fire started under him, spilling forth his words. "I was thinking that you were about to lose it, and it would probably be better if that happened privately," he said heatedly. Hadrian raised a brow and crossed his arms, looking totally at ease and emotionally in control. "I was about to, how did you put it again? Oh yes, lose it. Was I?" Hadrian's sophisticated tone and dark voice were so at odds with his appearance Neville had to shake his head to remember his thoughts. "Yes," Longbottom snapped. Hadrian gave a small patronizing smile, all the while attempting to tame his emotions and thoughts. "And you, out of all in our class, are the only one to have seen this," he drawled sarcastically. "Yes," the boy shouted. Hadrian drew back and surveyed the unpredictable phenomenon in front of him closely. The boy just wasn't adding up. Although hiding himself, Hadrian was certain that he did not possess a different personality, therefore, his humoring disbelief should have shaken some of that confidence the boy spoke his opinion with. That was discounting the unrealistic belief that the boy really had seen his internal turbulence when everyone else was still blind to it. The boy did not have the intellect, foreknowledge or ability to see all that he said he had, yet, he spoke the truth. Hadrian continued to let the silence stretch as he thought. Without a word, Hadrian raised his arm, enjoying the answering flinch, and pointed his wand at the wooden door. A pale blue ward shot out of his wand and hummed softly, as sign that the spell had been successful. "What did you do?" Longbottom's voice betrayed a little uncertainty and nervousness, but Hadrian ignored him. "What makes you so sure that I was about to lose it?" he asked casually. Longbottom raised his eyebrows in disbelief. "Are you serious?" He pointed to the unturned furniture in reference to the earlier scuffle. "You took me aside after class. Something made you believe what you say about my emotional stability prior to that incident." "What?" Hadrian repeated slowly while reining in his frustration. The boy shifted suddenly, looking uncomfortable. "I don't know," he shrugged. Hadrian narrowed his eyes. The action caused the nervous Gryffindor to shift further and cry out in pain as he accidentally put weight onto his shattered leg. Hadrian didn't even blink at the evidence of his outburst. "A little help here." Longbottom laughed weakly, as if he couldn't believe the other hadn't yet offered to assist him. Now it was his turn to shrug. "What do you want me to do about it? Healing isn't taught in the Hogwarts curriculum." Surprisingly, that comment had the boy glaring at him. "Look, I know you know how to heal this. Can you just stop being such an idiot about it and help me? It's your fault anyway." "How did he?" Hadrian crossed the space between them rapidly and grabbed a hold of the left collar of the familiar school robes, tightly shoving the injured boy into the wall. "Enough games, Longbottom. There is no way you could possibly know that I could heal your leg. There is also no way that a wizard like you could see through me when the headmaster can't talk." He pushed the tip of his wand underneath his chin and allowed the naturally hypnotic, eerie green color of his eyes to emerge from his mask to pierce the boy. He had been willing to let Longbottom's unnatural knowledge slide until he got the letter from Raven, but this was too much. There was no possible way the boy could know what he did, yet somehow, that was reality. It was too risky, too frightening to think of such an avenue being opened that he had failed to consider, which would expose all of his secrets. That couldn't be allowed, no matter how impossible it seemed. "Whoa, okay, I believe you," Longbottom crowed as he tried to angle his neck away from Hadrian's wand tip. A sear from his hand had him hissing and clutching the appendage protectively. However, the increase in pain wasn't enough to distract him from the alarming possibility before him. "You should really sit down, Walker." Longbottom's almost caring voice had him shaking his head in confusion before he once again pushed through the pain and anger to focus. "Shut up. What did you mean when you said, 'I believe you'?" Hadrian demanded in genuine confusion. Longbottom was quick to answer, as if he sensed how impatient Hadrian was. "I meant what I said." "Fine, I would talk. I believe that you won't let me out of this room without an explanation, and that you are moments away from hurting me if I don't comply." Hadrian just stared at the boy in total bewilderment. Slowly, He unwound his fingers from Longbottom's collar and stepped back to get some space. He hadn't said anything of the sort. Granted, his body language hadn't been hard to read, but hadn't the boy ever heard of empty threats? Certainly, Hadrian hadn't been employing one then, but how did Neville Longbottom know that he was seriously prepared to do him bodily harm? The boy spoke with absolute certainty. Just as he had been unable to sway the wizard into doubting his observation of Hadrian's emotional instability, Hadrian knew, without a doubt, he would be incapable to convincing his peer that he was simply a sweet, misunderstood boy that spoke big but didn't have the guts to follow through. He didn't understand how Longbottom kept coming up with the correct answers. As I've intuitively known. Hadrian snapped his neck around from where he was staring out the window to bore into the nervous wizard. If he was right, Hadrian gathered his magic around him, shaped it and smoothed the edges. Never hesitate. You're an empath, aren't you? Longbottom seemed to still in shock, hearing it said out loud, but finally nodded back. It happened in the summer before 5th year. I just woke up one morning at the mercy of everyone's emotions. I could tell exactly how disappointed my gran was in me, how much she wished that my father was still alive. I felt every scornful and embarrassed feeling of my housemates and the disappointed confusion of my teachers when my work wasn't at the level of my gifted parents. Longbottom smiled bitterly, but then I reached school. I wasn't surprised to feel the hate, humor and disgust from your fellow Slytherins, but I was confused. He frowned and looked at Hadrian. I didn't even know you. For being seen as a klutz and nobody, everyone always seems to at least know my name. I didn't know you, so when I walked into that first transfiguration lesson of the year I didn't know what to think. Your emotions didn't make sense to me. I was wondering if I was reading you wrong, so I paid more attention to you, but they didn't change. You would try to complete an activity in class. Your face would show apprehension, concentration, envy for those who could do it, but your emotions, he shook his head, you were bored, amused, repulsed by those around you. Longbottom looked to Hadrian for some sort of reaction, but seemed unsurprised and unperturbed to only face a blank canvas. It annoyed him. It annoyed him that he couldn't fool such an idiotic wizard no matter how good his mask, and it really annoyed him to know that Longbottom knew how annoyed it made him if that smirk was anything to go by. Go on, he drawled meanly, but the boy just grinned as if he were having great fun. Well, it wasn't until 6th year that I began to think of the possibility that you were hiding your real self. Fascinating. Longbottom ignored his jibe. During the Triwizard tournament I noticed, more than once, a few of the Vila males from Beauxbatons approach you romantically. Your emotions never fluttered. You were attracted to some, but it didn't drive you. Still, I beg your pardon, you are not the best looking guy in the world, and it was a little strange to see them interested in Hadrian Walker. So I researched Vila in the library and found that although they do enjoy attractive partners, they are drawn to power. Power of magic and power of mind. Their attraction to you told me that you were one of the most powerful males in the school, and your ability to push aside your physical attraction to the Vila told me that you have a powerful control over your mind and the intelligence to not fall for a subtle Vila thrall. Of all the things to give him away, it was the total lack of his physical attractiveness. Perfect. So, I don't know why you're hiding who you are and what can do, I just know you are. He finished with a sheepish smile. Hadrian reached up to rub his temples in an effort to decrease his aggravation with the world. Can I ask you a question? The Gryffindor asked. Hadrian gave him a deadpan look which should have been answer enough, not counting his less than impressed emotions, but Longbottom forged ahead. Are you all right? He asked slowly. This time Hadrian couldn't control his irritation. What? He snapped acidly. The boy flinched but recovered quickly enough. It's just that, ever since we all came back to school, you haven't really been yourself. Sweet Merlin, I hate empaths. Hadrian groaned into his hands. Honestly, you haven't really been yourself. What was that? The two of them had talked for the first time only days ago. This was too weird. You're normally so in control of yourself. Unflappable. This term, it's like being in a room with an annoyingly loud singing yo-yo shouting at me every 2 seconds. Hadrian raised a hand motioning for Longbottom to be silent. You haven't spoken to anyone of your rare talent, have you, Longbottom? He asked tightly. No. The boy's shoulders drooped, but Hadrian easily ignored it. If the wizard was looking for some sort of camaraderie or sympathy from him, he was sorely mistaken. Having moved to just above unbearable on his scale of people, Hadrian had no inclination to be any type of friends with the Gryffindor outcast. Good, he murmured to himself. Before Longbottom had a chance to react, Hadrian had hit him with a light sleeping charm. Taking a few seconds to allow his emotions to settle, Hadrian cast a quick memory charm on the wizard, making sure to erase his fluctuating emotions from herbology as well as their discussion. He would be damned if he suddenly acquired a lost puppy set on gaining his friendship, no matter how pathetic. Replacing the missing time with an episode of 2 faceless Ravenclaws and a complexion hex that would last for the next 3 hours, Hadrian dropped the ward and smoothly slid out into the empty corridor. Longbottom had given him an idea though. Raven landed neatly on her stone porch with a soft pop. Without pausing in her humming, she opened the door and began to shrug off her heavy winter coat. Blink, she called softly, interrupting the new Weird Sisters song for just a moment. Mistress. Blink popped into existence in front of her, a distressed look on her wrinkled green face, pulling at her ears anxiously. Please put this away for me, Blink, and would you put on the kettle? I would love a nice, hot cup of chamomile tea and some of the leftover fruit cake that Jade sent us, she asked absently as she searched through the 5 or so pieces of mail on the marble entry table. Why yes, yes of course, mistress. Mistress Nadine, mistress, mistress. The poor creature was nearly beside herself as she called frantically after the tall elderly witch. Finally, the last high-pitched scream seemed to do it, and Raven turned around to face the distraught house elf with a small frown. Yes, Blink, what is it? She asked impatiently, the warm roaring fire that was always lit in the formal sitting room dancing through her thoughts. There is a man here to see why you mistress. The creature could barely get the words out, but Raven quickly spun around and focused her unique violet orbs on the elf. A man? You know I do not take any visitors, Blink. Where is he? What was his name? Yes, I be telling him mistress does not take visitors, but he insisted that he wait. He is waiting for you in the formal lounge area, mistress. I being telling sir that you do not like unexpected guests, but he said that he was sure you wouldn't mind. That he was an old friend, mistress. The elf squeaked and wrung her hands together while Raven turned to look at the innocent paneled wood separating her from her unexpected visitor. An old friend, Raven whispered before clearing her throat awkwardly, and he didn't give you his name, Blink. No, mistress. Sir gave me his name. Mr. Thomas Riddle, mistress. Your old friend. The elf cracked her first smile of the evening while Raven's weathered features drained of color. Thank you, Blink, she whispered. That will be all, her voice slightly stronger. Picking up her skirts, Raven slowly crossed the entrance foyer, her violet eyes refusing to stray from the slightly agar door. Taking a deep breath, she pushed the wood aside and stepped into the ice-cold room, completely devoid of the raging fire she had been fantasizing about on her way home. Good evening, Madame Nadine. The familiar silky timbre washed over her old bones, but she couldn't tear her eyes from the handsome and dangerous frame that made the Dark Lord. She gave a short laugh of disbelief. You haven't changed at all. So it would seem, he answered shortly, her chin lifted. Why are you here? Did you see the news, Madame Nadine? The Azkaban breakout, perhaps. I seem to recall that it was your husband's words that had the Yaxley twins incarcerated. Am I correct? Those crimson eyes watched her in dark amusement, and the sinister smirk on his lips taunted her. She didn't like to speak of the past. Only Hadrian could bring it up around her, but he rarely did because it caused her pain. This man cared nothing for her pain. In fact, she was certain that he knew exactly how far he was twisting the knife lodged in her chest. He was enjoying it. Yes, I heard the news, she answered in a subdued tone of voice. Why are you here? She demanded once again. The Dark Lord studied her for a moment before he answered. Your adopted son, Hadrian Walker, when did you take him in? Raven frowned. Why do you want to know? She asked daringly. Crimson eyes narrowed dangerously. I will not ignore blatant disrespect, Madame Nadine. I suggest you keep that in mind when a flippant comment next occurs to you. I am not in the habit of giving many first warnings, let alone two. His tone was pleasant, but the threat in his eyes told her she wouldn't enjoy the consequences of testing him right now. Hadrian was 6 years old. Raven answered, wanting to get this over with as quickly as possible, knowing she wouldn't be able to avoid any of his inquiries. Really, he was an orphan then. His eyes were sharp as that familiar spark of uncertainty and suspicion coiled tightly in her belly. As far as I know. Why was he asking her these questions? And how did you raise the little deceiver, madam? He smirked. Her jaw clenched at the less than positive words regarding her son, but she answered anyway. She didn't have a choice. I educated him as best I could. I let him make his own decisions throughout his life. He despises people who try to control him, who limit his freedom. He was always very independent. I gave him my views, but I have not forced them upon him. The Dark Lord stalked slowly to the door of the room, and Raven breathed a silent sigh of relief. I believe the child needs a change of environment. Raven's violet eyes widened and she rushed out of the room to follow the impressive figure. What do you mean? Riddle, what do you mean? She shouted in demand. The curse hit her with no warning. With a gut-wrenching scream she fell to the cold floor, clawing at her eyes, desperately attempting to relieve the pressure and pain. The agony eventually subsided but didn't disappear when she was lifted by her thick, silvery mane and slammed against the hard wooden stair railing. You have become far too comfortable, Raven. You were once a force to be reckoned with. First, your husband. Now, your adopted child. They weaken you. You are a black. You revel in the dark magics. Your power is substantial, yet you waste it, hide from the world and covet useless treasure. The Dark Lord sneered at her pathetic form and released her, letting her battered and bruised body connect painfully with the protruding piece of marble at the base of the stairs. What do? Raven tried to get the words out, but her pitiful wheeze transformed into a racking cough, halting her words. By the time she could breathe again, the Dark Lord had gone. Mistress. The hesitant, frightened squeak of Blink didn't reach her. Horrified and swollen eyes continued to stay locked on the wide-open door in silence. Soundless, wet trails of tears traveled unrelentingly down her wrinkled and damaged cheeks to her bloodied hands. What did he mean? She whispered brokenly into the empty manor, the raspy notes of her terrified question echoing loudly through the halls. Hadrian smiled in satisfaction as the potion in front of him turned a neon green color. Not exactly appetizing, but what did he expect when it was people like Snape inventing the things? He didn't waste another moment. Dipping the glass into the warm thick liquid, he brought the potion to his lips and drank. His face contorted at the horrible taste. There wasn't any way to completely block an empath. Occlumency and willpower were about the only ways in which to diminish the breadth of access someone like Neville Longbottom would have to his emotions. Whatever spell the Dark Lord had initiated between them, unfortunately, had the same nature. It had been hard to find, hours of exhausting continuous research in fact, before Hadrian had been able to find something that would be able to help him. The spell wanted his magic, and the increasing pain he was suffering would only heighten until he could no longer do anything but give in. That wasn't an option for him. Any 7th-year potion student in Hogwarts would be capable of brewing the Greca's Trillium potion. Strangely enough, for such a simple brew, the potion had disproportionately powerful effects. Greca's Trillium was used most often by curse breakers and ward masters in their work. When a client needed the job done quickly and they were working alone, it was this potion that the most dedicated and those with nothing to lose utilized. Within the body, the neon green liquid acted as a temporary magical battery which would feed magic through channels to where it was needed. With this potion, a witch or wizard could do all the work themselves, within the time frame, and not suffer from magical exhaustion. It acted similarly to the Pepper-Up potion, but rather than an immediate increase in energy and magic, the potion gave a slow continuous supply for 1 week. It was perfect for Hadrian. That extra bit of magic constantly flowing through him could be directed into his hand, making the spell believe that Hadrian was supplying his own magic to complete the connection, thereby allowing him to live pain-free. Hadrian shut his eyes in concentration and gripped the edges of the table in the silence of the deserted classroom. While nowhere near the heart-stopping agony that had ripped through him, the Night Lord Voldemort had carved a bloody message into his hand. The pain in his limbs was quickly approaching that point. A slight warming of his skin and the accompanying increase in his magic had him smiling in triumph. After that, it was ridiculously simple to direct the magic to the palm of his hand and start, feeding, the spell. His smile stretched into a grin as the pain immediately receded, leaving only a slight ache in all of his limbs. Hadrian sighed quietly and opened his eyes. Unfortunately, this pain relief was only temporary. Greca's trillium used a common enough, but rarely chosen plant from Spain that became both addictive and toxic the longer it resided within the body. Each user was obligated by law to inform the ministry of any and all doses. The potion wasn't illegal, but it was stringently monitored. The maximum amount safely ingested was 3 doses and only 2 if taken in consecutive weeks. The consequences of addiction and overdose were fittingly morbid, but Hadrian didn't have a choice. There wasn't another solution that Hogwarts could give him, and he didn't want to worry Raven until he absolutely had to. In any case, winter break started in 2 weeks and his library at home was far more liberal than the restricted section was. If he had still not found another solution 2 days before term broke, he would ask Raven to get a head start on searching through his more questionable tomes before he joined her. Hadrian glanced up as a small, red face hesitantly peeked through the door of the 7th-year charms class. "Excuse me, Professor Flitwick. The boy mustn't have been more than a 2nd year, Hadrian noted, before lazily turning his attention back to copying notes about the disillusionment charm from the blackboard onto his parchment. Absently, he recognized the squeaky surprise of the charms professor as he happily welcomed the student and questioned him on his reason for interrupting. Merlin, he was bored. He had been able to cast this particular charm since 3rd year, silently, since 4th. These past 4 days, since Hadrian had ingested the potion, had been a welcome return to the monotony and schedule he was used to and associated with Hogwarts. He was careful to shield his emotions as much as he could behind occlumency barriers whenever in Longbottom's vicinity, dampening their clarity. However, this class, the Slytherins were partnered with Ravenclaw. It was almost luxuriating, not having to beat down his familiar irritation with the subpar Hogwarts curriculum he was forced to sit through. "Professor Snape told me to get Draco Malfoy and Hadrian Walker from the charms classroom, sir. He said that they were to go to the headmaster's office immediately." "Thank you, Mr. Robbins." Professor Flitwick nodded before looking expectantly at his class for the 2 mentioned students. "Mr. Malfoy, Mr. Walker." Hadrian's neck had snapped round at the first mention of his name. Hadrian Walker was not the type of person to be called for anything. His mind quickly supplied him with the conversation he had only registered peripherally, but the answer did little to appease him. He wasn't in any school activities, he wasn't failing the year, he wasn't a troublemaker, and Raven would never have approached the school. The only thing he could think of was his skipping the compulsory dueling class on Saturday. Even so, that hardly merited a summons, 5 days after the fact, and certainly not with Draco Malfoy, to the headmaster's office. 2 tables to his left, he saw the slightly surprised, yet unconcerned face of Draco Malfoy casually packing up his books and notes with no degree of rush or dawdling. After a moment's pause, Hadrian copied the other's actions with elegantly designed clumsiness that tightened the skin around his neighbors' mouths. Come to think of it, the Slytherin trio hadn't bothered him again after their initial interest at the start of term. Hadrian wondered if they believed that they had solved the puzzle and questions surrounding him already. Allowed their minds to supply them with a likely solution their prides could live with. He supposed that he would eventually find out. The homework is 7 inches of plausible scenarios where one could use the disillusionment charm to aid themselves in an endeavor, gentlemen. Please, do not forget. Phileas Flitwick called as the pair neared the door, and they both nodded back in silent acknowledgement. Hadrian's mind was swirling with possibilities and reasons for this unprecedented circumstance, but he could think of nothing. Tension and a certain anxiety began to creep into him when he could think of no answers. He hated being unprepared. He planned. He calculated. He was not caught unawares. They had not taken more than 5 steps before the red-faced 2nd year stepped neatly in front of them, halting the pair in their forward progress. "What?" Malfoy snapped at what Hadrian could now see was a young Hufflepuff, and the silent boy, fearful of the B***'s awesome reputation, just stuck out the note in his hand without a word. Malfoy, too busy glaring at the child, didn't immediately notice when Hadrian took the folded parchment from the 2nd year's slack fingers. Mark Robbins quickly turned tail and ran down the staircase on their right, glad to leave the two seventh-year Slytherins' presence. "Well, what does it say?" Malfoy asked with a frown. "Licorice wands," Hadrian replied blandly, his thoughts racing elsewhere. Draco raised an eyebrow at the controlled, unimpressed tone of Walker's voice. Normally, such a display of his short temper would have Walker tense and nervous around him, not dismissive. The idiot certainly would never have taken the parchment before he had a chance to. It was an action that spoke of confidence and assertion. Two descriptions he never would have associated with Hadrian Walker. "Give that to me," Draco demanded. Walker passed the paper without argument or comment and started forward without the beyond. Malfoy scowled at the miserably weak figure currently moving away from him and gritted his teeth at the lack of respect. He ruled the Slytherins. He had since his 5th year and Walker was acting as if that didn't matter. Angry, he shot a silent itching jinx at his back. The boy was clearly lost in his thoughts, but it seemed to be giving him previously unseen courage. If it was Snape that had sent the message, did that mean that his obnoxious head of house would be there or not? Perhaps they wanted to discuss his grades, as ridiculous as that sounded, but then why would Malfoy be there? He could think of nothing that would require Malfoy and himself to see the headmaster together. Nothing. Had Longbottom come forward? No, it wasn't possible. Hadrian shook his head, and if, somehow, his obliviate had been detected, again, why the long wait? And why would Malfoy? Hadrian's eyes widened. Acting on instinct, he gracefully sidestepped the pale red light and spun around, his wand in a loose grip and ready to fire. 2 mercury-colored orbs were staring at him in astonishment. Shit. Quickly, Hadrian relaxed his stance, but the damage was done. Hadrian Walker should not have been able to sense the magic of an incoming attacking spell. That required practice, talent and power. Since when have you been able to dodge like that, Walker? Malfoy had apparently snapped out of his shock quickly, and his eyes were stubborn and determined as he advanced forward. Hadrian knew that it was unacceptable for any Malfoy to be unaware of the fighting skill level of any snake under his rule. There was no way the Git would let this go, and he had no time to perform a memory charm on the beyond, who, he was sure, had occlumency shields of some kind, in the middle of an open hallway. Thinking quickly, he shaped his face to show fright and confusion while he silently conjured an unobtrusive stand with a simple silver vase resting atop it, just ahead of him. "Whoa, Malfoy, wait, I just saw what you did in the reflection, that's all." Hadrian pointed to the vase and watched closely as the other's eyes followed his arm to look at his conjured items. "I didn't particularly feel like being subjected to one of your hexes, especially as we're on our way to the headmaster's office." Hadrian could see the moment the boy accepted his reasoning. He was sure it was more believable than the reality anyhow. But there was still doubt in the silver eyes. Hadrian stifled the urge to roll his eyes to the heavens and curse in frustration. They were on their way to the headmaster's office for Salazar's sake. He couldn't deal with this right now. But he knew he had to. Silently, he gathered his energy and patience. He couldn't allow his persona to slip and serious doubt to set in, for what he was sure would turn out to be nothing. He needed to rectify this now so that it wouldn't fester. "Fine," Malfoy agreed. "When did you learn to draw your wand and have it in a ready position that fast, then?" The boy crossed his arms imperiously with an expectant look. Hadrian was silently surprised by the perceptive and sharp observation, but swiftly undermined it. His face showed shock and only partial understanding, as if he didn't quite understand how that was significant, before a sickening pleasure crossed his features and self-importance dominated his dull green gaze. "Oh, that, well, I'm better at dueling than people think, Draco." He saw the amusing twitch of the B****'s eye at the obnoxious casual use of his first name with some degree of pleasure. "And the dueling class last Saturday really helped with Theumwand posy ready position." He stumbled, as if he didn't have a clue about the correct terminology, and as planned, that seemed to be Malfoy's limit. "All right, Walker, you can shut up now," he snapped, shaking his head as if he couldn't believe whatever he had been thinking just a moment ago. Hadrian probably should have waited in silence, to cement Malfoy's current view that he was a pompous coward, but the anxiety and frustration wouldn't allow him to. "We ought to be getting to the headmaster's office, right?" he asked quickly, but made sure to keep his voice as timid as he could in order to soften it. Malfoy didn't even bother to answer him. He simply marched past and continued, with a quick step, to climb the staircase that would bring them to the headmaster's level. Hadrian could feel the strain the swift pace was putting on his persona's feeble muscles and took a moment to lament his own sleek and powerful frame. Thankfully, their discussion in the stone corridor seemed to have thoroughly disgusted the pureblood, and he was determined to reach their destination as speedily as possible, and, in silence. It was a welcome reprieve to Hadrian, as his mind flew through possibilities and problems. The corridors empty, students in classes. Licorice wands. Hadrian could hear the snarl in Malfoy's voice and smirked lightly in amusement before he followed the beyond up the revolving staircase and through the open door into the headmaster's office. As he crossed the threshold, the first thing that hit him was the oily hair and large hooked nose glaringly balefully at him from the headmaster's right side. "Lovely, Mr. Walker. Mr. Malfoy, thank you for coming. Please, take a seat." Hadrian strengthened his occlumency shields. He poured as much magic as he could afford into the mental defenses before glancing up into the twinkling sky-blue eyes hiding deviously behind half-moon spectacles. This would be his first encounter with Albus Dumbledore, where he would be able and willing to focus on him. His pulse quickened and a thrill went through him as he saw the sharp genius in those eyes. Dumbledore would catch him if he made a mistake. Where others were likely to overlook, Hadrian knew the ancient wizard wouldn't. Luckily, he felt he was up to the challenge. "Mother." The surprised voice of his classmate had his immediate attention, and he shifted his eyes to the left. There, sitting poised and elegant, was Lady Narcissa Malfoy née Black, in all her glory. Hadrian knew, as soon as he met her ice-blue eyes and perfect features, that this woman was a force to be reckoned with. She had a small, yet genuine smile on her lips as she rose to key her son on the cheek, but her eyes never strayed from his figure. She was looking for something. Searching. Interesting, though almost certainly problematic. "Yes, yes. By all means, boys, have a seat, have a seat. This shouldn't take too long. In fact, I predict we will all be out of here in time for the adults to enjoy the wonders of Madame Rosmerta's mulled wine." Cornelius Fudge. Hadrian regarded the man with what appeared to be a slightly odd eye as he slid into the offered chair beside Malfoy. He hadn't met the Minister of Magic before, but Gabriel had told him what he thought when he had met the man at an exclusive banquet in France, July of last year. He trusted Gabriel's observations, but not blindly. Still, in this case, his French ex-lover seemed to be as reliable as ever. The man was a puppet for any faction willing to line his pockets with more galleons than any of the others. He was weak, pitiful, and undoubtedly soon to be gone. He was no use to Dumbledore with the way he kept slandering his name in the papers, and the Dark Lord wouldn't be satisfied with a minister whose loyalty swayed far too easily. "Indeed, Minister." Narcissa Malfoy cut in smoothly, her tone light enough so it wouldn't be viewed as rude. She was ignoring her son's inquiring looks and had instead turned to face the headmaster with a raised brow of expectation. Hadrian watched the slight reluctance from Dumbledore and the deepening of Snape's scowl closely. Whatever was going on had been initiated by Lady Malfoy. The minister's presence, although little more than a figurehead, had to mean that whatever they were dealing with was legal, as the ministry had no other jurisdiction at Hogwarts. The headmaster cleared his throat before looking to view Hadrian over his spectacles. "Mr. Walker," he began seriously. Hadrian aggressively curbed the urge to narrow his eyes. Something felt extraordinarily planned about this. "Yes, sir," he replied politely, but added an eye glance to Draco Malfoy, appearing to check whether his courtesy was acceptable behavior for a Slytherin. Professor Snape's glare darkened. "Mr. Walker, I am about to ask you a question that I need for you to answer me truthfully." "Can you do that?" Albus Dumbledore asked intently. Now Hadrian really wished he could narrow his eyes in suspicion. Instead of answering, he asked another question. "What is this about, sir?" he said slowly. The headmaster leaned back in his chair and folded his hands in his lap while peering closely at his student. "Your guardian, Mr. Walker, can you tell me their name?" "They knew." Hadrian stiffened. He breathed slow and deep, attempting to control the thumping of his heart. "Why do you ask, headmaster? We have reason to believe that your adoption is not valid." He had had no idea what he had been walking into, but, Not even in the wildest of his imaginings had the possibility of Raven's detection been at risk. He tilted his head and cleared his throat slightly, fighting back the dread, not valid. A large, impatient exhale of breath sounded through the hushed, tense office. "Come now, boy, own up. We know that this isn't your fault. Lady Malfoy was the one to uncover this misdeed of justice. Raven Nadine was stripped of all her rights and privileges the day she was proved guilty of dark affiliations, boy. She should not have been allowed to adopt a child, let alone a magical child." The minister, clearly losing his patience at the run-around, blurted out all the information Hadrian needed to know that the headmaster had cleverly refused to gift him with. His eyes snapped to the right and met unapologetic, ice-cold blue eyes staring back at him. "Have you nothing to say for yourself, Mr. Walker?" Snape spat heatedly and Hadrian had to try very hard to suppress the black glare that was screaming to come out. His face needed to twist itself into some expression of malevolent fury. React, appease some of the thundering, enraged emotions charging through him. But he could do none of this. This had to be hidden. His rage at the violation, his fury at their patronizing eyes, his darkness, his cruelty and his promise of retribution if they took him from Raven. It all had to be hidden. He was a mask. Hadrian lived as a hidden persona. He had a part to play. Even now, when moments away from being forcibly taken from the only person he trusted implicitly in the world, he could do nothing. He could not react, his terrifying maelstrom of violent wrath, unseen. No words could describe the price he paid to keep his silence in that moment. It was hard. It was harder than anything he had ever had to do. And it hurt him. If he changed, even a little, they would know that he had forever hidden part of himself from them. Where there was one secret, there was more. He couldn't afford for them to know what he was capable of, how much influence he had. He was dark. It was inescapably obvious. They would panic. They would try to control. They would stifle him until they decided that they couldn't live with the possibility of what he may be able to do in the future. He was trapped in a web of his own making. "What are you going to do with me?" His voice was morose and small as he watched the adults exchange looks with barely suppressed rage. "I will be assuming your guardianship, Mr. Walker." Hadrian's eyes snapped to Narcissa Malfoy with genuine shock. "What?" Draco's exclamation of outrage increased the icy veneer over Lady Malfoy's eyes as she stared at her son in solemn warning. "Raven Nadine, before she was married, was a black. I too, was born a black. This illegal adoption is not the child's fault and he should not be punished for that. He was adopted by a black and is, therefore, part of my family and my responsibility. I will be assuming Mr. Walker's guardianship." She said all this very decisively, as if she didn't wish to take in such a below-par wizard, but familial obligation demanded it of her. Hadrian saw red. "I thank you for the kind and generous offer, lady." He could barely get the fake nervous words out through his anger. "However, I do not think that will be necessary. I am 17 in March of next year. Perhaps, emancipation would be a better solution for all parties. I already have my supplies for school and the fees have been paid." Perhaps it was careless of him, but Hadrian couldn't bring himself to care enough, at that point. Hadrian categorically dismissed the unmistakable and arctic warning in Narcissa Malfoy's eyes with all the gall and confidence of his true personality. "I can stay at Hogwarts during the holidays and then, when the end of year comes, I will be a legal adult and no burden will have been placed on you." It took every ounce of willpower and restraint he possessed to not blow at the dark scowl Snape was sending him, telling him exactly how much of an idiot his head of house thought he was. "Now, that may be an idea, Narcissa," Cornelius bellowed with a laugh, and Hadrian saw her eye twitch in aggravation, the same way her son's had not half an hour ago at the presumptuous breach of correct social etiquette. "The inconvenience may indeed be far lessened the way Mr. Walker proposes to proceed. However, while I do believe that it, unquestionably, is not the young man's error that Raven Nadine decided to adopt him, I do have questions regarding the responsibility of his decision not to say anything when he became older and understood the predicament." Quote, "Unbelievable. Raven was his mother for Merlin's sake. She had raised him, taken care of him, loved him. He would be more concerned if the first move he made had been to turn her in." Narcissa Malfoy's blue eyes shot him a private and frosty stare, ordering him to stay silent. Unfortunately for her, that one-on-one secrecy was about to help him. He would bend his mask if he had to in order to stay out of the claws of the Malfoys. It was a convenient advantage though. None of the other occupants would be aware of his slight personality shift, and Lady Malfoy didn't know him nearly well enough to call him on it. "Raven has never been anything other than doting to me," he cried theatrically. "I know what we did was wrong. But, please, you don't need to fix this. Emancipation would solve all these problems and would not make me an unwanted and unnecessary burden on you, lady." His childlike hysteria seemed to do the trick. "Mrs. Malfoy, please. Mr. Walker clearly cares for the woman he sees as his mother. His actions are understandable." Albus Dumbledore stepped in with a frown. Narcissa Malfoy smiled tightly but nodded her apparent understanding and acceptance of his words. "Nevertheless, I believe that there is a reason that the age of 17 is the age a child becomes a legal adult. All children need guidance and some form of support, especially in the stressful year of the Newt's examinations." "Oh yeah, I'm sure support is exactly the unnamed real reason you want me under your control." He fumed internally. Why was she trying so hard? Mrs. Malfoy continued calmly, "I really must insist, Minister, that you grant me my request," she said firmly, and Hadrian knew it was all over as soon as she had focused her eyes in demand on the weak minister. Fudge seemed to draw back slightly at the sudden focus of the room's occupants on him but quickly shook it off. He was hardly going to go against the wife of Lucius Malfoy for an unknown and, from what he had heard, unremarkable wizard. Yes, of course. I quite agree, my good lady. I shall have the necessary documents pushed through the departments quickly. I'm sure you would like to take Mr. Walker home for the holidays." He laughed jovially, entirely unaware of the coldness behind Narcissa Malfoy's small smile or the veritable murder hidden in Hadrian's innocently overwhelmed dull orbs. Hadrian clenched his teeth but kept his mouth shut. There was nothing to be done now. The decision had been made. He kept a stranglehold on his emotions and endeavored to just stay silent and get out of the room as fast as he was able. Draco couldn't be described as what you would call happy, either. His mercury eyes were screaming questions, and he quickly rose as his mother did, determined to speak with her as soon as they were alone. The meeting, clearly at an end, and his presence no longer required or wanted by any, Hadrian promptly got to his feet and started for the door. The deceptively sweet and soft voice of his new guardian stopped him. "I am looking forward to the Christmas break, Hadrian. Please, just stick close to Draco on the Hogwarts Express and follow his instructions. We wouldn't wish you to get lost on your way to the manor." The saccharine mocking was nearly enough to undo him. No matter how rude it may have seemed, he escaped down the stairs, without a word. He was in far too much danger of spinning back around and telling her exactly what she could do with her first commands. Draco could barely contain himself as he walked down the steps after his elegant mother, she, speaking softly to the minister. The Malfoy heir observed, with admiration, that his mother appeared to have, once again, gracefully sidestepped one of the man's numerous invitations, this one, apparently, to join him for a late lunch in Hogsmeade. "Very well, Narcissa, very well. I cannot say that I am not disappointed, but I admire your devotion to your family. I will take my leave of you and the young Master Malfoy. If you should ever need my help again, please, don't hesitate to ask." Draco wanted very much to sneer at the portly man currently bowing to his mother but refrained. He was certain the man would come to regret those words. "Thank you, Minister. That is extremely generous of you." His mother's soft voice floated delicately through the corridor. Narcissa Malfoy was a powerful and intelligent witch with a devious mind. Now, he just wanted to know what had possessed her to push for the role of Hadrian Walker's caretaker. As soon as the minister had disappeared around the corner, his beautiful mother turned in his direction. "Ah, Severus, how are you?" Draco frowned and looked behind him to see the scowling face of his godfather. "Fine, Narcissa. Perhaps you and Draco would like to join me in my quarters for a few minutes, to catch up." Draco was pleased to see that his head of house seemed just as determined as he was to find out why his mother had decided to act as she had. "All right, Severus, that sounds wonderful. Come, Draco." His mother held out her elbow and gave him an expectant stare as he stepped forward and wrapped her elbow securely in his. While propriety dictated that he should have been the first to offer the courtesy, he knew his mother was only asking for his escort because she had missed her son. While his parents were both powerful and cunning figures, masters at playing politics, Draco knew that they both loved nothing more than they did him. The three of them walked in relative silence, occasionally exchanging various tidbits of polite conversation, filled with nothing of substance, until they had reached his godfather's living quarters. Draco watched, as his godfather immediately went to his liquor cabinet and poured himself a generous amount of what looked to be red wine. Black eyes glanced up, wordlessly offering his mother her choice, but she shook her head and gently settled into one of the old, frayed armchairs. None of them spoke for a moment before Draco finally decided that he would have to be the one to get the ball rolling. "Mother, I am trying really hard to wrap my mind around this, but I can't. What possessed you? Does father know about this?" He frowned in continuing shock. Narcissa raised a brow at her son before replying, "Of course Lucius is aware, dragon." "Mother," he snapped in exasperation, "what is going on? I too would like to know the answer to that." Severus's silky voice added, "I would also like to know how the both of you seem to have known that Hadrian Walker was raised by Raven Nadine and did not see fit to inform me of the fact." Draco started, turning to stare at his godfather in surprise. The man hadn't known what happened over the summer. Narcissa's eyes widened in surprise. "I did not know that you were unaware, Severus," she said softly. "How odd." Her tone was suddenly calculating and Severus narrowed his eyes warningly to slits. "We all found out during the summer, Sev. Walker seemed to just drop this bombshell on all of us," and Draco promptly began to launch into an explanation, eager to catch the man up on the strange happenings before term. Perhaps even hear his thoughts on the subject. Walker had certainly been perplexing him and his friends enough. Conceivably, it was possible that fresh eyes would be a benefit here. His godfather may see something so blatant, they had missed it. "Draco." His mother's sharp order of silence had Draco frowning deeply in uncertainty as his eyes darted between the two tense adults. "What?" he asked, having no idea what he had presumably done wrong. Severus's dark eyes stayed locked on ice blue. "Go on, Draco," he stated. Narcissa suddenly flew to her feet, threatening orbs glaring at the potion's master. "Do not presume to override my authority with Draco, Severus," she whispered lowly. "Then, please, Narcissa, enlighten me yourself," he sneered back. "I'm afraid I cannot do that," she declared serenely. "Mother," Draco's half-hearted protest died quickly at the warning look. "And, why not?" his godfather asked angrily, trying to keep his temper under control. "Draco and yourself have seemed to profess a great deal of surprise over my lack of knowledge. It would only be logical that I should know, apparently." His tone was tight but Narcissa was unaffected and shrugged off the demand effortlessly. "I cannot help you," she stated once again before abruptly turning to her son. "Be sure to keep a close eye on Hadrian, won't you, Draco?" she said offhandedly and Draco actually glared at her. "I can't stand the cretin, mother." She smiled thinly, a sure sign she was losing her patience. "And don't forget to buy him a Christmas gift. A present." "You can't be serious," he snapped. "I am, Draco, and I will not be addressed in such a manner." "Control yourself," she warned stiffly. Draco swallowed his anger as best he could. "Why, mother?" he persevered through clenched teeth. Narcissa began to imperiously slide on her wrist-length, white satin gloves. "For all the reasons I have already stated, Draco. Whether you or I like it or not, that boy is our responsibility. Raven Nadine was a black before she married and I will not turn my back on my family. No matter whom it is. I don't see you trying to be pals with Sirius Black, mother. Where is your family loyalty there?" Draco snapped and knew, as soon as the words escaped him, that he had gone too far. His mother hated her cousin with a passion. It grated on her nerves that the main branch of the Black family was in the hands of a light simpleton like Black. She would not appreciate the comparison. Light blue eyes flashed upwards and connected with his mercury. "I apologize, mother," he murmured softly. Narcissa Malfoy was silent for several moments as she continued to stare at her fidgeting son before she nodded tightly. However, Draco knew his blatant disrespect was far from forgiven. Damn Walker, I do not expect you to understand my reasons, Draco. However, I do expect you to respect them. He nodded. It's only for a few months, he chanted to himself. Walker will only be around for a few months. I know that you feel a great deal of loyalty to your family Narcissa. Severus stated, also standing. But I do not believe, in this case, you will enjoy the repercussions. Hadrian Walker is a lazy, idiotic, spineless child that will not survive in the presence of some of our associates. I cannot help but think that you will regret this. Draco's eyes widened. Of course, how could he have forgotten? The Malfoy Manor would be filled with dark wizards and witches over the holidays, popping in and out. Walker would never be able to keep his mouth shut. He quickly opened his mouth to agree with his godfather's words, but his mother beat him to it. Thank you for the concern, Severus. However, you can be sure, I am fully aware of the apparent inadequacies of my ward. My decision is final. Her voice was hard now, closing the conversation. Draco could admit to himself that he was lost to understand why his mother refused to let him tell his godfather what had happened during summer. About the strange things they had learned about Hadrian Walker. It didn't make sense. He supposed there was the possibility that one was not supposed to share information about the Dark Lord's dealings with Luz who did not already know, but that couldn't possibly include Sev. The potions master was practically family. I will take my leave now. I look forward to having you home for Christmas, Dragon. Lady Malfoy walked to the portrait hole. Do not forget my words, Draco. Her eyes were serious and he nodded his reluctant agreement. Then she was gone, leaving the two males alone and in silence. Draco finally let his scowl of displeasure show. There's no way I'm getting Walker a gift, he growled, before stomping from the room angrily to inform his friends of the unwanted addition to his previously small, insular family unit. Severus watched his godson depart in a huff and couldn't really blame the boy for his childish comment and reaction. Hadrian Walker had managed to irritate Severus from his first night at Hogwarts, practically the moment his foot touched the castle's ancient grounds for the first time. He had interrupted his opening address to the Slytherin house after the welcoming feast with a spectacular bout of clumsiness that immediately earned him the majority of the house's distaste. Still, he hadn't known the boy was raised by Raven Nadine. Severus sneered as he recalled his obvious shock when he had been called to the headmaster's office during his free period. He had stepped into the office only to find the headmaster, Narcissa Malfoy, and the Minister of Magic awaiting his presence to announce a change in a student's legal guardianship. Albus had almost immediately sent him a restrained, questioning glance at the startling information and Narcissa's consequent action. It aggravated him beyond reason to not have known something so crucial about one of his snakes. He had only ever met Raven Nadine half a dozen times in his life, all before the end of the First War. She had been smitten with her husband, that had been obvious, achingly so. But she was also uncommonly powerful. He knew that much. She was a pureblood, proud of her heritage, dismissive of muggles and in love with the dark arts. Truthfully, he was surprised that Hadrian Walker had made it to Hogwarts alive. She didn't seem the type of person that would put up with his numerous blinding faults. Draining his wine glass, Severus strode purposefully over to his fireplace. And why had Narcissa not allowed Draco to tell him what had occurred over the summer? Of course, he was aware of the rules of information, but he was one of the inner circle Death Eaters. Where was the leniency that became his high rank amongst the fold? He had been annoyed that his Slytherins were being so tight-lipped about what had occurred over the summer, but he had still managed to piece together any information he had not already known from his own Death Eater gatherings. It was disturbing that he had not heard a peep about Raven Nadine. Even though she had not been a Death Eater, most knew who she was. Raven Nadine had trained Bellatrix Black and Sirius Black in dueling, for multiple summers, before they had graduated from Hogwarts. Severus could well remember his own jealousy, when Sirius Black would return to Hogwarts at the start of each year following third, until he ran away, complaining incessantly of the tough training he went through. It had multiplied the flames of his own envy when Black would top defense, effortlessly, for the first 5 months of school, until his own natural laziness and the class's improvement brought the Black heir to finish in the top 3, every year, without fail. Bellatrix Lestrange had been, Severus admitted, the Dark Lord's only student. However, she had been an awesome dueler even before then. She had been good enough to catch the man's notoriously hard-kept attention. Raven Nadine had been their first and principal teacher in their formative years. That the Black family had had her train them, the eldest children and heirs of both branches of the family, was indicative of Raven Nadine's power and intelligence. Headmaster Dumbledore's office. He spat out impatiently into the flames. How could such a witch have raised so pathetic a wizard as Hadrian Walker? Ah, Severus, good. What can you tell me? Narcissa Malfoy closed her eyes and took a minute to steady her breath before she leant forward and rapped lightly on the door. Come. The soft, masculine voice from behind the door had her quickly turning the handle and walking through. She stood silently, waiting to be acknowledged, as the sinfully handsome figure continued dancing his quill rapidly across a long scroll of yellow parchment. Yes, Narcissa, she wasn't fooled by his distracted body language. The man in front of her, even when his dark, swirling crimson orbs had yet to look up, she was certain, was fully aware of her every possible incriminating facial expression. My lord, she began. The quill never slowed in its furious pace. I've just come from Hogwarts. Indeed. The dark, silken voice dripped with sarcastic interest and she actually blushed in embarrassment. She continued quickly, the meeting had not started on the positive foot she had hoped for. I have successfully transferred Hadrian Walker's guardianship over to me, effective immediately. He will be joining Draco on his trip back to Malfoy Manor in just over a week and is aware that he is under my and Lucius's authority until he turns 17, in March of next year. Narcissa caught the momentary pause of the active quill at the mention of Walker's name, with interest. She watched closely as she spoke, trying to gain some insight into the reason behind his peculiar orders. For some reason, unknown to her, the man wanted Walker in his immediate reach and out of Raven Nadine's. Was there any trouble? You took longer than I thought you would, Narcissa. You're normally so reliable in situations like these. The comment was taunting and she bristled internally at the inference of her slip in abilities. No, my lord, if you remember correctly, Raven Nadine was known for being able to hide things she didn't want known. Yes, he drawled slowly, raising the hairs on the back of her neck as the end of the word was drawn out with a serpentine hiss. I do remember that particular personality trait well. She caught the small, relaxed smirk on his lips as he continued to write elegantly, without pause, but she was sure he meant her too. Yet, I believe that you yourself, Narcissa, have inherited that selective gift. Surely, it couldn't have given you too much trouble. The man was mocking her. She lifted her chin. It was almost impossible for me to find evidence that she had legally adopted the boy in the magical world as well as the Muggle. She seems to have used old friends to stop the information from becoming known and readily available. But I found the file. Good. The word was a sharp, clipped acknowledgement and stopped her from continuing any further. The Malfoy lady rocked back uncomfortably, sensing, as the thick currents of magic surrounding the Dark Lord shifted lazily, before he calmly set his quill down and lifted the finished parchment onto the neat stack of paper on the left of his desk. Then he looked up. Narcissa felt her heart beat quicken. Mysterious and sadistic amusement darkened the man's sinister crimson eyes. And how did the boy react? He asked softly, interestedly, as he leant back into his grand, green leather chair. Narcissa's brow twitched in confusion, as any young man who was being forced to part from the only mother he had ever known, I expect. When those dark eyes continued to bore into her, unimpressed and expectant, she forced her memory of the previous hour to the forefront of her thoughts and proceeded to recount the boy's actions in as much detail as she could manage. It was a nerve-wracking several minutes, she speaking without significant pause while the Dark Lord remained silent and expressionless, presiding as a judge over her work. She was mystified by the obvious curiosity in Hadrian Walker. Narcissa had been aware of the boy's unremarkable reputation when she had walked through Hogwarts wards earlier today. It would have been difficult to have missed such uninspiring potential as Walker seemed to possess in abundance. Yet, he had killed a man in front of her, her son and his friends seemed unaware of his living situation and uniquely powerful allies. Narcissa had talked herself into approaching the boy with an open mind. Today's meeting had solidified the copious amount of negative reviews she had read from all manner and politics of individuals who had encountered Hadrian Walker. She had put the strange instances down as anomalies or direct echoes of Raven Nadine's exceptional qualities. Yet, as she was describing everything that had occurred in the headmaster's office, Narcissa slowly came to a startling discovery she had previously dismissed. When she had stared warningly at Walker, when he had begun to protest, she couldn't help but recognize and appreciate how quickly and articulately the wizard had conveyed his arguments for emancipation. Before she finally put her foot down and demanded his guardianship, Walker had successfully convinced every person in that room, apart from her, that his proposal was the best course of action. If she had indeed been acting solely on an obligation of family loyalty, his words would have rid her of any guilt or feeling of responsibility, and Walker would have walked out of the headmaster's office, hours ago, having got his way. How had she not seen this before? She thought furiously, searching through her memories with far more vigor than earlier, looking for anything else she may have missed. A picture, in full clarity, of Walker's dull, lifeless eyes suddenly showed something different. The boy had indeed comprehended her warnings, she realized with amazement. At the time, she had put his noncompliance with her subtle threats to cease his arguments down to his well-known lack of intelligence and common sense, but that wasn't the case, was it? That wasn't the truth, the reality. He had disregarded them. Rather than stupidity, she was dealing with disobedience. Either Walker did not understand the ramifications of going against someone of her standing, or he knew and didn't care. In which case, there must be a reason behind his confidence. The Dark Lord was silent after Narcissa stopped speaking, silent as she drowned in her implications. So absorbed in her realizations and her complete misunderstanding of the meeting's real underlying currents, Narcissa missed the cruel spark in laughing crimson eyes. She failed to notice as those blood-red orbs watched the subtle emotions play across her features in triumph and satisfaction. "That will be all, Narcissa." The soft echo of the Dark Lord's dismissal snapped the beyond witch from her thoughts, and she immediately berated herself for losing focus, especially in this man's presence. No matter who you were, such a lowering of defenses was unsafe and dangerous. "Yes, my lord," she replied quickly before spinning around and heading quickly for the exit, her thoughts still jumbled. Narcissa. The dangerous croon of her name had her stiffening defensively in instinct. "I don't want the boy to suffer any unfortunate accidents, because of any of your family or guests, over the holidays, am I clear?" She swallowed. "Crystal, my lord." Hadrian stared at the empty space within the box with turbulent emotions. "Nothing." Raven still hadn't replied. He had wasted no time in writing a lengthy letter to his adoptive mother the moment he had returned to the dormitories. Sure, that this, at least, would ensure a prompt answer of some sort. It had been 3 days and still no word. Hadrian bent down and returned the priceless magical treasure to under his 4-poster bed, safe in the otherwise empty room. Waiting for the magical pulse that indicated it was within the protection of his clever wards, Hadrian scooped up his book bag and headed for the door. He was running late. Stepping slowly into the common room, he was glad to see hardly any others still present. As Hadrian climbed out of the portrait hole, he attempted to reason with his quickly evolving thoughts. If Raven somehow, wouldn't or couldn't, keep in contact with him, he'd just have to find a solution. Hadrian had noted the burning curiosity of the staff's stares since the startling news of his guardian had come to light, with livid displeasure. It was a disaster, just as he and Raven had always known it would be. McGonagall was suddenly looking to him to answer a question in class. Flitwick had actually spent 10 minutes trying to help him correctly cast a spell in charms yesterday. Hadrian glared at the worn gray stone beneath his feet for the simple reason that he knew, had he been looking directly ahead of him, the storm swirling in his eyes wouldn't escape any whose path crossed his. Raven and he had spoken of this before he had even started Hogwarts, when they had begun designing his mask. His adoptive mother's name would call him attention. Staff, and particular students, would keep him in their sights for the simple reason that his guardian was a rather exceptional magic user with a tumultuous past. Hadrian needed to stay hidden. Raven's being complicated that. He had no intention of relinquishing control over his life and limitations to anyone other than himself. The scrutiny that would befall him, if Raven had ever been discovered, wasn't something he could live with. And he wasn't just talking about his 7 years at Hogwarts. Raven had to completely drop off the radar after the First War. She hadn't been convicted, but she would always be a suspect. The Ministry would monitor her finances, her partners, employment, properties. She had had to give up a lot when she decided to disappear. Luxuries she had lived with all her life would never be available to her again. But she had her magic. That was still hers, not theirs. Hadrian had known that if his adoption was ever discovered, Raven might be removed as his guardian. The Ministry might decide that they couldn't afford to have someone like her influencing him. But they had both believed his uninspiring persona would ensure that he would be returned to the orphanage and not a different family. He would have been free to leave Blackbourne at 17, and no one would come looking. With the Malfoy shook his head, seething. The guardianship wouldn't end once he was a legal adult. The old families viewed wards as below kin but forever their responsibility. Actions could reflect on them badly if not controlled. That was another reason he had spent the last 3 days with his eyes locked on the floor whenever he was out in public. The glamour around his eyes had been in a state of flux. Unfortunately, the drawback of choosing such a powerful, long-lasting glamour for his retinas was that the spell was very particular. He could experience anger, shame, and amusement, but as soon as the level of his emotional stress escalated beyond the point that he wouldn't be capable of exerting the concentration to reapply it if it did fail, it began to unravel. He could just imagine. A bitter smile touched his lips, the unending cascade of questions that would be thrown at him if his eyes suddenly began to impulsively lighten and dim for, seemingly, no reason at all. It was simply safer not to raise his eyes. And Hadrian's fury had yet to abate. At this point, he doubted it ever really would. He inhaled sharply, in order to control his breathing patterns. He would be damned if the Malfoy family thought they could begin to dictate what he could do and be for the rest of his life. Clenching his fists tightly, he quickened his pace, traveling briskly through the maze that was Hogwarts's dungeons. The magical artifact that Raven had given him in his second year had, for years, been used primarily as an indispensable means to further his education. He hadn't wanted his mask to damage his ability. Nevertheless, despite its intended use, the books that Raven would send him every fortnight slowly changed. The items became much more specified over the years. He would send lists of potion ingredients, points of debate on classical magical theory, letters, a specific book. It had been a way in which for them to communicate that was unfailingly secure. Raven's enduring silence and absence was alarming, to say the least. He gritted his teeth. Unfortunately, he could do nothing from where he was, and Hadrian wasn't able to envisage a perfect opportunity just falling into his lap. He just needed to know that Raven was all right. It was messing with his head in a way he hadn't ever had to deal with before. His concern never gave him a moment's peace. And with the level of his rage in no way reduced, Hadrian exhaled angrily. He needed all of his efforts and focus to be on controlling his temper. He would have to find new depths to his tolerance and patience this Christmas, that much, he knew for certain. Hadrian rubbed his eyes with the heels of his hands in frustration. Leaving the school grounds just wasn't an option available to him right now. It would call far too much attention. Dumbledore and the Ministry would be forced, through law, to look for him. That would mean there would be a good chance that someone might begin to rifle through his past. They would find glaring holes and limited documentation. And, though he doubted it, they might find something, especially if the right people decided to drop crumbs of information. If his real persona was somehow discovered now, in the wake of the coming war, Hadrian knew enough about the headmaster's tactics to know that the old man would be far too concerned and curious to let him just walk away. His leaving now would be suspicious and foolhardy. It would look as if Hadrian were admitting he had something to hide. Hadrian's steps slowed down at the ringing truth of that thought. He brought his hand closer to his eyes and stared down at the smooth, clear skin on the back of his hand with a small frown. And he did. "You're kidding." Landon shook his head negatively and hummed his agreement as Ron whistled beside him. "I don't understand." Hermione frowned to his left as they walked towards potions. "Why is that important?" Landon smiled at his friend, but Ron beat him to the explanation. "My own. Raven Nadine was a black. Haven't you ever heard Sirius talk about her?" He stared at her. She huffed and was about to reply, but Landon jumped in to head off the coming collision. Ron, that's not exactly fair. You know Sirius doesn't like to talk about her, I told you that. He reminded with a pointed look before focusing back on his female best friend. I don't know a lot, but Dad told me that Nadine trained Sirius and Bellatrix Lestrange in dueling for a couple of years every summer, while he was at Hogwarts. Hermione's face took on an enlightened expression. Yeah, Ron whispered dramatically, so you can imagine how good she was. Well, what did she do? Why have I never read anything about her? Ron answered once again, full of enthusiasm for knowing something the know-it-all third of the trio didn't, for once. She was a lady, Hermione. None of old families. Work, like us normal people. He stated with obvious envy. The Malfoys and Abbotts, for example, work in politics and manage the family estates and businesses. Hermione frowned. Well, what about Madame Bones? She's from an old pureblood family works. And what about the Potters, Landon? Landon sighed. Mum's a Muggleborn, Hermione. She'd known what she wanted to do since she was 15. And Dad loves being an Auror. But Mum and Dad still use their holidays to do the family things, Hermione. Dad could have gone into politics, like Lucius Malfoy did, and influenced key legislation if he had wanted to. Narcissa Malfoy handles their daily businesses. Madame Bones is doing a job that her name said she would inherit, Hermione. Her son is old enough now to help her husband care for the family side of things. Oh, Hermione stated with a put-out expression. Landon knew that his friend was really just annoyed to find out that those of the purebloods that she had always thought of as useless layabouts actually had legitimate and time-consuming responsibilities. How did you hear about this Walker guy anyway? Lindoni don't even remember him. Are you certain he's in our year? Ron scowled at the group attempting to eavesdrop in front of them. I'm not surprised, Ron. I had to think twice before I could put a face to his name. Hermione answered. Yeah, I'm sure. And Dad told me. He thought it would be good for me to know. Landon grinned at the jealous and disapproving looks on Ron and Hermione's faces. In a way, it's kind of a letdown. You'd think that this Walker guy would be a tad more interesting, considering who he grew up with. Ron grumbled. And the Malfoys are taking him in. Hermione ignored Ron's comment easily and asked Landon in clarification. Potter nodded. Yep. Hermione's face looked uncertain as she said her next words slowly. I don't know, I kind of feel sorry for him. Being taken away from the only parent he's ever known, to live with people like the Malfoys. I must be hard. Landon rolled his eyes while Ron scoffed. Oh, come off it, my own. The guy's probably over the moon. Getting to live in all that luxury, rent-free. The redhead glared spitefully. The bushy-haired witch glared at the clear dismissal of her sensitive comment. Well, I'd like to see how you would react in a similar situation, Ronald. She spat. Landon laughed as the three of them entered the classroom and took their customary seats at the back of the Gryffindor side of the lab. Hermione and Ron now fully engrossed in one of their familiar arguments. Landon allowed his eyes to dance among his classmates, searching for a face that he didn't immediately recognize. Try as he might, and no matter how often Hermione recounted small instances where the Golden Trio had come in contact with Hadrian Walker, he just could not remember the boy. Incessant poking quickly drew his annoyed attention and he turned to Ron with a frown. What? He snapped. Look. His hazel eyes followed the direction of Ron's raised chin with curiosity. Draco Malfoy. Landon wouldn't go as far as to say that the Slytherin looked unhappy or livid, more simmering displeasure. His bland emotions were understandable, he guessed. From what his father had told him, the Beyond had had a couple of days to come to grips with the news of his household's newest member. Well, I think it's safe to say that Walker won't be getting a warm welcome when he gets to his new home for the holidays. Landon snorted quietly. The bushy-haired witch beside him leaned forward with a pronounced wrinkle between her brows. Why would the Malfoys have taken such drastic action, do you think? She questioned heatedly. The familiar light that always entered her brown orbs, when she encountered a puzzle she was determined to unravel, sparkled in her eyes. Draco certainly is not happy with the change. Hermione insisted. The twerp's just acting normally, my own. I'm sure he's furious at having to share his own personal wing of Malfoy Manor with someone else for the first time in his life." Ron guffawed, clearly delirious with his enemy's discontent. Landon winced slightly when he glimpsed Hermione's narrowed eyes from the corner of his own gaze. She looked ready to launch into one of her infamous tirades any second. With a theatrical bang, the side door leading to Professor Snape's private office slammed open, immediately hushing the entire class. Severus Snape glided swiftly up to the front of the class, flicking his wand and non-verbally summoning each student's homework essay, from where they sat waiting on the top of the desks, as he went. "I must confess, that having finally finished marking the test you all took last week, that your particular year, has accomplished an amazing feat." If it wasn't for the identity of the man and the inescapable sarcasm, Landon would have been fairly excited right about now. "You adolescents have finally managed to prove a prophecy and wisdom that has been passed down through countless generations of individuals, from all walks of life and varying talent, incorrect." The potions professor spun on his heel abruptly, having reached the front desk, and fixed the class with a withering glare. "Congratulations. It seems that not all things improve with time." Landon could literally feel the effort Hermione was exerting in order to withhold her adamant objections that it wasn't true. She had a tough grip on her bushy brown hair, and, Landon grimaced slightly, was she actually biting her nails right next to him? The Potter heir forced his eyes to look to the front. And, oh look, apparently he was just in time. Snape, it seemed, had decided that sarcasm just wasn't cutting his need to drag all his students' self-esteem through the mud. "Mr. Finnegan," Seamus smiled weakly. "Yes, sir. Can you tell me what potions we've been covering in the last month of classes, Mr. Finnegan?" The potions master whispered softly, black eyes locked on the nervous Gryffindor. Landon felt sympathy for his roommate's plight as he watched the Irish wizard try to subtly glance at his neighbors for help. None was forthcoming. "Healing potions, sir," he added hastily, the respectful term a clear afterthought. Yikes. Landon breathed to his male best friend. Ron barely even moved his eyes to shoot him a confused look. He rolled his eyes at the typical deafness. The red-haired boy had been far too engrossed with the drama unfolding before him. "Incredible, Finnegan." Snape placed his palms on the desk and leaned forward imposingly. "Your fail would suggest that even that fact had escaped you." "Well, isn't someone just filled with sunshine?" Landon muttered under his breath mutinously. The fact that he was suddenly on the receiving end of one of Professor Snape's more noteworthy glares, swiftly informed him that it hadn't been the best time to speak, flippantly or otherwise. "What was that, Mr. Potter? Merlin, did the man have super hearing or something?" Maybe there was more credence to the vampire rumors than he had previously thought. "Nothing, sir," he answered quietly. The potions master's head tilted to the left slightly and Landon suddenly had the feeling that a dangerous predator was sizing him up. "Talking to yourself, Mr. Potter. I would be careful if I were you." The Slytherins snickered. "Imagine how disappointed your remaining fans would be if such unstable behavior reached the wrong or say, the Daily Prophet." Landon lifted his chin in defiance. "It just might slow down those tentative speculations your father has tried so hard to plant. The ones concerning the possible return of our Savior's healthy and balanced state of mind." Landon scowled at the Slytherin head of house, fuming. Before he had even come to a decision on whether to stay silent or not, the professor had already changed the subject. "You will each be brewing the muscle regenerative serum. If, by the end of the hour, you do not, for some reason or another, have a perfect potion in front of you, I will give you a fail." Landon glared at his most hated professor as he smirked down at the outraged class. Hermione's hand shot into the air, the limb flying wildly in the extraordinary circumstance that she might be missed. "Miss Granger, what scintillating queries do you have for the class today?" Landon clenched the wooden table angrily, as he saw Hermione deflate slightly at the mocking tone but was pleased to see that stubborn light enter her eyes quickly enough and her back straighten bravely. "Excuse me, Professor, but why a fail? Surely, Granger," Snape interrupted with a snap and an angry flare of his nostrils. "It is not unreasonable for a teacher to expect his students to know material they have read and attempted multiple times. Surely, it would be logical that an experienced potions master, like myself, would have more knowledge and sense than a 17-year-old know-it. The soft squeak of the opening door to the potions lab stopped Professor Snape mid-rant and effectively drew the entire room's attention. A small, shy figure pushed through the tiny gap behind the thick wood with a bowed head and eyes locked on the damaged stone ground. Landon shifted in his seat and raised his eyebrows in appreciation. It took guts to walk into potions 15 minutes late. He watched, along with the rest of the class, as the unknown figure finally shifted slightly, understanding that he would have to be the first to break the silence. "I'm sorry I'm late, Professor." The wizard's tone was mild, but that wasn't unexpected considering the student's physique. But his words were steady. The Potter heir leaned backwards as he continued to observe the unexpected scene. Even he would have some slight discomfort and possible difficulty getting his words out without a stutter in the boy's place. "While certainly more eloquent than you are known to be, Walker, your words do not excuse lateness to my class." Landon's spine straightened as the mystery student's identity was disclosed. He quickly swung his eyes around to Malfoy, curious to see his reaction. The B***'s mouth was curled in disgust and his body was tense, glaring at his housemate intensely before turning away. Landon frowned. He hadn't known that Slytherin even had an outcast, he realized, as he discreetly surveyed the irritated dismissals of the majority of Walker's other housemates. "I understand, Professor. May I take my seat now?" Walker's quiet, controlled manner didn't alter in the slightest as he uttered the daring words. Landon's own eyebrows rose as Ron exhaled sharply with a quiet chuckle from beside him. "You know," Ron grinned at him with eager eyes, "for a Slytherin, he's got balls." Landon quirked his lip at the humor but couldn't help rolling his eyes. "Ron, the guy hasn't even looked up once, since he set foot in the room. Personally, I think his bold utterance is more accident than plan. He has no idea his head of house is currently trying to set his head on fire with the mere power of his glare," he whispered. Ron shot him an amused, yet conceding glance. "Do you suppose we'll ever know what he looks like?" The redhead joked quietly. Walker still hadn't raised his head or eyes from their submissive position. Professor Snape's mouth twisted horribly. "I want 2 extra sheets of parchment on the assignment from you, Walker," he snarled, before whirling and waving his wand at the blackboard, where, a moment later, the serum's instructions materialized. Landon ignored Hermione's disapproving stare as he watched Walker shuffle silently to a lone table on the Slytherin side of the room. Head still bowed, eyes locked on something below him. "Doesn't look like it," he murmured. Hadrian exhaled loudly, and, with a glare, slammed the cover of the dusty book in front of him closed. He shoved the tome away from himself roughly and planted his elbows on the circular library table, gripping his dank, brown hair in his fists painfully. "Nothing. There was nothing new," he growled in angry frustration before lashing out and kicking the chair opposite him with enough force to send it careening down one of the deserted book aisles surrounding him. There wasn't any chance of being overheard. He was far too deep in the library's dusty and damp depths. He released his matted, oily hair with an exhausted sigh. He had known he wouldn't find anything new. It had him taken hours of relentless searching in order to find the Greca's Trillium potion. It was the only solution Hogwarts could offer him. But Hadrian hadn't been able to stop himself. He had counted on the winter break to give him the opportunity to delve into his personal library at home, before he was forced to take the then highly toxic third dose or give in. He closed his eyes and pressed the heels of his hands against his temples. He moved them in slow circles trying, in vain, to appease the migraine that had plagued him since he had woken that morning. Tomorrow was Sunday and he, along with the majority of the student populace, would be boarding the Hogwarts Express for Christmas break. "I don't think that's the best way to cure a headache. Especially, a tension-induced one." Hadrian's hands stilled and his eyes snapped open. "No way, Longbottom," he deadpanned, lowering his elbows and sitting back in his chair. "Glad to see your exhaustion hasn't made you careless." The Gryffindor grinned, his cheeks dimpling, as he lifted the chair Hadrian had previously attacked and took a seat opposite him. Hadrian bit his lip to stop the snarl that wanted to escape him. "What makes you think I'm exhausted, Longbottom?" he asked stiffly. The boy laughed before shrugging. "Apart from the fact that I was able to sneak up on you. Haven't we already been through this?" Hadrian blinked. Was Longbottom saying, "The Gryffindor couldn't possibly"? It wasn't. By the way, I think that it's just better to get these sorts of things out in the open. I'd really appreciate it if you didn't try to obliviate me again. Nasty headache. Before Longbottom could even register it, Hadrian had his wand at his throat. Explain. Hadrian's mind was flying back to that day. He couldn't find any reason why the memory charm wouldn't have worked. He was certain that he had cast it correctly. But here was the living proof, right in front of him. The Gryffindor coughed lightly. Has anyone ever told you that you use the threat of violence in a very unethical way? Green eyes narrowed at the innocent face. No. He enunciated clearly. You could just ask. A slow grin spread across his lips. I find that people are quicker with their answers when I'm in a position to hex off their means of procreation. Hadrian watched as Neville's eyes widened slightly. Point taken. However, in this situation, unnecessary. If I meant to cause you any trouble, I would have told the truth when Madame Pomfrey asked me how it was that I was found unconscious with suddenly severe facial acne. Hadrian stared at the boy. Okay. After all, Longbottom had a point, albeit a small one. Why didn't the Obliviate charm work on you? I know the problem wasn't my spellwork. As he spoke, Hadrian lowered his wand and smoothly slid back into his uncomfortable wooden chair. The Gryffindor raised his left hand to touch his bare throat lightly before he focused and laughed. Confident, aren't you? The smile quickly faded as the empath felt exactly how self-assured he was. Brown eyes were suddenly excited. Merlin. How advanced are you, Walker? Hadrian's hand twitched towards his wand in irritation, but apparently his spike in aggression was enough to swiftly get Longbottom back on track. As an empath, I enjoy certain perks, if you will. He began. Like what? Hadrian interrupted. He was not above milking the other's talkative mood for his own purposes. That included rectifying his previous mistake and knowing the limits of what might be future problem. Can we tone down on the cunning and self-satisfying deviousness, here, please? Neville grimaced. Longbottom, I'm beginning to lose whatever patience I possess. Get on with it, he growled darkly. The Gryffindor sighed before leaning forward to fold his arms on the wooden table. From what I've read, and it has been limited, wizards and witches build their occlumency barriers on thoughts and memories. They are what you deal with every day, what is familiar to you. But, as an empath, I see the world through emotions. My mind is protected by shields someone who wasn't an empath would never be able to figure out, understand. It's difficult to explain, but normal magic users cannot invade and alter something where basic understanding of its nature is absent. When you attempted to wipe my memories, it was like asking a unicorn, a being incapable of understanding negative emotions, to cast the killing curse. Hadrian contemplated the information, turning it over in his mind. It was possible, he reasoned. What Longbottom had just explained, in fairly crude terms, was a key concept that applied to many magics. It was the reason that wizards couldn't cast goblin magic or ever begin to read the stars with the same instinctive talent as the centaurs. Hey, the indignant call caught his annoyed attention. I'm not something you can study, Walker. He smirked. Stop rifling through my emotions and you might not be so offended next time. Longbottom shrugged with a sheepish grin. I can't help it. You're interesting. Hadrian raised a brow. The chubby face looked confused for a moment before mortification suddenly morphed his features. Not in a stalkerish kind of way. Hadrian caught sight of one of the dusty tones out of the corner of his eye, and his thoughts were, once again, instantly inundated with the disasters he had been agonizing over for the past week. It was amazing that the question of Longbottom had managed to so completely distract as it was. It seemed that as soon as his mind had worked through and analyzed the possible repercussions and threat of the Gryffindor, in typical Slytherin self-preservation behavior, it switched focus. Do you want any help? The concerned voice of the empath had Hadrian gritting his teeth. How did you know where I was? He demanded harshly. Shrug. Easy. Your emotions have been screaming at me for the past week. You're crabby, worried, furious, scared. Longbottom raised his voice when Hadrian's back straightened and he looked as if he would interrupt. That is all wrapped up in some serious urgency. You don't seem the type to overreact or let someone sneak up on you, so do you want some help? Hadrian fumed at what he considered a highly distasteful invasion of privacy, and pulled the largest book towards him sharply. Letting his side glare tell the boy exactly what he thought of his offer an emotional rundown. I wouldn't do that. Hadrian inhaled slowly through his nose, trying to calm his raw temper. Why? He drawled softly, his tone hinting at threat. Because Professor Snape is looking for you. That caught his attention. He looked up at Longbottom, through his lashes. What? Your head of house was the professor in charge of supervising the compulsory dueling class today. Where you ought to have been. He was his normal, pissed off with the world, self, when he noticed that you weren't there. He asked your classmates if they knew of your whereabouts and, of course, they didn't. Oh, by the way, whatever has had Malfoy so distracted this past week is wearing off. He was curiously suspicious of your location. Great. Hadrian knew that he had been lucky that Draco's anger had clouded his thoughts and, consequently, logic, for the past few days because his acting had been less than inspired. Anyway, Snape's on a war path with you as the goal at the end of his trajectory. Good luck with that. Hadrian stood from his chair and began to pack up the numerous books surrounding him, including the ones spread all over the floor. The price, when he was feeling particularly vicious about his situation. So what's with the hyperactive joy, Longbottom? Hadrian finally called the Gryffindor on his suspicious lack of resentment or fear, as he swung his book bag onto his shoulder and turned to regard the silent empath. His companion must have felt his simmering wish to leave as his slight smile quickly melted away and a serious expression suddenly dominated his brown eyes. You knew, he declared. Hadrian tightened his grip on the bag strap before smirking lightly. It wasn't hard. Don't ever try something like the obliviate you pulled, again, Walker. Longbottom stated solemnly. Your grandmother doesn't know about gift. Hadrian ignored the small threat easily. Not the least bit perturbed. The empath shifted uncomfortably. No. But you did lie about her opinion of you, didn't you? Hadrian mocked. Longbottom's lips remained tight and a stubborn set to his jaw emerged. What are you really capable of, Neville? Hadrian watched as a thin facade of permanent puzzlement descended over unimaginative brown eyes. Before he turned, and began to walk away, his mind already free falling into his own chaotic problems. I won't say anything, Walker. Longbottom's call from behind him, momentarily recalled his attention. Hadrian stilled in his forward progress. A cruel, taunting smirk spread across red lips. Slowly, he turned his body, so that green locked with brown. I know. Faint, haunting chuckles floated through the deserted, shadowy section of the library. I never would have lowered my wand, otherwise. Song for this scene. Little Impulse by Michael Nyman from The Piano. Within the cold depths of Hogwarts dungeons, a lone figure danced hypnotically around a large cauldron filled to the brim with sinister, swirling green liquid. The sky outside was unendingly black with the extreme lateness of the hour. In fact, within the slumbering ancient halls of the magical institution only a sparse few were still aware. A sharp yell echoed down through the third floor as a cat took off after a fat, gray mouse, intent on hunting for its meal. 4 house elves were unaware of the age-old steps of the predator and prey below them as they cleaned the slime off the roof of the charms class, a messy prank gone wrong. The castle's headmaster paced distractedly within his study while a stalking Filch, intent on catching the darling couple up in the astronomy tower, barreled awkwardly up the lazy staircases. But it was the graceful young wizard that moved with such fluidity, which held the storm's attention and no other. Harsh waves of ice and snow beat at the impenetrable stone walls that were the castle's defense with rage and purpose. The blizzard churned angrily as the wind howled and swept the snow up to terrifying towers of height. The man bent smoothly to turn down the flame so the potion wouldn't boil over. A powerful, twin fork of lightning lit up the darkness ominously for but a moment. He crossed the deserted classroom floor to lean his hip against the wide window sill, pulling, from his back pocket, a folded sheet of parchment as he went. The thunder clapped spectacularly, shaking the ground beneath the forbidden trees as it watched the wizard. The figure silently transfigured a simple brown hair into an ink bottle and standard quill. Neat, flowing script began to form on the yellowing parchment. It wasn't the most beautiful cursive, too practical. Startling wind surged past the window, shaking the glass in their panes with its keen ferocity. The wizard's gaze never moved from where he was now signing his name with a flourish. He simply raised an open palm and placed it against the ice-encrusted glass, steadying the powerful tremors. Flecks of ice battered against the window, scraping the surface with hissing spurts of anger at the human intervention. The young man stood slowly, folding the letter carefully, before leaning forward and grasping a hold of the freezing, antique metal latch. Spinning pockets of soft snow fell to the ground in disbelieving excitement. The wild, chaotic tempest held its victory as the figure casually pushed the window open before standing silently, arms crossed, regarding the untamed black sky with unreadable, dull, green orbs. Lightning ripped through the heavens in triumph as Arctic wind wailed through the small break in the arrogant castle's defenses. Vengeful ice and joyful snow invaded the classroom in great gusts of activity. Thunder rolled languidly amongst the heavy clouds with more control, gazing down at the unmoving, unaffected wizard below. With no warning that any but the graceful figure seemed to identify, a large, pitch-black owl swooped strongly through the open window to land on one of the empty tables in the derelict space. Clusters of speeding air currents screeched loudly at the unseen animal and coiled tighter, whipping through and past the wizard's hair in fury. The man turned slightly. "Hello, Hades." He smirked at the bird as if they shared a strange secret, and ice bit at the exposed skin on his angled neck in testy annoyance. "Take this to Dimitri." Cultured darkness saturated the figure's words of instruction. The owl spread its sable wings, exposing an impressive wingspan. One beat of the appendages and it dived down to clutch the wizard's letter in its charcoal beak. "Hurry, Hades." The unique owl seemed to blink at his master in understanding before it spun around and braved the ice and storm. Dangerous currents of wind sought, in vain passion, to capture the sly escapee. It howled its fury and the young man watched, emotionless, as the ebony envoy skillfully escaped its intentions and vanished from all sight. The wizard stood, motionless, against the undeniable force of the frenzied snowstorm, watching the inky sky in silence. Lightning ignited in concentration, throwing splashes of lights across the sleeping stronghold. Tedious olive eyes were intense and absolutely still. The figure unmoving. Thunder answered, crashing proudly above the black lake, sending waves of shock through the surface water below. Rivulets of an astonishing verdant color began to fracture those irises. Wintry air circled the man, constricting, determined to get a closer look at the strange phenomenon. He breathed deeply, beeping in the freezing cold, ignoring the painful pins and needles continuing their gradual spread through his limbs in protest of the bitter cold. Eyes exploded with glowing emerald color and snow reared back only to return the subsequent instant. Thunder rumbled loudly in surprise. The wizard spun swiftly and returned to the now cold potion. He lifted 3 small, glass vials from the neighboring desk and dipped each one into the neon green liquid before stopping them with a simple cork. He breathed deeply. The figure reached out and grabbed an empty glass before skimming it across the wide surface of the cauldron's gently swirling potion. Ice nipped painfully at his fingers, demanding attention, but it didn't deter him. The young man's glowing eyes fluttered closed and he drank deeply. With a deafening crash, the empty glass shattered against the stone wall. Wind sped by with mocking amusement as the figure heaved quietly with the force he had put into the throw. The wizard just stood there for a while, breathing, before he opened his eyes and flicked his wand. The dangerous shards of glass and remainder of cold potion vanished. The chaotic tempest watched as the man scooped up the 3 vials and opened the classroom's door, quickly disappearing down the Arctic corridor. Lightning lit up the sky in a spectacular array of energy and thunder joined its laughter. Merciless ice and wind delighted in the broken defenses of the conceited 1,000-year-old structure. Emerald orbs fell closed, in exhaustion. Draco looked out across the crowds of rugged-up students and carpet of pristine white snow with a reluctant tick in his jaw. "Do you see him?" Daphne asked from beside him as she blew into the hands she had cupped to her mouth in an effort to get warm. "No." His tone rose warningly at the end. He was in no mood for one of her lectures. "I was just asking." She glared defensively. "What was Mother thinking when she sent me that note at breakfast? Make sure you sit with Hadrian on the train, Draco. I'm not going to be able to avoid him for the next 3 weeks and she wants me to start early." "Unbelievable," he muttered angrily into the charcoal scarf wrapped around his neck. "Perhaps, your mother was thinking that it would be easier on you not to have to go through the hassle of finding him when we get to King's Cross Station, Draco. Daphne said pointedly. He sighed. I know that. He replied in frustration, more to remind himself than her. Would that be him, do you think? Daphne asked as she pointed her finger off to the side. There, trudging amongst a pack of sixth-year Gryffindors, was Hadrian Walker. Finally, Draco breathed out angrily and started forward with Daphne at his side. Walker, he barked out. The Gryffindors quickly scattered at the B***'s appearance while the aforementioned individual looked up with an expressionless face. Yes, Draco, Walker asked as he came to a stop in front of the two. You're to sit with us on the train, he commanded. We've been standing out here freezing, while waiting for you, so hurry up. He motioned once with his hand to follow and started off. Is that really necessary, Malfoy? Draco paused at the unexpected response and turned back, but Daphne answered for him. Walker, the Malfoys have been kind enough to take you in, the least you could do is be gracious about it and show a little gratitude. She said. Draco looked at Walker. He knew that the boy hadn't been happy with the change in his circumstances from the meeting in the headmaster's office. Gratitude, the Slytherin outcast echoed numbly. The loud, 2-minute warning whistle of the train rang painfully through the frosty air. Come on, he beckoned the pair to follow him and swiftly made his way onto the train. The Malfoy heir led them through the coach's skinny walkway, past full compartments and multiple carriages. Will there be enough room in the cabin? Walker questioned softly from the back of their single-file organization. Draco didn't answer immediately. Instead, he came to a stop at a familiar compartment and slid open the glass door. Then, he twisted around. I'm certain, he sneered. Daphne followed him through the door, both of them shrugging out of their heavy overcoats, scarves and hats. Draco, what's Walker doing here? Nott asked, with a look of disdain aimed at the boy standing stupidly at the open doorway. Mother, he answered, and that seemed reason enough for his friends. Sit. He gestured impatiently to the empty seat next to Theo, waiting until Walker had sat down before he slid into his own beside Blaise. The others quickly got lost in superficial conversation, mindful of their unwanted guest, while Draco pulled out an advanced potions text. He didn't look up once, until about an hour into their journey. Walker hadn't even taken off his coat, he noted with annoyance. The boy was just staring, blankly, at the luggage overhang opposite him, above Draco. As if sensing his observance, Walker's eyes shifted to his. He held them for a moment, just long enough to convey to the other that he was far from embarrassed to be caught staring, before he went back to his book. Yes, Mother and Father just signed the final contract a week ago. Daphne said to Blaise, while pushing the dozing pansy off of her to rest against the vertical window pane. So, Astoria has herself a future husband and you still refuse to concede to an arranged marriage. Blaise smirked tauntingly. The witch glared heatedly. You know as well as I do, Blaise, that my parents are simply humoring me, as loath as I am to admit it. Father hinted that I would have a contract of my own before the year is out. She snapped angrily, clearly upset. It's not that bad. I'm going to marry some Swedish girl and Draco here is none of your business. The Malfoy heir finished. Theo grinned at him. Your mother is notoriously tight-lipped on the subject, Draco. Do you even know where you will be once you graduate? Far away from you, he quipped with an amused quirk to his lips. His eye caught the scrutinizing gaze of Walker and he felt a frown pull down between his brows. The stark difference had the attention of the others and they all turned to look at the object of his focus. What about you, Walker? Any marriage plans in the future? Did your mother arrange anything? Blaise mocked, placing particular sarcastic emphasis on the word. The other boy turned away stiffly. No. Well, you never know. Lady Malfoy may have something planned for you. Theo grinned tauntingly, clearly not believing his own words. Draco shot him a small glare, not appreciating the use of his mother in the targeted slur. To even jokingly suggest such a thing was abhorrent to him. As if Walker could ever be considered Malfoy enough for such an event to occur. Somehow, Walker's voice was low and rather strained. I doubt that. I'm going to go see where the hell the candy cart is, it should have been here at least half an hour ago. Pansy grinned, their discussion having woken her, before jumping up from her seat and leaving the compartment. I guess I better go check on my cousin as well, make sure that she's all right. Theo grumbled as he followed Pansy's path, shutting the glass door firmly behind him. I wonder if that's what the two of them are really doing. Blaze waggled his eyebrows. Daphne grimaced and hit him lightly on the bicep. I can do without your insinuations, Blaze. She sniffed. As his two best friends descended into a futile argument, Draco kept his eyes on his family's new ward. A sharp pecking on glass captured everyone's interest and the Beon turned to the window, only to feel his mouth drop open in shock. Merlin, if that isn't the biggest owl I've ever seen. Draco, is it yours? Blaze's tone held a sprinkling of awe as the pure blood shook his head. The owl was magnificent, regal, color of such undiluted blackness, he had never seen. Draco hurriedly rose to his feet to let the Titan messenger, which put his own fierce falcon to shame, inside the cabin. He was convinced that the awesome creature had only come to their compartment by mistake but was eager and willing to take advantage of the situation. He was in the process of reaching for the latch when a firm hand halted his actions. Walker, Daphne exclaimed, what are you doing? Let him go, she shouted. Draco scowled and angrily shook off the hand. Don't touch me, Walker. He growled, expecting the wizard to jump back at the clear threat in his tone. He didn't. Walker actually had the audacity to re-grip the hand, pushing the window open in a firmer hold. Malfoy. The boy's voice was hard but suddenly cut off. Draco drove his sharp elbow deep into the other's soft belly, barely registering the furious, piercing screech that was muffled by the rushing wind, glass insulation and train engines outside. Don't touch me, he glared down at the winded Walker, who had fallen to the floor at the unseen swiftness of the attack. Draco sneered furiously and opened the window with a powerful forward thrust. Mercury's eyes widened. The large owl shot through the space and Draco hurriedly twirled around. Walker. The glorious bird had landed next to Hadrian, who was sitting up and wiping away the small bit of dirt on his cheek with the back of his hand. The other reached out to stroke the bristling owl in reassurance. Is that your owl? Daphne's tone was disbelieving. Hadrian plainly ignored her as he hauled himself up from the floor and into his own seat, leaning forward to take the letter from its talons. Why did you try to stop me from letting it in? Draco demanded as he crossed his arms over his chest. It was the wizard's own fault if he was hurt. He waited impatiently for an answer. The least Walker could do was make eye contact. Because, the word was hard and soft. Hades isn't a real big fan of people. I thought I would do you a kind service and save you from the bloody scratches on your arm. The clipped retort had Draco looking down in surprise. He hadn't even felt them. Tried a little hard, didn't you? Daphne pressed. I hadn't believed, at the time, that my actions would result in being winded and bruised. Rest assured, I shall never let my common decency guide my actions around your company again. Draco hid his amusement. It had been a particularly cutting reply for an amateur. What species is your owl, Walker? Draco inquired, watching as those depthless black eyes surveyed the three of them coolly. Apparently, its observation was the only one needed as Hadrian had yet to raise his gaze to look at them. It seems remarkably intelligent. Walker slid his letter into the inside pocket of his coat, making no move to break the particularly flamboyant wax seal in their presence. I don't know. Walker's words were stilted and Draco narrowed his eyes. His lack of knowledge was an unlikely fact, but he let it go. The pureblood couldn't think of a reason the other would want to lie anyhow. Aren't you going to open your letter? Blaze gestured imperiously. The sable courier turned and flew out into the sky with a single beat of its powerful wings. Its unexpected action forcing Daphne to move backwards hastily with an unpleasant grimace. No, eyes locked intently on the cabin's old, burgundy carpet. Silver light, from the full moon outside, cast sinister shadows and shapes through the heavy curtains partially drawn back from the windows. A perfectly manicured fingernail slowly traced the path of a thin, white scar on the open palm of his hand. According to his calculations, the mark should have disappeared 7 days ago at the very latest. Crimson eyes glinted eerily as they considered the small imperfection in silence. He had been incorrect, it seems. The elegant, long-fingered hand slowly twisted, as, one by one, the fingers curled into a loose fist. How unexpected. He brushed the tip of his wand against his chin in amused thought. What had the boy done? Hadrian had to try very hard not to sneer as he looked up at the imposing beauty of Malfoy Manor. There wasn't another house, building or person in sight. The estate's grounds were far too extensive to be seen from only one particular vantage. The manor, he noted with derision, was shaped like a three-sided cube. A ridiculously sized cube, with hundreds of sparkling windows and a grand outside flight of steps that extended nearly 10 meters in length. Hadrian watched his school companion as he strode quickly ahead of him, letting the disgusted curl of his lips flutter across his face, safe, in the knowledge that no one was around to see it. As far as he was concerned, the bee-owned boy was lucky he had made it home with both his legs still functioning. The pair had left King's Cross Station in total silence. Neither saying a word, Malfoy had glided through the platform barrier with his nose stuck in the air without even a glance behind to check if his housemate was following or had been understandably lost in the sea of people. Hadrian hadn't bothered to ask any details of how they were getting to Malfoy Manor, because honestly, he didn't care to know. He'd simply scrunched his toes in his boots and followed Draco as they walked away from the more populated places of Muggle London, carefully undoing the Ministry's charm for detection of underage magic as he went. There was no way in hell that he would step 1 foot inside Malfoy Manor without having full access to his magic. He had been caught unawares as the B***'s hand suddenly snapped backwards and pressed an object against his person. The unpleasant swirling of the portkey brought them to a deserted, wide expanse of green landscape, only broken by a motionless, black carriage clearly waiting for them on the small country lane. Hadrian had allowed his body to fall heavily onto the moist ground, ignoring the uncomfortable jarring of his neck from the purposefully clumsy landing. "Get up, Walker," Draco had called over his shoulder as he started for the carriage, having successfully landed on his feet. "I will not wait for you, and it's a 30-mile walk." Willing himself not to murder the brat that had been fanning his temper all day, Hadrian climbed to his feet and brushed his green-stained palms roughly against his trousers. Dimitri's letter, inside the B-East pocket of his robes, crinkling noisily in protest of his movements. Hadrian walked to the carriage briskly. The Malfoy heir would never know how close to danger he had come today. When Hades had flown into the train compartment carrying the much-anticipated reply, he had had to forcibly stop himself from cursing the bee-owned pureblood as he reached out to let the black owl inside. A covetous expression had dominated Malfoy's aristocratic features as Hadrian had wrapped a firm grip around his arm, stopping his actions. He wasn't just about to sit back and allow the idiots to read Dimitri's reply. And they would have, given the opportunity. He had been completely shocked when that sharp elbow had knocked him to the cabin floor. He hadn't expected Malfoy to use Muggle methods. The Slytherins had been purposely attempting to push his buttons all day and his mood had been less than generous, running on a slow simmer. When Hadrian had looked up, into those three arrogantly sneering faces with Hades's black eyes furious through the thick glass, Hadrian had had to do something that he never thought would be needed. In his 4th year he had read a potions book which had made a reference to a witch or wizard releasing excess magic into their environment to dissipate peacefully. Actually accomplishing such a feat needed large amounts of control and an uncommonly deep understanding and connection to one's own magical core. He had researched it and found that such a method could, in a sense, cool emotions, as magic was saturated in them. Hadrian had had to actually send a pulse of his magic through the train's underbelly, into the ground. His magic and anger had responded so efficiently to the unforeseen attack that he had been left with no other option, which maddened him to no end. He could only hope, at this point, that the magical spike had gone unnoticed, too far away from both Hogwarts and the Ministry to be registered as anything other than the normal magical currents. He hadn't ever thought he would actually have to use it. He kept such a hold on his emotions at all times that he didn't ever allow it to build to such an extent that he would need to take such drastic action. Even in the headmaster's office, when his rage and control had been balancing on a knife's edge, he hadn't needed to. He had controlled his magic from the outset. He hadn't let it accumulate. He had anticipated. On the train, he hadn't been expecting Draco's physical assault. The incredible speed with which his emotions and magic had reacted was a skill Hadrian had fought for years to control. He had practiced and practiced for hours so that he didn't need to call his magic to the surface. So, that aspect of a rebuttal was second nature. Quick. His temper had been building steadily. The stress from having had to take the second dose of the potion, Raven's silence, Narcissa Malfoy's interference. Hadrian had had to act swiftly, hope that it would go unseen. It was either release the magic buildup so it could settle into the surroundings quietly or unleash it. Draco had been lucky. His magic was a mirror of his state of mind. It was stressed, feeling threatened, paranoid to an extent and itching to release some tension. It would have been violent in its retribution. The carriage ride was spent in merciful silence. Hadrian guessed that Malfoy wished to show, with his lack of speech, exactly how unhappy he was with his presence. Despite his situation, Hadrian let himself take some small measure of childish pleasure from that fact. 5 minutes into the bumpy journey they crossed into the magically protected and secure land of the dark pureblood family. Hadrian's eyes sharpened with thought as he felt the telltale slide of the wards slither across his body. He made note of their geographical location and, despite himself, was impressed by the power and scope of the ancient protections. From what little he had been able to garner from the ward's 2-second examination of him, they were extensive. All the basics were there: anti-apparition, anti-portkey, some pretty complicated structures to deal with flow access, Andy's eyebrows Rocinemagus detection. That particular ward would magically inform the owner of the property as to the form of the animagus and place a subtle tracing charm to monitor their location. It was a highly specialized ward and not many bothered with it. It was designed to capture, not repel. Apparently, according to the ministry, the ward was dangerous and a gross invasion of privacy. Hadrian would estimate less than 5 pureblood families within Britain had the funds and determination to erect such a targeted defense. Interesting. Who was Lucius Malfoy, willing to spend a small fortune in gold, trying to keep out? He wasn't yet capable of recognizing the older wards. The ones specially designed for the Malfoy manor hundreds of years ago, but he was able to taste their flavor. It was the first step in ward understanding, to be able to identify through mood. The older ones reeked of strength and malice, with a strong will to protect. In other words, Hadrian might not know exactly what they were, but he knew that they were geared to the physical protection of the occupants and that they would attack rather than defend against intruders. Hadrian's mouth twisted slightly as he watched his companion stalk through the open entrance doors, easily 3 meters high, without a word. Clearly expecting him to just follow. He let his eyes take in the beautifully manicured landscape behind him before forcing his steps to follow. One day, Hadrian would be able to read and analyze those wards in mere seconds. Effortlessly bend them to his will and dominance one day. The sight that met him was far from pleasurable. Narcissa Malfoy, in all her glory, stood straight at the sight of him, letting go of the soft embrace she had wrapped her son in. "Mr. Walker," she nodded once in greeting. She turned slightly, her pale blue satin gown moving lazily to gather around her slim form rather flatteringly. "Lady," he murmured back. "Come inside." "Hadrian, may I call you Hadrian?" she asked innocently, ignoring her son's huff of annoyance. "No, of course." "Then you must call me Narcissa." She delivered the politically correct reply smoothly. "That manipulative, evil, thank you, lady," he spoke softly. Words were not immediately voiced as her ice-cold eyes continued to stare at him, but the impatient Malfoy air quickly rectified that. "Mother is father home." "No, dragon, dragon." Hadrian's eyes widened minutely in sickened amusement at the pet name, but the reaction was too subtle for the bee-owned boy to catch as he threw a threatening look in his direction, daring him to laugh. "Lucius is at the ministry, for an all-night session. Then he is scheduled to go to France for some business. I expect him to return the day after next." Draco sighed in disappointment, and Hadrian watched as Lady Malfoy's blue eyes softened as she stared at her son before the ice returned with a lightning glance in his direction. He raised a brow in silent askance, feigning obliviousness. While more pronounced a reaction than he would have expected from her, the defensive body language was something he was very familiar with. It was something nearly all purebloods seemed to do when caught experiencing an actual emotion. "Please, Draco Hadrian, come." Mrs. Malfoy spoke. I requested for dinner to be served an hour early this evening. I know that 2 growing young men, such as yourselves, must have their sustenance. From my own days as a student, I recall with perfect clarity that the train's candy cart was hardly enough to satisfy the appetite. Hadrian ground his teeth together as a small, delicate laugh escaped the woman. All he wanted to do was get to his room, far away from them, and read the letter that was burning a hole in his robes. Now she wanted dinner. It was only 5. He cleared his throat softly and adopted a slightly shy expression. While that's extraordinarily kind of you, Lady Malfoy. Narcissa, dear, after all, you are family now. The soft trill interrupted Hadrian's own measured words, but there was an undercurrent of steel that did not escape the nicely wrapped order. Mother. Draco growled softly, clearly upset with his mother's welcoming persona. But Hadrian knew better than the Malfoy heir. Narcissa Malfoy's voice and body language may be summery and sweet, utterly disarming, but it did nothing but put him on edge. She was acting a part. She was acting in such an obvious way that was meant to be caught, designed to be caught. By him. Hadrian's spine straightened. Sky blue eyes were cold and arctic. Openly hostile. There was no doubt in her eyes. She was sending him a message. His fingers flexed. This was her home, her family, and she was not fooled by him. She knew that he was capable of being a threat, and she was telling him that she, at least, was watching him closely. Hadrian drew in a sharp breath. Narcissa, he said calmly, I thank you for the thought, but I'm really not hungry. If you would be kind enough to simply direct me to my sleeping quarters, I won't keep you and Draco from your meal. There is no rational thought progression she could have followed that would lead to their one meeting in the headmaster's office to generate that level of unequivocal certainty in her gaze. Her reaction didn't follow sense. Walker. Draco frowned, clearly not wishing his classmate to join them, but irritated to see his mother's invitation immediately refused. You can't be serious. Hadrian held gazes with the Malfoy lady and was quick enough to catch a fluttering of doubt in her eyes at his impassive expression. Truthfully, Narcissa's threat could never intimidate him enough for an induced facial reaction. She clearly hadn't told her son of whatever suspicions she was harboring, so there must still be doubts. Add that to the fact that all she could have possibly garnered from their meeting was that he was slightly more intelligent than he appeared. There was no reason to worry. He turned to his classmate. I didn't sleep well last night and don't wish to bore you. I really would prefer to just retire for the evening. Draco huffed in irritation. You didn't even eat on the train, Walker. And I didn't see you in the Great Hall for breakfast. You must be hungry. His foot was tapping, and Hadrian had the impression that the bee-owned boy was forcing the words out. It wasn't that he was concerned for his well-being. Rather, he didn't want Hadrian to get his own way while staying in his house. Oh, well, then. I insist, Hadrian. Narcissa spoke decisively. It should have closed the matter, and the two were already turning to walk into the side door, but Hadrian wasn't ready to let this slide. It was small, it was petulant, but he wouldn't have them dictating his life. He had always done precisely what he wanted while manipulating it to seem to those around him as if they were calling the shots. Unfortunately, he didn't have the patience right now to smooth this over. He had had a long day, and Dimitri's letters seemed to be literally gathering weight by the second. I apologize, Mrs. Malfoy. He said, I hadn't wished to say this earlier, but it seems that your son's concern has forced my hand. Hadrian forced his mouth to form a small smile of surprised gratitude. I'm not feeling 100% and took a headache potion before I left Hogwarts. It's beginning to wear off and I'd really just like to lie down. Forceful, yet guaranteed to work. What was Narcissa going to do? He thought with vague amusement as he watched her eyes fluctuate between aggravation, reluctance, and acquiescence. Not allow a sick child to go to bed. If she was going to put on a mask of cheerful welcome, she would have to suffer through its limitations as well as its benefits. Very well, she sighed. Cordy, a female house elf, popped in, listening dutifully to the quiet instructions of her mistress to show Hadrian to his room across the corridor from Draco's. Thank you, he murmured politely, impatient to leave. He would know tomorrow whether Narcissa felt her suspicions of him important enough to tell her son. If it were so, the male pureblood would be simple enough to read and he would deal with it then. We have breakfast at 7, Hadrian. Mrs. Malfoy's voice was delicate but cold. Of course, good night. He bowed slightly and followed the elf up the main staircase quickly. Hadrian followed the eagerly jabbering creature in silence, not paying the slightest bit of attention to the ongoing monologue concerning the manor's history. He was too busy taking in his surroundings with sharp eyes. He was determined to know the way back to the entrance hall by himself in the morning. The manor was very large and the architecture, in itself, was part of its defenses. The corridors and stairs and rooms had no logical pattern. The old family homes had all been built with a specific want for chaos. To slow down any intruders. His lips quirked. Paranoid bunch, weren't they? Ironically, a building constructed to be specifically chaotic inevitably developed a system, a pattern of some kind. Perhaps a long staircase followed by 2 corridors with 1 window and then 3 angled stairs that joined with a circular arc. That was the pattern of Nadine Manor. Of course, it was drastically smaller than the main ancestral home of the Malfoy clan, having only been a dowry gift from the Blacks, but the principle was the same. He would just have to figure it out. Following an intense sequence of twists and turns, down corridors and up steps, Hadrian stopped abruptly, an innocently eager door catching his undivided attention. "Mr. Hadrian," the elf squeaked in surprise as she quickly backtracked. From what he could see, the room was filled with books. It was only an average-sized area, so Hadrian knew it couldn't possibly be the enormous Malfoy library that Draco had continuously bragged about in their first 3 years of school. Perhaps a study. Knowing that it was a high possibility that the house elf would be asked by its mistress, whether he had said or asked anything, as it was showing him to his rooms, he shifted focus. Hadrian pointed towards the richly colored rug hanging on the white plaster wall immediately beside the open door housing his real curiosity. "Do you know anything about that rug?" He tried to show only calm intrigue, so as to limit the importance of the event in the creature's mind if the elf did indeed report back to her mistress. Green ears perked up and eyes, previously wide with confusion, smiled with pride. "Oh, yes, that is a favorite of old Master Abraxas that was. He bought it in Spain for a present to the minister's wife. Buddha keeps it, I guess." Cordy don't know why. Her ears drooped slightly. "I can ask Master, if you would like me to, Mr. Hadrian." No. He brushed the question aside. "It simply caught my eye." He motioned the elf to move on from the dark medieval figured rug. Pleased to see that the creature looked to have quickly forgotten the detour of topic. "Young Master's room is across from yours down that hall." Hadrian glanced down the corridor to see Draco's door about 5 meters from his. "Perfect. Yours is in here." The elf pushed open the pine double doors to a large and rich earthy emerald and bronze painted room. Immediately, Hadrian's eyes swept the space. There was a king-sized 4-poster bed on the far wall, situated neatly between 2 curtained windows, and a sitting area. A long, mint-colored couch and fluffy armchair surrounded a gently burning fire off to the right, giving the entire bedroom a soft, yet crisp look. Hadrian noted the stand-alone wardrobe next to what must be the adjoining bathroom with annoyance. He would have preferred to have an awful set of rooms instead of the tasteful luxury of this one. In his mind it was only right. He was being forced to stay here, prison for the elites, if you will, the decor should reflect that. "You may leave now." Hadrian dismissed the house elf. The loud crack of the creature's compliance didn't immediately settle his nerves. Instead, he waited, completely still. Craning his neck to the side, he listened carefully for any soft noises that would point to a proximity or warning spell being erected directly outside his door. He wouldn't put it past the Malfoys to use more than a plethora of paintings to keep an eye on his movements. Sensing and hearing no such measures or anything other than silence, Hadrian straightened his neck and focused his eyes on the painting hanging discreetly above the fireplace. It was a landscape, not a portrait, but still, it would allow the other paintings to peek in on him whenever they felt like, or were ordered to by their masters. In the silence, still standing but 3 paces into his living quarters, Hadrian let his wand slide down the sleeve of his robe, grasping it lightly. His eyes watched for any flicker of movement within the canvas as he raised his wand and wordlessly flicked the wood in a short, jerky motion. The painting's frame flickered with a light blue color that would tell Hadrian if another portrait was entering the field. He smirked. It was incredible how many useful spells there were in household cleaning manuals. This particular one was meant to be used to analyze how much dust was covering the paint. A spell designed for the lazy pureblood to find out if the whole house needed a more vigorous cleaning because the house elves were slacking off. Hadrian chuckled as he made his way over to the bed, pulling out his shrunken school trunk as he went. He'd simply tweak the spell to stay active instead of dissipating and to have the capability to recognize movement. While he now knew that the painting was absent of all but the smallest dust particles, as you would expect in Malfoy Manor, it didn't take away from the fact that what had initially been a decidedly useless piece of magic was now priceless. Hadrian enlarged his trunk before turning to look at the room in its full entirety. He'd already checked for listening charms and was pleased to find none. If Mrs. Malfoy hadn't put any kind of spying spell work through his room, that he could detect, and he was confident that none would have escaped his detailed appraisal, she mustn't know anything concrete. Of course, there was the theory that she didn't bother because she believed him capable of identifying beyond newt-level charms, but Hadrian found that highly unlikely. There was nothing that she could possibly know that would lead her to such an outrageous conclusion. The moment Hadrian believed the room was as secure and private as it could be within Malfoy Manor, he pulled the crumpled letter from his beast pocket and broke the black wax Cardus family crest, sealing shut the expensive parchment. Hadrian, my friend, I went to Nadine Manor, as you requested I did. As you had anticipated, my previous access through the wards had been revoked. I used the vial of blood which you sent me, as you indicated for me to do if such an event occurred. The wards would not let me through, Hadrian. Even with your blood. As far as I can suggest, it seems as though Madame Nadine has closed the property to all but herself. I wasn't able to gain access to the site in order to ascertain her health or state as you had asked me to do. I am sorry. The only way in which you are going to get into that house, Hadrian, would be to some way tear those wards down. The security is too tight. There is no loophole that I could detect which one might be able to slip through. Perhaps Hadrian, perhaps you should think of consulting Julian on the matter. You know as well as I that his uncle is a ward master. He may be able to help you. Stay safe, Dmitri. Hadrian scrunched the letter tightly within his fist, eyes glaring blackly at the dark wood floor. What was Raven playing at? Was she trying to drive him crazy with worry? He had been sure that in the likely occasion that the Russian's access had been barred from the house that his blood would be enough to let the man through so that he could check on Raven. He pointed his wand toward the ball of paper he had thrown away and watched blankly as it burned. Contact Julian. Hadrian's lips twisted into a mocking smile. He had the displeasure of meeting Julian's uncle, the supposed ward master, a year ago. The man had no right going around announcing himself as such. The man was no ward master. He was the most senior and skilled curse breaker employed by Gringotts in Eastern Europe, and he had possessed a mastery in ancient runes. He was a highly sought-after specialist, to be sure. But he wasn't a ward master. Hadrian scoffed. A ward master was capable of devastation. They could analyze and unravel spells as quickly as they were being fired at them. Their work wasn't simply defenses around buildings. A true ward master had to know dark blood magics. Where a group of 5 wizards and witches would be needed to erect a powerful ward, a master of the art knew the magic so intensely that all he needed was his own magical core, and it would be done in a fraction of the time. The difference between a highly skilled specialist and a master couldn't have been larger. It irked him something fierce to know that Julian's uncle was masquerading as such. His mind returned to Raven as Dimitri's words floated through his mind. If she had the capability to keep such a rigid control over the manor's wards, which were drawing the extra power of her requests directly from her magical core, Raven's condition couldn't be dire. In which case Hadrian tensed and the grip on his wand slipped. She must simply not wish to speak to him. His emotions cooled significantly and his eyes grew icy at the painful realization. His mother had broken off all communication. Here he was, trying his damnedest to fend off the Dark Lord's parasitic spell, looking down the accelerating tunnel of having no other option but to take a 3rd dose of the Greca's Trillium potion, and she was. Hadrian closed his eyes tightly. Fine. He had humiliated himself enough attempting to get in contact with her, worrying if she were all right. He wouldn't allow, and quite honestly, couldn't afford, to have Raven keep dominating his thoughts. Hadrian needed to find an answer which was better than the vials of neon green potion lying deep within his school trunk. Memory of that subtly hidden room filled to the brim with countless volumes flashed across his mind's eyes. He would need to be careful. The Malfoy Lord wouldn't be in the manor until the day after next, and who knew who might accompany him on his trip home. Hadrian's eyes narrowed in thought. The Dark Lord, he was sure, would be wondering how he had held out against the pain of the spell for this long. If he was correct, Lord Voldemort would have a matching scar on the palm of his own hand, where his blood had been used to activate the spell. This type of link was intrinsically dark in nature, and blood was what made it binding. Old spell work, such as this, was unrefined, organic, raw. The archaic magics worked in basic orders. Avenue, partner, mentor. It was up to the magic user who instigated the spell to direct its purpose. A South Avenue bond could be say UAL, menial labor, a magical battery, for Merlin's sake. The ways in which the user could manipulate the spell to form a purpose and outcome were endless. But they still came under one of those basic orders. It was the spell's personality. The loss of control terrified him. Hadrian had no intention of ever finding out what the purpose of such a connection was for. Even if the Malfoy Patriarch had been home, and consequently more sensitive to any changes or alterations he made to any wards surrounding restriction to books, he couldn't have waited. Hadrian glanced behind him, looking out the window at the steadily darkening sky. It would be hours before he could be certain the manor's occupants were asleep, and the wait was going to be excruciating. Eyes widening, the soft bell in the back of his mind had Hadrian moving swiftly. He leaning back on the bed and threw an arm over his eyes, letting his legs dangle limply. Slowing his breathing so that his chest rose slowly, Hadrian made a picture-perfect example of a fast-asleep teenage boy too lazy and exhausted to even change and get beneath the bed covers before collapsing onto the bed. He kept his body absolutely still and made certain that his simulated deep sleep breaths never paused in their measured rhythm. "Lee, the boy can't be sleeping." Hadrian had to strain to hear the barely audible whispers of the spying portraits. "He's supposed to still be in Hogwarts, he's not on the verge of death. Who goes to bed before 6 in the evening? Keep your voice down," a raspy male voice ordered sharply. "The mudblood can't possibly hear me, Trius." A young, female voice sneered, but Hadrian noted that she did indeed quieten her volume despite the words. "This is the urchin Narcissa has volunteered to house. What possessed her? He looks like a recipe for disgrace." Beneath the arm covering his face, the corners of Hadrian's eyes crinkled in annoyance. The paintings were uttering the same words he had heard whispered and shouted countless times within the halls of the school castle. "Well," Hadrian strained to hear the woman's mumbled words, "as I heard it, Lazarus told Mimi, who heard from the cherub on the 5th-floor south wing, that Helios saw Narcissa come back into the manor a few days ago. He managed to catch some of her words because she was muttering so angrily. Apparently, the Dark Lord doesn't want, and in fact ordered, that the boy should not come to harm during his stay. And..." Hadrian inhaled sharply through his nose, immediately silencing the gossiping pair. Heart hammering in his ears, Hadrian desperately tried to salvage the situation. Letting the Indron air escape through his mouth in an awkward grunt, he worked to level out his breathing once again. The action decidedly more difficult this time round. The Dark Lord was somehow involved in this. Was Voldemort the motivation Narcissa Malfoy had to so persistently argue and demand the rights to his guardianship? Was that bastard the reason he was stuck here? Dothingcut Bloodking. Hadrian kept a hold of his temper as his thoughts raced, quickly putting the puzzle together. There was some more whispering that he didn't have a hope of making out, but he was relieved when the moles decided to depart, no doubt to talk freely in a more secure part of the manor. As soon as his tweaked detection charm informed him of their complete absence, Hadrian lifted his forearm from his eyes and glared balefully up at the ceiling. That manipulative bastard! Hadrian scrubbed his eyes furiously as he walked down the empty hallway on his way to breakfast. He had spent the last 2 nights searching through books with no results. He'd found plenty of interesting information from volumes he knew to be balancing on the precipice between legal and illicit, but nothing that would help him. He'd only slept for 3 hours during his last night at Hogwarts, and these past 2 sleepless nights were really starting to wear on him. Good morning, Hadrian. Lady Malfoy's greeting was quiet as he walked through the doors to the dining room, 4 minutes before 7. Morning. He nodded back. Hadrian noted, with disinterest, that Draco had yet to appear. Continuing further into the room, he pulled out the seat that had been assigned to him yesterday morning. I trust you slept well. Ah, polite conversation. Hadrian glanced at the open doors, suddenly wishing for the Malfoy heir's presence. Yes, he murmured back, reaching for the teapot. He vaguely remembered what sleeping felt like. Hadrian. The sharp call of his name had him glancing up at the witch in bewilderment. What could he have possibly done wrong now? Her mouth was pinched tightly and her back was ramrod straight in the velvet-seated chair. I do not know what manners you grew up with, Hadrian. His mood darkened at the obvious insult. In my house, we do not serve ourselves until all those who are eating are present. She informed, her eyes flashing. Understood. Hadrian breathed out harshly through a disbelieving laugh. Keeping his eyes locked with her challenging ice blue, he slowly lowered the silver teapot back onto the table. He smiled thinly. Perfectly. Hello, Mother. Hadrian didn't bother following the woman's distracted gaze as Draco strode confidently into the room. He briefly entertained the idea of pouring himself that cup of tea now, before the Beyond had taken a seat. Technically, all those who were eating were now present, he internalized bitterly. It was her own fault that she had left room to wriggle within her words. But he didn't. No use antagonizing Narcissa over something so trivial. Especially, as Hadrian knew she hadn't told her son her suspicions about him. He would merely be giving her reservations fuel to burn. His classmate threw him a displeased look as he took his own seat beside him. Mother, Blaise owled me this morning. Draco leaned forward in his seat as Narcissa nodded her head to show she was listening. Everyone's meeting in Diagon Alley at 10, to go look at the new broomstick. You know, the one that's just been released. Hadrian withheld a snort. This is what the Slytherins did in their holidays. Caught up like 70-year-old women to gossip. That explained a lot. And who is everyone, Draco? Lady Malfoy asked softly, but Hadrian could tell by the humoring expression on her face that she had already decided to allow her son to go. Well, Hadrian let his mind float away from the deliriously boring conversation to his fruitless search. Lucius Malfoy was scheduled to arrive at the manor today, and he had been extra careful in reapplying the wards around the study earlier this morning. He had been startled, at first, to find wards of only moderate strength protecting the books. He had been sure that he had somehow missed something, but quickly reasoned that the conspicuous location was a larger defense than almost any magical protection. The sound of his name drew his attention quite effectively. Yes, all right, Dragon. Just be sure to be home for dinner. No doubt, your father will have arrived back by then. You and Hadrian should probably be leaving by 9:45 to ensure a timely arrival. His head snapped around, eyes wide. Did she just say, Mother? Draco's voice had adopted a very unflattering squawk of outrage and his cheeks flushed with color. I'm not bringing Walker. Hadrian quickly set down his lukewarm tea and nodded his full agreement, cursing internally. He couldn't think of a worse way to spend most of his day. Flittering from shop to shop with his Slytherin classmates should likely kill them after hours of uninterrupted exposure. Draconis Lucius Malfoy. Mrs. Malfoy's wintry caution cowed her son instantly. Hadrian bit his lip harshly. Was the idiot completely spineless? He refilled his nearly empty teacup, needing something to distract him from wanting to glare at the Beyond with lethal disdain. Hadrian is our responsibility, your responsibility. You shall indeed. Excuse me, he cut in softly. Narcissa seemed to draw back into herself before turning to face him without emotion, while Draco simply tensed in anger. I don't think I was invited. I would feel awfully intrusive and rude accompanying Draco. It would indeed be rude to stain the popular alley with the hard-to-remove color of his housemate's blood. The Malfoy heir sent his mother a look that clearly said, see. Before a frown wrinkled his brow and he spun around to look at his unwanted guest. Wait, he laughed in disbelief, you don't want to go. His eyes were mocking. Clearly the thought of the Slytherin outcast not actually wishing to associate with his friends and himself had never crossed his mind. Faced with the proof of Hadrian's deadpan face, It was amusing watching the boy try to grapple with what he believed to be an impossible notion. I really would prefer to just stay here, he confessed with a carefully calculated sheepish grin. This particular degree of shyness crossed with clumsy humor, he had found, disarmed almost everyone. I'm afraid that just isn't possible, Hadrian. It appeared that Narcissa was not, almost everyone. Why wasn't he surprised? I need to leave the manor for the day to call on some acquaintances and I don't want you being here all by yourself. What if something happened to you? There wouldn't be anyone here to help. Lady Malfoy said calmly. Translation. What if he stuck his nose somewhere it wasn't wanted while nobody was here to monitor his movements? That's what she meant. Absently, Hadrian wondered if these unnamed acquaintances of hers were the escaped convicts of Azkaban, Bellatrix Lestrange, in particular. The brief musing was quickly pushed to the back of his mind. There are the house elves, madam. He pointed out softly, knowing full well that the refusal to use her first name would irritate her. The witch had used his first name every chance she had in the past 2 days. As if it symbolized some invisible power she had over him. She smiled back tightly. Still, I would feel far more comfortable if you accompanied Draco and his friends. He was sure she would. What are the others going to say if I just turn up with Walker, mother? Draco finally piped in, his reasoning so pathetic Hadrian wished he hadn't opened his mouth at all. It was a lost cause. Nothing they could possibly say would sway her. The fact was, she needed to leave the manor and didn't want Hadrian left to his own devices. Unless his neck twitched in thought. Are we to be back for lunch, Mrs. Malfoy? He questioned innocently. The woman had been pedantic about all meals being eaten together since his skipping dinner that first night. There were to be no more exceptions. Hadrian watched as her lips tightened even further. No. Just dinner. Her tone was clipped and cold. He smiled crookedly. All right, Merlin, Walker, so help me, if you embarrass me in any way. The Malfoy heir let the threat hang as he pushed Hadrian's soot-covered body off his own and stalked through the crowded leaky cauldron. Malfoy, wait, he called out, getting to his feet swiftly and chasing after the Beyond. The pureblood was in the process of tapping the bricks in the familiar sequence that opened the magical portal to Diagon Alley. Malfoy. Hadrian rolled his eyes at the juvenile behavior of his companion as he continued forward, acting as though he couldn't hear him. Having had quite enough, Hadrian tilted the wand within his sleeve at a cane basket hanging from one of the shop fronts on Malfoy's path. With an audible snap, the thick rope broke and the large basket fell directly in front of the dark heir, halting his steps long enough for Hadrian to catch up. It was a pity that the B***'s progress had slowed at the last instant, attention caught on a passing shop window. The cane basket would have fallen directly on top of him, otherwise. Malfoy. What? The boy swung round angrily and fixed him with a glare. What could you possibly have to say, Walker? Isn't it enough that you're barging in on my time with my friends, uninvited? What? Hadrian didn't let his face show how unimpressed with the boy's uncouth behavior he was. Instead, he let his eyes conveniently drift behind Draco. Malfoy looked over his shoulder at what had caught his attention and his cheeks abruptly colored. Curious bystanders were openly staring at the spectacle the pair was making of themselves in confusion. Before he had a chance to speak, Hadrian cut in. I need to get some school supplies, Malfoy. I know that you don't wish for my company, and he could think of several torture curses he would rather suffer through than be in the Slytherin's presence. So, I'm going to make myself scarce until we need to flow back to Malfoy Manor. Mercury's eyes narrowed. No, he smirked. It was the first Slytherin expression that he had seen on the boy's face all morning. I have a better idea. Hadrian raised his eyebrow. You will get whatever you need to get within 3 hours and then come back here. The others and I will be waiting and you can spend the rest of the day carrying our bags, with no magical help, being absolutely silent. Malfoy took a step closer to him, invading his space. I don't want to know that you're there. You will act as our personal house elf, okay? You jump, when I say jump. A sneer painted his lips and Hadrian had to forcibly move his eyes away from him. Not trusting his optical glamour to hold due to the level of rage storming through him. Am I clear, Walker? He taunted. It's either that, or you can put on your tea cozy right now. Your choice. 3 hours, Malfoy, he echoed, before abruptly turning and walking back the way they'd come. As soon as he felt the Malfoy heir's eyes leave his back, he quickened his pace and allowed a dark scowl to form across his features. They had left the manor an hour later than Lady Malfoy had patronizingly advised, so it was currently 11. Draco would expect him to be out the front of the wizarding pet shop at 2. They wouldn't start looking for him seriously until 3, maybe 3:30. Hadrian estimated that he had 5 hours until Lady Malfoy was made aware of his disappearance at 4. She would likely inform her husband of his absence and they would alert their network. They would have people and creatures attempting to locate him from 4:15 until 7, which was when dinner started. 8 hours. He had 8 hours. If the Dark Lord was indeed behind his change of guardian, green grew brighter as a heart-stopping glare sharpened his eyes. As Hadrian knew he was. Hadrian would have until dinner, at the very earliest, before the man was told, he suspected. The Malfoys wouldn't be eager to tell their master. They would wait and give their web of contacts a chance to locate him. After all, he was certain, missing, qualified as harm. He sneered spitefully. He had just short of 8 hours. Exiting the pub, Hadrian turned sharply down the side alley. That way, Lord Voldemort need never know of his spontaneous excursion. He doubted his guardians would tell the Dark Lord after he returned. They would, undoubtedly, wish to keep their security blunder under wraps, so as to avoid any possible punishment. His lip lifted in a snarl. The Slytherin Five would just have to suffer through their shopping hassles without him. Hadrian spun on his heel and disapparated with a loud crack. Too angry to exert the effort to muffle the noise. 8 hours. Goodness, I'm parched, Pansy exclaimed and Draco threw her an exasperated look. I wouldn't mind a drink myself. Blaise agreed. Let's stop at the small bistro up ahead, I heard it's fantastic. Daphne pointed. Is it new? Draco asked in surprise, not recognizing the crimson and cream-colored awnings or English box palms decorating the front. Diagon Alley was historic. It was very unusual for a new shop to open. Normally the businesses were passed down through families. Like Ollivander's, his family had owned that building for centuries. MMHM, Daphne murmured, her eyes excited to try something new. Astoria and her friends came here yesterday. It opened a couple weeks after Hogwarts started. Apparently, it's really popular. All right, come on. Theodore beckoned them with a wave of his hand. Oh, no. The irritated groan caught all of their attention, Draco looking up towards the voice standing above their table. What are you lot doing here? Potter. Blaise spat. You work here, Potter. Daphne giggled in ridicule and Draco's own mouth smirked as he caught sight of the small, white apron tied around the Gryffindor's waist. Just helping out, he said shortly. Are you going to order, or not? He demanded. You know, Potter, menial labor suits you. It's done wonders for your complexion. I haven't seen your hair this unbearable a color in years. Malfoy grinned, enjoying the other's obvious anger. If only Walker's reactions were so satisfying. 5 butterbeers, he ordered. And make it snappy. Theo called after the tall savior. I wonder who he's helping out. Pansy wondered out loud. They quickly received an answer as Remus Lupin walked out of the storeroom behind the counter to accept payment from a young couple with a broad smile. Remind me never to come here again, Blaise said with a grimace. A girl, unknown to them, came back with their drinks and Draco shared a grin with his friends. It was obvious Potter had asked her to step in and waitress their table. They'd been shopping for 2 hours now, just wandering from shop to shop, picking out Christmas gifts and other items for themselves that they deemed essential. Each of the 5 had access to their family's vault at Gringotts and used it to their best advantage. So, are you going to get a Christmas present for Walker like your mother told you to, Draco? Daphne's question came from nowhere and he had to fight in order to control his gobsmacked expression. No, he snapped, wanting the subject closed. He didn't want to speak about Walker. He'd told the others in as few words as possible that they would be meeting up with Walker at 1, outside the pet shop, and to not be afraid of putting him in his place if he so much as blew his nose. They'd taken the less than subtle hint and not brought up the Malfoy's new ward again. Until now. Why did you give him 3 hours by himself? Wouldn't it just be easier if he stuck with us the whole time or himself for the entire day? Theo asked pointedly. Draco sighed and put his glass of warm drink onto the wooden table in front of him. Mother told me explicitly not to let Walker out of my sight. I guess she's worried about how it would look if Walker was seen wandering about, all alone. He reasoned in a careless manner, not particularly caring either way. I just needed a break from him. He's driving me insane with his pathetic eyes and pathetic face. I can't believe we ever thought there might be something remotely interesting about him. Draco growled lowly. When no comments came, he raised his angry mercury eyes to see his four friends exchanging meaningful glances. What? He demanded hotly. You don't agree? Walker isn't the most irritating bore and total moron on the planet. Blaze snorted in amusement, crossing his arms over his chest. Look at you, Draco. I thought I was supposed to be the hothead, the one blinded by my more negative emotions. He drawled with a grin, but his eyes did hold a hint of concern. Pansy nodded seriously. You're letting what happened with the guardianship distract you, Draco. Don't you remember what you told us on the train, on the way to Hogwarts, at the beginning of the year? Is any of that still registering with you? You said Walker was an enigma. We were all going to try and figure him out this term. Theo spoke beseechingly, but Draco couldn't see it. He was beyond whatever childish notions of grandeur they had had at the beginning of the school year. That's because there is nothing to find. We were wrong, he insisted heatedly. So the Dark Lord was wrong. Daphne's soft words froze him. His thoughts ground to a halt and he looked up into her intense eyes. I have been trying to make you see sense for weeks now, Draco. She breathed out in exasperation. You are not looking at Walker through a clear head. He's currently off somewhere in Diagon Alley doing, who knows what. If he's buying Christmas gifts, who are they for? Who does he consider his loved ones? Will he send a letter to someone now that he's outside your manor's wards? Is he smart enough to use the communal owl post office? Will he use the owl that we saw on the train that none of us even knew he owned? She whispered harshly. Draco shook his head from side to side, trying to reason with himself. He killed a man in front of us, Draco. Her voice was barely audible but no less passionate, and he finally allowed her words to register with his cool logic. His reason and level head, which had been utterly buried in the past weeks. He is friends with powerful wizards and witches. Nobody knows anything of detail from his past. Nobody. That is not the background of an irritating bore and the world's most outstanding moron. Daphne glared at her friend, sparks shooting from her eyes. And you sent him off by himself to do whatever the hell he likes. With no one the wiser. Well done, Draco. Well done. The Greengrass heir leaned back in her seat, her tone coated with infuriated sarcasm. He tried to swallow past the nervous weight in his chest, only succeeding on the second attempt. 1 hour. He murmured. Looking outside at the gently falling snow, Draco was suddenly wishing for time to pass far more quickly than he had only moments before. His mother's serious words, telling him to keep Walker close to him, always in his sight, reverberated loudly in his mind. 1 hour. His repeated whisper was so soft his friends didn't have a hope of catching the words. None of them noticed the amber eyes watching them with surprised interest, too caught up in their own thoughts. Yes, of course, dear. Narcissa patted Mrs. Zabini's hand sympathetically as her blue eyes wandered to the antique mantel clock to check the time. She had waited for the two boys to leave the manor before she began her series of errands, hurrying anxiously, in order to have more time to spend with her recovering sister. Her son's dawdling had irritated and placed her severely behind schedule. Nevertheless, Narcissa hadn't wanted to risk the chance that Draco might simply leave Walker behind, without a further care, to wander the estate unsupervised. She had spent the time writing letters to their various businesses and her acceptance to a number of functions, including a ministry-hosted one, as well as a series of declines to those who were too far beneath her station to be seen in association with. These last 2 days had unnerved her. Walker was sod. Yesterday evening she had even considered the possibility of him suffering from multiple personality disorder. It would explain his bouts of challenge and the frustration she had seldom caught in his gaze when he hadn't thought she was looking, and she had been looking, very hard. The clock rang once for the half hour and her lips smiled in pleasure, carefully keeping her relief hidden from her friend. It was 1:30, and this was Narcissa's last stop before she could finally go visit Bellatrix at the Dark Lord's home. Oh, Narcissa. The black-haired, petite woman blew her nose with the white cotton handkerchief she had conjured for herself, water running freely down her cheeks. I really do think Cassius. She hiccuped through her husband's name in misery. Is eye-shaving an affair? She wailed. Among their circles the Zabini Lord's adulterous expeditions was a well-known fact. His wife had just never found out before. Calm yourself, calm, Narcissa coaxed. I am sure that this is nothing more than your imagination fueled by a fear every married couple faces. She insisted gently, her blue eyes warm with support and comfort. Cassius did indeed love his wife, she knew that. The man just lacked even the smallest measure of self-control. Have you ever thought Lucius may have? The Zabini lady trailed off as the B***'s spine straightened a little, but her expression relaxed quickly. Of course not. The Malfoy Lord wouldn't dare. Naturally, dear, she smiled soothingly. Nothing on this earth would save Lucius Abraxas Malfoy from her wrath, if her husband had ever dared cheat on her. I'm sorry, another hiccup, for keeping you so long, Narcissa, she whispered in regret. Nonsense. She waved the apology aside dismissively. I had just recently finished visiting the family's accountants when your message reached me. I needed to sign some papers that required both my husband's and my signatures. She explained. How are you getting on with your new ward, my friend? The attractive, black-haired witch frowned in concern. Her neck jerked at the mention of the boy. It's an adjustment. Her tone was tight as she stood from the French lounge seat beneath the window. I really must be going. Oh, yes. The small woman stood and walked her to the fireplace. I cannot hope to express my gratitude. Thank you for alleviating my suspicions, Narcissa. Her dark eyes were once again happy and content. She made a mental note to speak with Cassius. It was my pleasure, Catherine. I shall see you soon. If Zabini wouldn't voluntarily break things off with the African witch Ten Eyes his junior, she had more than enough blackmail material that would quickly change the wizard's mind. Narcissa spoke her destination and disappeared in a billow of fire and smoke. Dull green eyes watched the brightly shining street with keen observance. He was in a particularly exclusive shopping strand in Berlin, Germany. Everything around him reeked of quality and affluence. The people, the clothes, the shops, the food. This was a place for the wealthy elite. Hey, you there. Hadrian turned towards the source of the shout, thanking the translation spells Raven had forced him to learn some years ago. They were incredibly convenient. We don't want any loitering round here. The man was in his late 20s and, judging by the logo on his crimson shirt, a junior server of the magical jewelry store he was silently leaning against. Do you know where I might be able to find Mademoiselle Beaumont? It's important that I find her. I had heard that she frequents this strand often, and is, in fact, a special client of this boutique. Hadrian asked politely. The attractive young shop assistant scoffed and assumed an even more arrogant and conceited expression. Mademoiselle Beaumont, he sneered the name in mocking clarification. Hadrian let it float over him, not affected in the least by the man's attitude. Instead, he just nodded. That's correct. Who's asking? He crossed his arms and went through the polite motions tauntingly. Hadrian narrowed his eyes. He wouldn't be giving his name out. A friend, he answered lowly. His words seemed to annoy the man instead of amuse him as they had before. A friend, he laughed in disbelief. You. His eyes raked over his short, weak frame, scuffed shoes and average woolen robes with disdain. Mademoiselle Beaumont is the heiress to the Beaumont clan, boy. She is lauded as one of the most beautiful women in Europe. She has money coming out her ears and hundreds of acquaintances vying for her attention. Stop wasting my time, he spat, and disappear, you're bothering the customers. As the man turned away, Hadrian's soft voice caught him. You're not entirely accurate, you know. Go away. Hadrian ignored him. She doesn't have mountains of money. His tone was conversational, but his attention was on the slowly approaching magic he could feel coming towards him. Her family is relatively wealthy, but nothing compared to the gold residing in any old pureblood family's bank vault. Hadrian straightened from his slouched position to face the man head on. I wonder, with the way you talk about her. You are blatantly adoring, but your eyes are bitter, Hadrian smirked. How long ago did you finally work up the courage to confess your feelings to her, shop boy? Only to have her throw your declaration back at you in disgust. The junior store clerk's face was frozen in shocked look. Hadrian's self-assured words had been stunningly accurate, and Simon burned with the remembered humiliation. You little. The 27-year-old snarled furiously and advanced forward, completely forgetting that he was in a very public place, interested solely in cursing the miscreant opposite him into oblivion. Hadrian didn't move an inch. Unconcerned, Simon jerked his wand above his head, his mouth forming the words of a painful spell. Bringing his wand down in a violent swish, he could visualize the colored light leaving the wood. I wouldn't do that, if I were you. A nervous voice cautioned. Simon, the shop assistant, stared at the hand wrapped tightly around his descending wand in confusion. Whoever had interrupted had stopped his spell. He swung angry eyes around to lambaste the individual. It was a middle-aged, rotund man with a glaring bald spot, frowning up at him in displeasure. What the hell do you think you're doing? Let go. Demanding shrills abruptly cut off as Hadrian's powerful silencing spell settled over him. Hadrian only lowered his wand after casting a notice me not charm bubble around them. You kept me waiting. Hadrian lifted dark eyes and pinned the man with a cool stare. The plump wizard shifted uncomfortably. I wasn't certain that it was me you wanted to speak with, he said slowly. Hadrian raised a disbelieving eyebrow. I have been standing here for 20 minutes. His tone was silky. He had been apparating through Europe for the past 3 hours trying to find the man in front of him. I don't know where she is, the wizard suddenly exclaimed. She just disappeared a week ago after a function at her family's residence and nobody's seen her since. Hadrian paused to look at the man. He was telling the truth, but there was still a nervous tick in his jaw. What aren't you telling me, Frederick? Hadrian questioned softly, his eyes alight with dread as he advanced forward slowly. You have been her tutor since she was 11. You always know where she is. Simon watched the proceedings through wide eyes, unable to comprehend the significance of the loiterer's abrupt change in character. There was something strange about the small boy, but he couldn't put his finger on it. The man straightened. I can't help you, he declared boldly. Hadrian smirked. You will one way or the other, Frederick. His eyes narrowed. I'm running quite short on time and my patience right now isn't high. Malfoy and the other 4 Slytherins should all be arriving at the pet shop in Diagon Alley at this very moment, in fact. At the dark-haired boy's threat, the meaty hands wrapped around Simon's wand and pushing down on his shoulder loosened. Not knowing exactly what he had stumbled into but certain that he wanted no part of it, he seized the opportunity and wrenched free of the restraining body. Spinning, Simon fired a wordless spell at the boy who had hit him with the silencing charm only minutes earlier. He bit his lip. Common sense was telling him that he should have used the time to attack the middle-aged wizard behind him. The one who had previously restrained him and was in a position to do so again. Even so, he couldn't override his screaming instincts. The ones telling him that the chameleon boy, directly opposite, was immeasurably more dangerous. With a silent bark of triumph and a wide grin, Simon watched, through eager eyes, as his spell arched through the air in Green Eye's direction. Hadrian's wand snapped up, Protega. The attacking curse reflected off his shimmering blue shield, back towards its original caster. Hadrian watched, as the store assistant dropped his wand with a pained cry and fell to his knees, clutching at the burnt skin of his face. Hadrian glided forward, his eyes cut into Frederick with sharp intensity. Stay, he ordered. I will get what I came for. You will tell me everything I want to know. Hadrian paid no more concentration than was necessary to the fat scum of a wizard that scrambled away from both of them, in fright. The balding man was intelligent enough not to test his patience and try to escape the privacy shield. Hadrian looked down at the pitiful heap below him in thought. He crouched down and met the conceited shop assistant's hateful glare with a passive expression. He leaned close, enjoying the other's shivers of fearful confusion. That was not a very nice spell. Hadrian's face may have been blank, but his eyes gleamed maliciously in the darkening light. The young man whimpered pathetically at his feet. Draco tried to control his racing heart as he stared at the gently falling snow. It was 2:30. Walker should have met them outside the pet shop at 2. Again, his mind went over it. He had left Walker at 11. 11 plus 3 hours was 2. It was 2:30. Draco clenched his fists. At 2:15, after 15 tense minutes of waiting, he had sent each one of his friends off in different directions to search the alley for their classmate. The Malfoy heir had stayed at the previously agreed-upon location, hoping that Walker would appear with a heaving chest, gasping for air because he had sprinted all the way here after losing track of the time. His stupid, empty eyes would apologize profusely, sorry if he had worried Draco with his absence. He would scoff at the mere words and bark at the boy to pick up all their shopping bags. The same bags laying discarded and unshrunk at his feet. 11 plus 180 minutes was 2. The cold that shouldn't have affected him through his elegant, warm clothes began to seep into his belly. It was 2:30. It was 2. Blaze. He gasped out in hope, as his male friend appeared in front of him covered in snowflakes. Did you? His eager question trailed off as the Zabini heir shook his head. Blaze stepped beside him and stuck his cold hands in his pockets. Shit. Draco cursed under his breath before the pureblood next to his elbowed him in the ribs painfully. Daphne and Theo. Blaze's words were unnecessary. His mercury eyes had already spotted the two. There was no third. That ice in his stomach was beginning to crawl up his chest as his anxiety increased exponentially. What were the chances that Walker was actually even in Diagon Alley? His friends had scoured the area and he knew that they had been thorough. A sense of unexplainable dread had pierced them all as the minutes had ticked by and Hadrian didn't show up. They had arrived at the pet shop 5 minutes early. Draco hadn't been able to relax at all after their drink stop. He knew that the tension within him wouldn't abate until Walker was finally within his sights. It was 2:40. No one said a word. All 4 pair of eyes were watching the snow in front of them. The tiny flakes fell in hypnotic quiet. Never ending. Keep Hadrian close to you, Draco. Make sure he is always within your sights. Don't let him wander. There had been a serious intensity in his mother's cold eyes when she had whispered those words in his ear, this morning. She had drawn him into a hug and kissed his cheek goodbye, but her eyes had been serious. 2:45. Should we go see if Pansy is okay? She's taken a lot longer than any of us did. Theo asked stiffly, hyper-aware of how tense everyone felt. Maybe, Draco growled out, she's being more meticulous than any of you were. He accused. Hey, Blaze glared. This is not our fault, Malfoy. You're the one who let him go off in the first place. Draco glowered out at the still falling snow. He knew Blaze was right. The panic beginning to get the better of him knew exactly how much this was a problem entirely of his own making. Theo stepped forward. Well, I'm going to go look for her. No need. Daphne murmured quietly. The bee-owned girl emerged slowly from the white snow with a disheartened expression and no Walker. Draco stopped breathing for a second, heart pounding loudly in his ears. Where is he? He whispered hollowly, eyes wide with shock. Millions of repercussions for his stupid actions began crashing down around him. Narcissa's brow wrinkled. She had been unable to enter the Dark Lord's home when she had finally managed to transport herself to the location, which was odd. Most of the derelict dwelling was barred for any but the Dark Lord to enter. However, the man had essentially given the eastern wing to his Death Eaters. It was there that the individuals that were being hunted by the Ministry lived. Gaining access to that wing was relatively straightforward, if you knew what you were doing. It had been designed and protected with the idea of a come-and-go place in mind. A dangerously warded area, to be sure, but one she had often traveled and, therefore, learned to navigate. Narcissa had left the Zabini manor swiftly, keen to see Bellatrix. With the addition to her household, she hadn't been able to visit her since Hogwarts term had ended. Annoyed that she had seemingly wasted her time, Narcissa stepped out of the fireplace and onto the pristine white and marble floors of Malfoy Manor. She sighed, but resolved not to let it bother her. Tempest. It was 3 in the evening. Shaking off her unexplainable restlessness, she continued forward. The Lady Malfoy had plenty to do in order to get everything ready for tonight. If nothing else, the activity would take her mind off her unease until her son and Walker returned. Narcissa hadn't taken more than 5 steps when an overwhelmingly dark and potent aura swept over her, freezing the witch in place. The Dark Lord was here. Her icy eyes instantly narrowed into thoughtful slits as her mind raced. Lucius had said they wouldn't return from Russia until 7. She may have told Draco that his father was in France, but it hadn't been true. She simply felt too suspicious and protective of her small family unit to voice her husband's genuine location while Hadrian Walker had been there listening. On later thought, Narcissa decided that it was better that her son didn't know any details regarding Lucius's work for the Dark, anyway. All she knew was that the Dark Lord had taken Lucius and her brother-in-law with him to the south of Russia and that the trip was meant to last a full day. What were they doing back so early? Had it not gone well? Had it gone better than her master had anticipated? Furthermore, why would the Dark Lord come to Malfoy Manor instead of the luxury and solitude of his own home? She wasn't stupid. Narcissa knew that Lord Voldemort could rapidly grow tired and irritated with prolonged exposure to his servants. But she also knew that hard-to-gain favor was one of the reasons that the Death Eaters, and other people, found the man so intoxicating. He was the Dark Lord. His intellect was inspiring to be around and his magic addictive and dark. He was a seducer, charismatic, charming, brilliant and unspeakably dangerous. Her steps were far more hesitant this time, as she forced herself to continue forward. Her quick mind, sharp as it was, quickly supplied her with a possible reason for his presence. Her teeth clenched and her sky-blue eyes flashed with displeasure. Hadrian Walker. A deep frown furrowed her forehead. Was it possible that the Dark Lord's interest in the boy was that strong? Or were her suspicions and feelings of disquiet simply projecting onto a perfectly explainable circumstance? Her steps quickened as she strode through the rich halls, her chin held high. It was likely that the man was in the main parlor. Almost as soon as the thought had fluttered through her mind, Narcissa heard the quiet murmurs of multiple voices wafting over her as she drew closer to the large entertainment room. She stopped directly outside the parlor, her nose a meter from the paneled wood, and listened carefully, attempting to place the muffled sounds with faces she knew. Narcissa breathed in relief. While she couldn't make out individual words through the door, she was able to sense the tone within the room, that of soft conversation. No screams, crying or dark threats. Narcissa knew that there was any number of ways her assumption may well be premature. Not to mention immature and recklessly naive, but it did help calm her nerves somewhat. Still nothing could distract from the heady, lazy blackness of her lord's magic. Lucius, Narcissa heard the amused, silken hiss clearly through the closed wooden door in front of her. She tensed, goosebumps appearing on her cream skin as a cold wind swept past her. The other voices immediately hushed. Narcissa paid her discomfort no mind as her body hastily leaned forward. Her face was a beautiful painting of riveted attention at the call of her husband's name. One could never predict or understand the reaction or source of Lord Voldemort's amusement. All she knew was that it was better not to take the chance and have it directed at you, or those you loved. "We seem to have a stray lingering outside this room, my friend." Narcissa's eyes grew wide in shock and disbelief and she fell back a step. How had he known she was there? "Why don't you open the door for your wife, Lucius?" Hadrian narrowed his eyes on the small cottage in front of him. He'd spent the last 4.5 hours tracking her to this very spot. He was surprised. It wasn't her style. The gray stone walls couldn't possibly contain more than 4 rooms. And the roof was made of an old thatch wood, likely having sprung several leaks. Astrid liked luxury, elegance and a never-ending nightlife. So what was she doing way up in the remote seclusion of some of France's more wild mountain forests? Hidden within the protection of the dense foliage surrounding the small meadow, Hadrian sent his magic seeking. There was only one magical presence that he could sense. He stepped out of the cover of conifers smoothly, indescribably pleased to not have to temper and restrain his muscles from gliding with his natural grace. As he walked silently through the high grass, he let his glamours fade. Eyes fluttering shut, his steps never faltered. The barest hint of a smile curled the outermost edges of his suddenly perfectly proportioned mouth. Like always, Hadrian released a breath as a small, constant weight on his magic was gradually lifted. It felt like finally being able to stretch after holding the same position, absolutely still, for days. He'd kept his glamours up for the longest period of time. Normally, he was able to find extremely secluded places within the walls of Hogwarts to let them down. But he'd been too on edge and hesitant since school began. Too many people were watching him. To let go of his glamours in such tumultuous territory, it was asking for disaster. And he preferred not to tempt fate. He raised his wand to the rune lock and smiled as he felt his body grow. He was standing directly in front of the rotting wood front door when he opened his eyes. It was so unlike her. Raising an arm, he knocked twice. It was 3:45. "We need to tell your mother, Draco," Daphne hissed, for the umpteenth time. Her harsh whisper was louder than she had tried to keep her voice, but her nerves were too panicked. "I don't even know if she's home." Draco glared furiously. "That's a pathetic excuse and you know it," Blaze said angrily. All five were tense and snappy as their eyes never stopped scanning their empty and dark surroundings. Hoping, against all reason, that Walker would suddenly appear in a place that they'd already checked 4 times already. In the darkness, snow fell softly. With no warning, the Malfoy heir stopped moving. Eyes, staring ahead, down the deserted alley, saw nothing. Gentle snowflakes coated their expensive robes, their hair wet and dripping. All 4 Slytherins jerked to a halt and stared at the Beone silently in question. Their eyes were varying degrees of confusion, exasperation and sympathy. Draco's mind reeled. The truth he had refused to accept previously was no longer escapable. The icy realization had his stomach plummeting with emotion. "He's not here, is he?" Draco's staggered voice whispered the words that they had all been thinking for the past hour. Simply unable to wrap their minds around the only realistic conclusion they had come to. "He's not here." All of a sudden, he was much colder. Forcefully, Narcissa took a hold of herself, embarrassed by her reaction. She should have known that such a powerful wizard as the Dark Lord would immediately sense her hovering presence. She heard the quick, sharp steps of her husband's shoes increasing in volume as he grew closer to the door. The handle was pushed down and she was looking into bemused Mercury eyes. "Lucius," she murmured delicately in greeting. Showing nothing. Gliding forward, she paused, to press a light key to his cleanly shaven cheek, before continuing on into the room. "My lord." Narcissa bowed her head respectfully to the smirking figure sitting elegantly in the corner of a conjured black leather lounge. "I was beginning to think you didn't like our company, Narcissa," he teased silkily. She lifted her chin, refusing to blush. "I was simply surprised, my lord. I did not expect you to return for a few hours." Change of plans. The Dark Lord's eyes were amused as he swirled what looked like coffee, before sipping the liquid. "That is not a problem, I hope." He set down the white, porcelain mug on the side table beside him. "No, my lord," she assured needlessly. The man had full access to any part of their lives and he knew it. The question had been a mockery in itself. When the Dark Lord made no move to speak in the lengthening silence, a high-pitched cackle sounded through the room and a strong hand grasped Narcissa by the elbow, pulling her harshly to the left. "Sissy." Bellatrix grinned broadly, her excitement and pleasure exaggerated. It was such a waste. Azkaban had only left her sister with an occasional sanity. There were times when Narcissa almost believed she had her older woman back. She was as sane as she remembered her. But that mental stability slipped often, and for no reason. "Careful, Bella, you wouldn't want to deafen the woman." The teasing comment drew both black women's attention. Bellatrix's mouth twisted in displeasure at Rabaston Leestrange. His presence surprised Narcissa and, for the first time, she had a moment to actually look around the room and see the people that were in her home. Rookwood, McNair and Wenderley stood in a trio beside the fire, directly opposite the smirking Rabaston. Lucius had taken a seat in the armchair nearest to where she was standing with Bella. However, it was the stranger that she could see held most of the Dark Lord's attention that really piqued her interest. "I don't believe I've made your acquaintance," Narcissa said to the tall, brown-haired man. Her eyes flicked to her master, only to see his hooded crimson staring back at her, revealing nothing. "This is Ian Kildare, Sissa. He is the leader of the largest group of vampires in Russia," Lucius informed her helpfully. Vampire. Her excitement ignited. They would make powerful allies if the Dark Lord managed to secure their allegiance. Maybe he already had, or perhaps the man was in the process of courting Kildare, she didn't know. Pleased to meet you, lady. The plain-looking immortal tilted his head to her in a decidedly gentleman-like manner. The Dark Lord stood abruptly. His movement immediately obliterated the tiny feeling of ease that had only just started to heat. All eyes followed the man as he walked over to the window to stare out across the darkening grounds. She frowned slightly at the change in light. She hadn't realized it was so late. She glanced at Lucius's watch from the corner of her eye, reading the analog hands quickly. It was 4. The boys had been gone for 5 hours now. Again, she pondered on her strange uneasiness. Narcissa had told Draco to make sure he and Walker were back to the manor for dinner at 7, but she knew her son understood her real curfew to be 5 in the evening. She would feel better once her eyes could rest on Draco's physical form. Is your son home, Narcissa? The Dark Lord asked quietly. He knew that he wasn't. He is at Diagon Alley, my lord. Christmas shopping with his school friends. Lucius shot her a look. He didn't approve. She could admit that it wasn't exactly preferable to have the heirs of some of Britain's oldest pureblood families out alone, at such a shifting political time. But they were in Diagon Alley, which was relatively safe, and they were together. And Walker. The Dark Lord turned to fix his piercing gaze on her. Narcissa swallowed. He was displeased for some reason. With him. Walker. Bellatrix's disgusted cry echoed through the room. A mudblood. Unfortunately. Lucius answered with his own grimace hidden behind a hand. McNair sneered. Is this your new ward? Ward. Bella repeated shrilly, her eyes crazed. Oh. Be quiet, woman. Rabaston snapped harshly. Silence. The angry hiss of the Dark Lord darkened the room and Narcissa beeped in a breath. The man's lazy magic was rising for some reason. She could feel it. The flames in the hearth fluttered perilously low. Her master's eyes were not looking at any person in the room. They were fixed entirely on the door. Ian Kildare rose from his chair slowly. Riddle. His eyes were apprehensive. As a magical creature he could feel the swirling currents of black magic more keenly than the wizards and witches surrounding him. The door to the parlor slammed open abruptly. Mother. Walker. He's gone, Ms. Draco's frantic call cut off suddenly as he was caught in swirling blood-red orbs. All eyes, and most wands, were drawn and aimed at the panicking figure in the doorframe. The only one that didn't react defensively was the Dark Lord. He simply raised an inquiring brow. But emotion simmered in his eyes, hidden expertly. Crimson that steadily darkened in color at the young man's words. Draco. Narcissa could feel her protective instincts rising at the wild stress on her child's face and strode forward quickly. Her son was, above all, a pureblood wizard. He had lived and breathed appropriate decorum and manners since his first breath. For the 17-year-old to forsake something so ingrained in him. Lucius stood from his chair, his reaction more controlled. But his mercury eyes were locked on his small family. Draco's wide gaze had yet to leave the Dark Lord, incapable of looking away from the arresting stare. Long, elegant fingers stroked his yew wand. Would you care to finish that sentence, Mr. Malfoy? A treacherous, unexplained ice cooled the air. The fire's flames died. Hadrian lowered his hand from the door after knocking, and waited. It shouldn't be long before she answered. He hadn't bothered to deactivate the amateur protections surrounding the property, so she should have known the exact moment he passed the perimeter. Hadrian's skin suddenly tingled in warning and a loud crash echoed through the silent meadow as one of the cottage windows shattered. He ducked hastily, barely avoiding the red spell that flew through the empty space his head had just been in enough time. Behind him, a small boulder exploded as the curse made physical contact, smothering him in dust particles. Reducto. A beautiful soprano voice shouted the spell this time, and Hadrian didn't even have the time to scowl before he needed to drop to the ground and roll. Defindo. Stupefy. The barrage of spells never slowed, flying continuously at him from different angles, endeavoring to take him off guard. He opened his mouth to call out but quickly dismissed the idea. The quiet meadow was roaring with violent noise and there was no way she would be able to hear him. His wand in his hand, Hadrian continued dodging her rapidly cast curses, reluctant to fire any of his own in case he actually hit her. A reluctance that quickly disappeared. Hadrian hissed angrily as the bone-breaking hex soared past him, missing by a hair's breadth. She'd cast it silently. With a crack, he apparated. Instead of materializing behind her, as she was no doubt expecting, Hadrian simply disapparated a meter from his original position. As he had anticipated, her back was now turned away from him as she searched the area frantically with her eyes. He swiftly cast the body-bind hex at the female form and watched as her limbs froze, before toppling back, disappearing into the tall grass. Hadrian let out an irritated sigh as he walked forward. Coming to a stop, he peered down at the face-down body in amusement. It was the first time he'd had a chance to lay eyes on her since she'd come out with her attacking onslaught of spells. The tall grass had acted as a quick defense but also kept Astrid from seeing his face or body. Consequently, he'd remained a faceless enemy, it seemed. I must say, Hadrian drawled with a small smirk, making no move to lift the jinx. I'm awfully tempted to just leave you like this, Astrid. Face down. In the mud. Somehow, even in her immobile state, her palpable shock at the discovery of his identity was apparent. Alas, I did come for a reason. He flicked his wand, silently casting the counter curse. Immediately, Astrid's two arms pushed her upper body from the ground as she coughed, her pale blue, cotton dress dirty and completely ruined. Hadrian, it was a soft question. Indeed, he mocked. You're such a brat, Walker. Her angry exclamation after a long pause had him rolling his eyes and turning away, intent on getting in out of the freezing cold. Where are you going? She demanded hotly. Hadrian continued forward. She'd finally gotten to her feet, he surmised. I have no intention of waiting for your princess sensibilities to be appeased, Beaumont. I am going to see exactly what kind of rat hole you seem to have banished yourself to. He said calmly as he pushed open the front door and strode in, uninvited. He grinned as he heard her growl under her breath before her stomping steps followed him, slamming the door closed with such force that it seemed to rattle on its hinges. Interesting holiday spot, Hadrian murmured as he took in the derelict lounge/bedroom. There was parchment and clothes strewn everywhere, making it impossible for him to see any of what lay underneath. Is it safe to sit? He teased and finally turned around to look at his 22-year-old friend. She was glowering at him defensively with her strange black eyes. Astrid Beaumont was indeed one of the most beautiful women Hadrian had ever met. She was beautiful in a classic, obvious kind of way. Then again, he'd like to see a siren or one of their descendants who was not such. She had the telltale platinum blonde locks of her species which fell to her waist in thick, straight silk. She was tall and statuesque, her features perfectly symmetrical. It was the eyes that she had inherited from her human father that gave her appearance both a sinister and indescribable uniqueness. Completely black, her orbs seemed to have no ending, extraordinarily large and wise. What do you want, Hadrian? She spat out. The quarter siren also possessed an acidic tongue. What are you doing up here? Tracking you down was much more difficult than I had anticipated. Hadrian questioned, ignoring the demand easily as he let his eyes trace the small room. None of your business. Hadrian frowned at the woman. Normally, her ire would have cooled by now. Astrid was defensive and often cruel to people she didn't like or know, but to those she considered friends she was unerringly loyal. Are you all right? He asked slowly with a piercing stare. Hadrian watched with some concern as her face seemed to crumple and pull itself together again, over and over. I spoke to Frederick, he coaxed. The wizard had quickly told him of an incident within the family that he had not been made privy to. All the other had known was that there had been furious screaming from both parties. Her tutor didn't know where she was though. Hadrian had had to find her himself. What are you doing here, Hadrian? The bee-owned witch wouldn't meet his eyes. Does this have anything to do with the fact that you have just come into your majority? Her black eyes snapped up to him, shock dominating the eerie orbs. How do you know that? She demanded. Hadrian raised a brow. Your power to entice and confuse has been reaching out to me since I got here. He drawled. A bitter laugh escaped her lips. You would think that if a wizard of your age was able to push aside the effects so easily, others, with far more years, would exert some effort. Astrid waved her wand, conjuring a blazing fire in the crumbling hearth. "My father has decided to marry me off," she breathed out loudly with a disbelieving shake of her head, as if she still could not quite believe it. "As I'm sure you know," a full-blooded siren's voice works similarly to the imperious curse. "Being 3/4 human, my voice, while it may be extremely pleasing to hear, its siren power is greatly reduced. Nevertheless, I will always project a watered-down version which makes those around me more inclined to agree with what I say. An especially potent and disarming form of charisma, if you like." Hadrian nodded his prior knowledge and waited for her to continue. "Papa, it seems, has developed a habit of gambling, which he had not informed any of us of." Her face took on a thunderous expression. "Long story short, we have no more money. He has systematically worked through all of the Beaumont vaults in Gringotts. There isn't a galleon left." She let out a distressed chuckle, pushing her long hair back over her shoulder roughly. "Still, as if this wasn't enough, Papa has been borrowing money from the bank, friends and work colleagues to continue the gambling while trying to maintain our previous standard of living." She breathed deeply through her overwhelming ire as her eyes narrowed. "A wealthy, well-known Spanish politician approached him about a month ago. He knew all about the financial problems and the dozens of people we now owe money. Toha said that he'd take care of it. Pay back all of the debts and even give our family a weekly allowance of 2,000 galleonsal. He said that he would do all of this in exchange for you," Hadrian stated bluntly as her voice trailed off. Her black eyes glanced up at him. "Yes, I see," Hadrian said calmly, knowing how independent Astrid was likely killing her. "This is why you are up in the mountains. I assume the man wanted an answer as soon as you were informed." A broken grin stretched across her lips. "No, Papa signed his agreement in a magically binding contract a day after the man approached him. I'm to be married in 6 months." Hadrian swallowed back his disgust at her father's selfish actions. Her family was between a rock and a very hard place. They weren't just broke. They owed money to seemingly everyone in their social circles. This wizard was promising to make all of that disappear nicely with no one the wiser. It was an extraordinary convenient fix, for everyone but Astrid. "He's 53, he's been married twice before and has a daughter 4 years older than I am." Suddenly, she was screaming. "It's sick. My own father has sold me off to the highest bidder like his prized bull." Hadrian's own preoccupied mind quickly flew through what he knew about magical contracts. There had to be a loophole. There was always a loophole. You just had to catch it. "Do you have a copy of the betrothal contract?" he inquired softly, stopping her tirade. This might actually work in his favor, if he played his hand correctly. "Don't even bother, Hadrian," she sighed tiredly, pointing to the long, crumbled scroll of yellow parchment half rolled up on the cluttered coffee table. "What do you think I've been doing up here for the last 4 days? There's no way to get out of it. It's ironclad." He ignored her words and reached for the contract. Slowly, he unrolled it and glanced over the extremely long document. Nothing immediately popped out at him, but he hadn't expected it to. Pureblood contracts dealing with family alliances such as this were notoriously complicated. Still, he was hopeful that close examination may illuminate a way out. He'd need a few hours to look through it though. Hadrian's green eyes lifted from the paper to find hopeful Ebony staring back at him intensely, despite her bitterly confident declaration. A tear ran down her peaches and cream skin and he shifted restlessly, the parchment crumpling loudly in his hands. "I don't want my life to be dictated by someone else, Hadrian," she whispered softly. He averted his eyes from her emotional face, uncomfortable. Astrid had never been a person he had ever intended to one day call a friend. They had met at a large party that an old acquaintance of Raven's had discreetly invited them to. He had been 12. Hadrian had been standing off to the side of the ballroom, observing people as he was wont to do as they passed over him. But one pair of black eyes found him, amongst the shadows, and had refused to leave. He had become more and more annoyed as the humor in the older girl's eyes grew. She had been very popular, he could remember. Men of all ages were constantly surrounding her and he could tell she enjoyed the attention. But her entire focus had been on him that night. She hadn't approached him until the winding down of the party, in the early hours of the morning. Astrid had skillfully manipulated him into dancing with her taller figure, and his normally unruffled features had been pinched and aggravated as the people around them exclaimed with grins about how cute he was, dancing with the 17-year-old beauty multiple feet taller than him. Little had they known that it hadn't been a shy, blushing boy that had approached the quarter siren for a dance, but the stubborn Beyond that had asked him. She had refused to leave him alone, despite his young age. Astrid had later told him that his eyes had caught her attention. Not for their arresting color, as many had commented on before, but the dark, cold fire that raged within them. For the next year, at every function they both attended, she would always find him. And she would always, somehow, force him to accept a dance with her. For the first 4 months, Hadrian had obstinately kept his mouth shut as she chattered away, not remotely detoured by his mute form as they danced for the song's few minutes. Slowly, she had coaxed words from him with her surprisingly intelligent conversation. By the end of the year, their customary dance was something he enviably looked forward to amongst the boring tedium of the elite functions. Following that year, in which she had slowly wormed her way into his small regard, their conversations began to take place beyond their one dance, and he had found her surprisingly astute and sly. Though it had taken her 3 patient years, Astrid had been determined to become his friend. She may not be as close as he was to Gabriel, but she was a part of his trusted circle. Hadrian rolled up the betrothal contract slowly, thinking quickly as he watched her still, morose form. "I have a favor to ask of you," he stated quietly. "In return, I will find a way to break the contract." It was a daring and potentially explosive claim, if he somehow couldn't find a solution. But he was confident that he would, one way or another. "Hadrian, come on," she scoffed. "Even you won't be able to find a way to circumvent this. You haven't read it. The man must have had the best lawyers in Spain write it up." Astrid scowled. "Nevertheless," he smirked, "it's your best option, and I am promising you," Hadrian repeated seriously. As she stared at him in the growing silence, he saw as her eyes slowly came alive with acute hope. "What do you want?" she breathed. Hadrian's eyes slipped from her face to the amulet hanging from her pale, unblemished neck on a fine silver chain. Her hand immediately rose to clasp the pendant possessively. His eyes flicked up to lock with hers, knowing that her physical reaction had been purely instinctive on her part. "You want my grandmother's amulet?" she asked disbelievingly. "Yes," Hadrian said simply. "Why?" Hadrian didn't answer her question, he just continued staring at her. She swallowed. "You know how much this amulet means to me," Astrid stated. "I do. Why then?" Still, he said nothing. "I remember telling you about this necklace. Years ago. It was a present from my maternal grandmother. It was the only thing she gave me. I woke up one morning, and it was just laying there on my other pillow with a note attached. 'Never take it off, Astrid.' That's what she said to me. At breakfast, the ministry informed us that her body had been found." Her heart ripped from her chest. Her black eyes were pleading him for some sort of explanation which would explain his request, but he couldn't tell her about the Dark Lord's spell infecting his system. He would never tell anyone. "I know," Hadrian said. "That's why you tracked me down, isn't it? You were going to ask for my grandmother's amulet even before you found out about the contract, weren't you?" Looking into her dark eyes, he nodded. Hadrian knew how important the pendant was to Astrid. She and her grandmother had been particularly close, and her parting instruction was very important to the quarter siren. Still, Astrid's value of the necklace was purely sentimental. She had no idea that her grandmother had actually spelled her own still-beating heart from her chest and bathed the amulet in her own full-blooded siren life-blood. It was a very dark and specific ritual which transferred part of the siren's power of persuasion into the jewelry, smoothing the wearer's path through life. The woman had been dying and wished to protect her kin in the best way she knew how. Astrid's hand swept her long mane over her shoulder and reached for the pendant's clasp. Letting the chain settle into her palm, she stared at the simple dragon symbol for a long moment before she held it out to him with a small, sad smile. "I know you wouldn't ask for it if it wasn't important, Hadrian. And I'm sure that my grandmother would agree with giving it to you, considering that you're giving me my life in return." The smallest touch of guilt beat at the corner of his consciousness, but he pushed it away. He was trying to escape his own future of servitude as well. He reached for the amulet, picking it up from her limp palm and dropped it deep into his robe pocket for safekeeping. "Thank you," he murmured, letting the small smile on his lips show his sincerity. Astrid cleared her throat, her pale hand rubbing the bare skin of her neck. Finally progress. He was hoping to find a way in which he could somehow reverse the necklace's effects so that the siren's power, instead of projecting, would be capable of going into his body. The soothing effect of the magic and its persuading powers might just allow him to tweak the connection and change some of its directives. Tempus. It was 5:15. He had been here longer than he had intended. He strode to the door, slipping the marriage contract into one of the openings in his robes as he went. "I've been here longer than I had meant to be, Astrid," he explained absently, his mind already far away, going through possibilities of how he might force the amulet to bend to his needs. It was very powerful magic and figuring it out could take him days. "Don't worry yourself, Hadrian," she laughed as she followed him out the door, her mood much improved at his promise of escape from her predicament. "I'm used to your spontaneous and often short-lived visits. Why should this one be any different?" she teased. "I'll contact you when I have an answer for you, Astrid." He stepped outside, into the meadow, reluctantly reapplying his glamours as he walked. "And for Merlin's sake, get back to civilization," he smirked, tapping the rune on his bicep, before swiftly spinning on the spot and disappearing with a soft crack. Hadrian appeared in the middle of a small, young forest. He bit his lip as his brow drew down in an impressive scowl. He had had every intention of materializing on the bottom step of the grand outside staircase of Malfoy Manor. Apparently, his subconscious hadn't. He frowned at the familiar trees surrounding him. Raven and he had walked these paths enough when he was a child, that it would be impossible for him to ever become lost in the dense green. He was in Denmark, and Nadine Manor, his home, was 1 mile walk to the northeast. He breathed out angrily, scuffing his boots against the cold dirt at his feet. He wanted to walk that mile. He wanted to see if the wards, truly, would not allow him to pass. And if they didn't, he wanted to tear those protections down and demand from Raven what the hell was going on. Still, he didn't move. He wanted to see his mother, but his pride and fear stopped him. She had broken off all communication between them. He couldn't stand the thought of lowering his neck to such an extent as to beg for anything. He had only ever begged once in his life. His fists clenched. The nightmare memories of his time at Blackbourne flooded his mind before he could stop them, and he was cast back to that night. Watery eyes and lustful fingers petting his skin, forcing him down, smothering his screams. Hadrian swallowed. Begging hadn't done him any good that night. A bitterly cold wind swept past him, pushing him forward a step with its force. His neck snapped up. Dim, green orbs were sharp and cautious as they rapidly searched the swaying tress around him. It was 5:30. He had a full 1.5 hours before the generous 7 p.m. deadline he had set himself arrived. The wind died down, but his eyes continued to dart around him. He had escaped a tortuous day in Diagon Alley, retrieved the magical artifact that might help him solve his problem with the Dark Lord's spell. So why was there suddenly a sense of dread in the air? As if magic was holding its breath, far more alert than its typical lazy self. His eyes narrowed, ignoring the way the snow began to permeate through his cheap robes, stinging his skin with cold. It felt as if the entire area was holding its breath. Letting his hand slip into his pocket, Hadrian clasped the amulet tightly. His eyes stayed watchful for any movement, but none materialized to explain his growing unease. Uneasiness was crawling warningly beneath his skin as he stood still. Screw this, he thought suddenly. At this point he didn't care that he would be giving up 90 minutes more freedom. His magic was restless, and the feeling of increasing dread convinced him that apparating directly to Malfoy Manor now was the best course of action. Hadrian had only just begun to spin sharply on his heel, his destination focused in his mind's eye, when dark currents of magic hurtled out of the trees with no warning and swirled around him, constricting painfully. Concentration, completely and utterly devastated, his body jolted unexpectedly, his ankle twisting painfully at the ungraceful halt in forward momentum, and his dull eyes widened in shock. He hissed explosively. The Dark Lord was here. In Denmark. In the middle of freaking nowhere. Hadrian was quick to right his body and, with tense muscles, pivoted slowly on his throbbing ankle. Ignoring the cold, his eyes were narrowed as they never stopped searching for a tall, thin figure or glimpse of a shadow in the area around him. What was the chance that the man had just randomly picked this particular spot for a leisurely stroll? His mind quipped sarcastically at the most absurd time. Had the Malfoys really run straight to their master? Had he miscalculated to such an extent? He swore softly under his breath. Gritting his teeth, his mind flew wildly whilst trying in vain to ignore the way goosebumps had flared embarrassingly across his skin in reaction to the intoxicating darkness inherent in the magic sweeping over him intimately. Hadrian felt the necklace in his pocket shift as he turned around to look behind him. The reminder of the success of his venture immediately cooled his emotions and enabled him to grasp his shock firmly. His spine straightened proudly. Even if the Dark Lord knew about his excursion, he touched the amulet, it was worth it. Mr. Walker. The quiet hiss seemed to echo, giving him no information as to the wizard's location. I wonder, do you purposefully attempt to test my patience, or is it merely a side effect of your impulsive, thoughtless actions? Hadrian stared into the dark forest blindly. The man was doing this on purpose, he realized easily with an angry curl to his lips. This taunting, mocking, it made him weak and vulnerable, completely at the Dark Lord's mercy. To tell you the truth, my lord, Hadrian spoke his words clearly, his voice slow and guarded. Just because he felt like the mouse being stalked by a panther didn't mean he had to show exactly how unnerved and apprehensive he was. Quite the contrary, in fact. You didn't even enter my conscious thoughts. His words were an absolute lie, of course. Lord Voldemort had, much to his growing displeasure, been featuring on the forefront of his thoughts for months now. Hadrian's sharp eyes snapped around, seeing something out of the corner of his gaze. It was all the warning he had. A dark shadow was suddenly swooping around from behind him. His eyes too slow to follow the graceful movements. Long, cold fingers wrapped tightly around his throat. He gasped loudly in surprise, having no time to anticipate the action. Before those fingers abruptly constricted and pushed him roughly against the tree behind him. Hadrian only needed the barest second to fully appreciate and comprehend exactly how dangerous and threatening situation he was trapped in. I feel that it is only right for me to inform you, Mr. Walker, that my patience with you has been stretched to its limits in the last hour. Therefore, Hadrian glared at the grass over the man's high shoulder, the only position those painful fingers were allowing him to see. I would strongly advise you to watch what you say. The words were hissed into his ear as warm lips brushed against his cheek. Hadrian glowered. His lungs were beginning to hurt from lack of oxygen, but he would be damned before he admitted such to the brute. Internally, he was cursing himself for not waiting before he had reapplied the glamours to his body. His real height would have given him much more leverage in the physical cage he was currently caught in. Clearly sensing his anger, Voldemort chuckled darkly, as if his daring emotional response entertained him. It did nothing but fuel his ire, as his mind began to remind him of all the problems the Dark Lord had ignited in his carefully calculated life. His chest was growing tighter now, desperate for air. His glare disappeared and his eyes shot open, impossibly wide, as a spidery hand brushed the back of his neck, traveling down his spine slowly, mapping the bumps in his vertebrae in an agonizingly intimate exploration. Hadrian wasn't able to stifle his body's reaction this time, and he wrenched away from the tight hold, his heart beating wildly. What the hell did Voldemort think he was doing? The Dark Wizard's confident, arrogant touch was almost freaking molestation. The hand wrapped firmly around his throat loosened a little and his lungs immediately gasped in much some needed air. The wandering hand had come to rest at the base of his spine, spraying across his lower back. "Release me," Hadrian demanded, his voice raspy from the pressure still being applied to his neck. His green eyes were blazing over the man's shoulder. His body was forcefully crushed closer into the tree's bark and he winced as it connected, unexpectedly hard, with the back of his head. "You are not in the position to demand anything from me, Mr. Walker." The sibilant hiss was heated against his ear. The man was angry with him for disappearing today. Well, that was just fine. He was furious with the bastard for making him stay with the Malfoys and for putting him through hell with this blasted connection. Fine, he spat out. It was futile to think he had the power to order or command Voldemort to do anything he didn't want to do in the first place. But if that hand of yours creeps any lower... A dark chuckle interrupted him and the body holding his prisoner shifted even closer. The vibrations shaking the man's chest, coupled with the calculated brush of intrusive dark magic, sent a shiver racing down his spine. I'm intrigued, Mr. Walker. How do you hope to stop me if I wish to continue? There was a decidedly amused and patronizing lilt to the dangerous croon. There was no doubt in Hadrian's mind that the Dark Lord was fully aware of the shiver that had passed through his body. Smug bastard. I don't take well to threats, Hadrian. The hair on the side of his head ruffled as the warm breath of the man passed through the dank, brown strands. Even empty ones. The Dark Lord drew back from his ear and, for the first time tonight, Hadrian locked eyes with the intense crimson that had dominated his thoughts since summer. The hand on his lower back slithered down another inch, dangerously close to his ass. Red, penetrating orbs were dancing with excitement, daring for him to protest. Instead of glaring, he smirked. He wouldn't play to the Dark Lord's tune if he could help it. The intimate action, he decided, was the man's chosen method to unsettle him tonight. Tomorrow would be a different tactic. The next day, something else entirely. The Dark Lord's eyebrow rose in surprise, waiting for Hadrian's next move. It had been practically generous of the man to issue his warning, and Hadrian was under no illusions of the pain he would suffer if he dared to cross that line. However, he would walk it. Simple, my lord. His hand came up to wrap around the one at his throat. Voldemort was simply trying to put him on edge, exert his dominance with the invasion of his personal space. If your hand creeps down any further, I will personally make sure that I am the one that kills Lucius Malfoy. He purposefully allowed his seriousness to flood his eyes as the Dark Lord stared at him in silent contemplation. There was no way the man would let one of his top Death Eaters go to waste for this, Hadrian knew. And while the man may forbid, blackmail or employ any other number of methods to stay his hand, eventually, there would come a time that the Malfoy Lord was alone, distracted and unprotected. A cruel grin stretched across the man's lips and Hadrian narrowed his eyes suspiciously. You amuse me, little one. Hadrian's face didn't react. He wasn't a fool. The man may be amused by his words and threat, but there would undoubtedly be consequences for his bold utterance. Very well, the man agreed. It was clear that the Dark Lord was simply humoring him. The hand around his neck unwound and the tall figure stepped back and away from him. Hadrian shifted on his feet cautiously, his eyes never straying from the unpredictable and dangerous man in front of him. What was your reason for leaving Diagon Alley today, Walker? The quiet inquiry was lacked all humor, as the emotions abruptly left the Dark Lord. Merlin, Draco was such a little snitch. He was certain that it was something the Peroxide Beyond had done that had crumpled the effectiveness of his plan. I was under the impression that Lady Malfoy wished for Draco and I to be back before dinner, my lord. Unless I'm mistaken, I followed that instruction. Hadrian's flippant response got away from him and he was voicing his thoughts before he had a chance to censor them. He cursed silently, readying his body for any painful possibility. Instead, his neck tensed with shock as that black, lazy magic brushed against him, seeming to caress his cheek. Within it was a strong impression of its master's small amusement and a warning not to push too far. Indeed, a small smirk spread across the man's lips as he regarded him. Hadrian stiffened distrustfully. A very Slytherin excuse, Mr. Walker, I must admit. But you were right, it is your guardian's fault for allowing a student and child to get the better of them. Hadrian's defenses immediately heightened. What was the man playing at? He had felt the sheer intensity of his magic, now it was settling. Did the man honestly expect him to believe his anger to have gone? He snorted internally. He soon received his answer. I have been uncharacteristically gentle with you tonight, little one. Hadrian glowered. Oh, yes, very gentle. That would explain the conduct that resulted in the large bruise on the back of my head perfectly. He smiled sarcastically. He beeped in a breath and clenched his teeth as a wordless spell engulfed him and pain gripped his chest. It was a dark spell that replicated the overwhelming pressure on the heart and lungs that one would experience if they were to have a heart attack. Like the unforgivable torture curse, this one only replicated the pain and, therefore, didn't actually do any damage to the victim's body. "Watch your tongue, Walker." The words were clipped and inundated with the Dark Lord's natural, untamed menace. The spell lifted, thankfully, after 20 or so seconds. Hadrian knew that he only had his own stupidity to thank for his pain. Despite the knowledge, he hadn't been able to stop the words from following. Lord Voldemort had indeed been relatively gentle with him this evening. Looking at his actions, and the man's low tolerance, he knew he was extremely lucky. "Tell me," Hadrian had just barely caught his breath when he stiffened at the fake politeness of the command. "Why did you go to France?" Red glinted knowingly, mocking him. "How did you know where I was?" Hadrian said slowly. His body suddenly went cold, feeling numb. The Dark Lord's cruel smirk widened as the answer shattered through his mind. "The spell." His statement was deadpan. "It tells you where I am." "Not exactly, but close." Crimson flared maliciously and handsome features seemed to heighten. "Bravo." Hadrian was silent as he stared at the equally silent Dark Lord. He couldn't possibly form the words which he wanted to. He would have to figure out exactly what sort of location speculation was attached to their connection and go from there. There was no way in hell he was going to accept this. "I was looking for a friend." Hadrian, instead of throwing a fit or demanding answers from the man, answered his earlier question. Voldemort just smirked at him, before silently prompting to continue. Hadrian gritted his teeth. He would have to be very careful with his words. "I promised that I would help her get out of a marriage contract that her father signed, and I needed to have the original document, so that I might study it." No lies. Every word he had said was true. The chain shifted again. Just not the whole truth. He went to retrieve the scroll from his robe pocket as evidence, but his hand found nothing. Just an empty pocket. There was nothing in which to find. He had promised Astrid. Looking for this. His confused eyes darted forward to see the Dark Lord holding the thick, rolled-up parchment in a light grasp. Hadrian stared at the picture, unable to comprehend what the marriage contract was doing in the Dark Lord's hand. With the absoluteness of words falling, Hadrian's mind clicked. His lips thinned and deep humiliation swept over him. That was why the man had been so close to him for so long. He had literally been searching his pockets. Resentment stormed through him as he grasped the entirety of the man's arrogant audacity. The back of his neck reddened as he remembered his embarrassing reactions to the man's soft hisses in his ear. It was all a play. His fists clenched as he realized the extent of his degradation. He couldn't believe there was even such a small part of him that had been excited by the intimate contact. No wonder the Dark Lord had been so exceptionally superior and amused by his defensive threat to end Lucius Malfoy's life. The man had simply been stalling for time. Yes, he managed to get the word out under those laughing eyes, but just barely. He felt mortified, and the man knew it. Silently, Lord Voldemort held out the scroll, and Hadrian cautiously took hold of the other end and returned it to his pocket. All thoughts of Raven and the Nadine Manor's proximity had been resolutely ejected from his mind. "You should be returning to your guardian's house, Mr. Walker. No doubt they will be relieved to see you in good health." The Dark Wizard spoke into the growing silence. Hadrian's lips twisted cynically at the obvious jibe. It didn't bother him, the Malfoys' attempts to use him, because he knew that they would never succeed. Nevertheless, he was relieved at the dismissal. His humiliation at his reading something into the man's actions tonight just wouldn't leave him alone. Hadrian gripped the amulet in his fist, within his robes, like a lifeline. "No doubt," he murmured. Cool fingers lifted his chin from where he had subconsciously lowered it, his eyes looking up into thoughtful crimson. "It is a pity that you feel so obviously comfortable in your mask, Mr. Walker." Perfectly manicured nails traced his lips. "Your real face is so much more pleasing." A dark grin reflected in rich ruby. Hadrian wasn't caught off guard by the immediate shift in the Dark Lord's emotions. He had already been played once tonight. He wasn't going to let his humiliation increase. He read the intention in Lord Voldemort's dark crimson orbs and stayed still, as if caught in his gaze. Triumph and disappointment flashed through the Dark Lord, confusing Hadrian, as the man leaned down. Brilliant red eyes locked with Hadrian's lips. Warm air blew across his face. Soft lips brushed against his, seconds away from claiming them completely. Crack. Hadrian appeared on the bottom step of the grand outside staircase of Malfoy Manor. A small, bitter smile graced his features as he imagined the delightfully entertaining expression Lord Voldemort must currently be sporting. In reality, he had seen the surprise in the man's eyes moments before he had magically transported himself from Denmark in the Dark Lord's presence. Lord Voldemort had sensed his subtly gathered magic at the last possible second, too late to stop him. Still, it didn't assuage his own sense of indignity over the way he had been played tonight. It was strange, though. Hadrian mused silently as he glanced around him in surprise. Snow was falling gently around him, carpeting the extensive grounds of the estate in a magical blanket of white. He was sure that he had seen a flash of delighted interest in the Dark Lord just before his magic had swept him away. Hadrian shook his head, berating himself. He had already overestimated the wizard's interest and actions once tonight. He wasn't going to permit himself to do so again. The man had simply been diverted by his bold, impudent action. Soft, yellow light from the hundreds of windows illuminated the immediate surrounding area, creating a stunning and peaceful effect Hadrian knew wasn't in keeping with the building's occupants. He wondered when it had started snowing in England. He sighed tiredly. Instead of climbing the 10-meter-long steps, Hadrian continued to stand in the same place he had appeared in only moments before, letting the snowflakes collect in their hundreds. Unlike at the cottage where Astrid was staying, the ancient wards of Malfoy Manor would reject any attempt he made to scan the interior with his magic. Forcing his legs to move, he limped up the stairs. Without the chilling cold of the winter air creating a sort of numb feeling in his body, Hadrian knew that the throbbing in his ankle would have made the slight, constant pressure he was putting on his foot impossible. Reaching the 3-people-high double entrance doors, Hadrian didn't pause before he pushed one of them open and slipped inside. Walker. He almost groaned aloud as Daphne Greengrass came striding hurriedly towards him with a disbelieving look on her face. "Where have you been?" she demanded furiously, invading his personal space as if to intimidate him. "We've been looking for you for hours," she exclaimed fiercely. Merlin. He was exhausted, and he hated the way his lower back still felt warm, as if a hand were still resting against it possessively. He didn't want to deal with this. Lord Voldemort seemed to have taken every ounce of energy he had out of him. Hadrian ignored Greengrass openly as the sound of a set of pounding feet behind her caught his tired attention. Zabini's furious features appeared quickly and Hadrian let his eyes dismiss them as he stared quite a ways down the entrance hall at the partially ajar door out of hearing range. The distance of the room was superfluous, he knew. The Malfoys would have known the moment he had apparated back onto the premises. A rough hand grasped him on the shoulder painfully and forced him to look up into Blaise Zabini's angry brown eyes. Hadrian shook off the hand and glared up at the boy sharply, his sudden but overwhelming fatigue dampening his enjoyment at the boy's astonished face. Zabini was no doubt shocked at what he would see, as Walker's surprising display of backbone. "Excuse me," Hadrian muttered stiffly and neatly sidestepped the pair. "Don't even think of going anywhere, Walker," Daphne hissed furiously. "Draco already told his mother about your disappearance." "Salazar's mercy," the girl prayed nervously. Hadrian shot her a vexed look, not enjoying her presence in the least. She caught the look and glared back at him venomously. "The Dark Lord was in the room at the time, Walker," she exclaimed. "Draco didn't have a clue that anyone but his mother was home. He barged in and announced your disappearance, interrupting them." Hadrian coughed suddenly, as a laugh bubbled up through him. Oh, what he would have given to have had a chance to see the Slytherin prince barge in on Lord Voldemort and what sounded like some pretty important inner circle Death Eaters. If he wasn't now dealing with the repercussions of his own mortifying meeting with the sinful Dark Lord, as a result of the boy's idiotic panic, Hadrian didn't think he would have been able to disguise his amusement. "Is he all right?" he asked quietly as he walked down the entrance hall, towards the parlor. Perhaps the Beyond was recovering from multiple curses, he imagined vindictively. The door to the room swung open slowly as he approached, a clear order to enter if he had had the insane notion of somehow slipping upstairs without confrontation. He just wanted to get this grueling business over and done with. Oh, like you really care, Walker. Blaze sneered. Hadrian raised an innocently befuddled eyebrow. Of course I care. Draco's practically the brother I never had, with the guardianship and everything. The two Slytherins grimaced at his pathetically sentimental words, and Daphne was quick to hiss, "Better not let Draco hear you say that, Walker." He was only too aware of how conveniently stubborn and childish the Malfoy heir was acting. Hadrian couldn't have been more pleased with the boy's juvenile reaction to his place as the Malfoy's ward. "You two might want to wait outside," he practically ordered. "That's not going to happen, Walker." Blaze scoffed. Instead of walking through the threshold, Hadrian paused to breathe, reining his temper in and grasping a hold of his very small reservoir of tolerance. He had a feeling he was going to need it. He only waited long enough for his pause to be dismissed as understandable nervousness before taking that final step into the room. He must have passed through a silencing ward on the door. As soon as his foot made contact with the thick Persian rug on the dark wooden floor, he was bombarded with multiple voices murmuring in furious conversations and mutterings, yet, at the same time there was a tense stillness to the air. It seemed that the Dark Lord, before he departed, had left quite the impression on the room's occupants. Lady Malfoy's blazing orbs were hard to miss, and he felt a smirk tugging at the edges of his lips. It felt good to turn the tables on her. The three Malfoys were standing in a small, open circle closest to him, Narcissa's hand resting on her son's forearm. "Mr. Walker," the cold words seemed to echo in the room. "So pleased you could find the time to join us." Hadrian glanced up from underneath his lashes and locked with the Malfoy lord's acidic, icy stare. Breathy laughter wheezed from the other side of the room. "I apologize," he stated. Hadrian raised an eyebrow. "Am I late for dinner?" Looks like that reservoir of patience was emptier than he had anticipated. Hadrian forced himself to bow his head and not move away from the sickly yellow spell speeding towards him. It was far from easy. Despite his humiliation of thinking that there may have been more to the Dark Lord's actions than there had been, he was suddenly wishing that Voldemort had arrogantly ignored him and allowed his hand to descend even further on his body. It would have helped him find the iron to stand still, with the burning curse hurtling at him, if Hadrian knew that he would be the one to kill the pureblood wizard. Surprisingly though, the curse never met its target. "Narcissa," Lucius Malfoy protested sharply. Lady Malfoy pierced her husband with her ice-blue eyes. "You do not agree, Lucius," she murmured tightly. Clearly she had had her own trouble forcing herself to shield him. "Ah, yes." Hadrian regarded his guardians with thoughtful understanding. The Dark Lord had ordered that he was to come to no harm while under their roof. "You heard Draco, Narcissa." This mudblood purposefully flaunted his instructions in Diagon Alley. "He needs to learn some humility." Quote. Hadrian cocked his head slightly. He wondered how long Draco had been home for. He had been sure that the Beyond would have finally admitted to himself at around 4 that he wasn't in Diagon Alley. He estimated that it would have taken the boy somewhere between 15 and 14 minutes to actually travel back to Malfoy Manor, find his mother and get the necessary words out. His Slytherin classmate was white, completely devoid of any blood and, therefore, color. Hadrian noted with amused interest. What had happened here? "I'm surprised you were even able to decipher the stuttered ramblings of your offspring, Lucius." A raspy chuckle drew his attention. Hadrian's interest was roused for the first time since he had left the Dark Lord's presence. He nearly drove the Dark Lord mad with his convoluted and nervous attempt at recounting his version of events. Hadrian took in the dirty, worn-out figure of what could only be the famed sadist, Rabaston Lestrange. The Malfoy patriarch sent his comrade a disdainful glance. "Your impute is neither wanted nor needed here, Rabaston." Taking advantage of their distraction, Hadrian let his eyes dance through the room, widening when he focused on the tarnished beauty that was Bellatrix Lestrange. Her eyes were sparkling with jumping emotions, as if her mind couldn't decide on the one to stick with. Interesting gathering of people, Hadrian mused, his eyes drooping with weariness. Wasn't it the dolt's idea for the mudblood to wander off in the first place? Rabaston Lestrange sneered nastily. It was almost as if they'd forgotten about him, he thought with a touch of incredulous amusement. Dim green eyes twitched, fatigue forgotten. There was an itch in his palm, He had only moments to prepare himself, before a searing burn traveled up his hand and seemed to explode in his shoulder. He gritted his teeth angrily against the pain and lowered his eyes so he could glare in alarmed dismay at the carpet. He had taken the Greca's Trillium potion 3 days ago. This shouldn't have been happening. He was supposed to have a full week. 7 days. The only explanation he could come up with for the burning and irate spell was the Dark Lord's physical proximity to him. The spell must have become so incensed and determined to complete the connection, and the man's presence must have fed it more power. It must have zapped the potion of all the magic in its liquid. Hadrian's hands trembled slightly as the people around him continued to argue. Looking down at his hands, his eyes widened fearfully and a soft gasp escaped him. The pitch-black symbol lying between his thumb and index finger on the back of his hand was visible, for the entire world to see if they so chose. Rabastan glanced up, bored by the useless squabbling. His eyes settled on the hunched, standing figure of the male mudblood, and what he saw caught his undivided attention. The boy's face had previously been impressively calm for someone facing the furious faces of the powerful Malfoys. But, he leaned forward in his chair. Now, there was an almost panicked, sick expression dominating his plain, unattractive face. Brown eyes narrowed in thought as he followed the child's gaze to where he was frantically, it seemed, tracing the skin on the back of his hand. Rabastan's spine straightened and he shot from his chair. He had seen a curling, simple, black mark on the boy's pale skin. He was sure of it. Green eyes met his and both arms fell, to hang limply and discarded at his sides. Crossing the room in 3 strides, Leestrange reached forward with a savage snarl and jerked the limb towards him. Rabastan, Narcissa cried in a scandalous tone. He hadn't exactly been gentle and his brown eyes caught the tightening of skin around the mudblood's mouth as the boy shifted on his feet, regaining his upset balance. He was favoring his right leg. He ignored the shouts behind him and the impassive expression of the boy, which revealed nothing. His features, they were so common. He brought the hand to his eyes. Nothing. The skin was clear, white, no symbol, no blackness. Brown eyes suddenly lifted to lock with expressionless dull, emerald. He dropped the hand. That he couldn't see it didn't mean a thing. The real question was if he had only imagined the symbol, a deceit of the light, perhaps. It would be infinitely more plausible. His eyes bored into the short wizard. His face. He turned away without a word or explanation. He must have been seeing things. Hadrian subtly slipped both shaking hands inside his robes and out of sight. Hiding the mark had been harder and had taken longer than it ever had in the past. Unintelligent-looking green orbs watched, as the younger Leestrange brother promptly left the room with a wide, determined stride. Odd and troubling. It was almost as if the wizard. The escalating burning and concentrated pain in the palm of his hand pushed the Azkaban escapee's strange and worrying reaction far from his immediate thoughts. His heart missed a beat. He had reached the end of the tunnel, it seemed. He had taken the first and second dose of the Greca's Trillium potion. He was at a crossroads. He could give in to the Dark Lord's spell, submit himself to whatever it entailed. Only he couldn't. It wasn't in his nature to be ruled by anyone. The full enormity of what it meant to take the forbidden 3rd vial of the potion was staring him in the face, and laughing. Hadrian swallowed and turned to Narcissa, his crushing exhaustion and agony beating threateningly at the corners of his vision. "May I be excused?" Hadrian scowled as he glided quickly through halls, up staircases and across landings, trying to get to his room. The Malfoys hadn't been inclined to grant him his request. Their cool demands to know where he had gone and the details of his excursion hadn't helped his preoccupied mind to stay calm. Hadrian's answers had been short, clearly evasive and stubbornly lacking information of any kind. Finally, the Malfoy Lord had just swished his wand, slamming open the doors, and ordered him to leave their sight. Hadrian hadn't wasted any time and strode quickly from the room, not once looking back. His head was pounding against his temples and his vision was dangerously tunneled, making navigating the confusing path more than a little difficult. The double doors to his quarters finally before him, Hadrian didn't stop. He stepped forward and pushed down the door handle. Dull, green orbs scrunched up in unexpected pain and he beeped in a breath through his teeth, the sound hissing loudly in the quiet. His skin was burning, the fabric of his clothes, which were moving softly against his painfully sensitive skin, felt more like vindictive shards of glass. He growled low in his throat and let go of the door handle, roughly shutting the door behind him. A prickling at the corner of his conscience tried to remind him of something important that he was forgetting in the pain, but his thoughts were too entirely focused on his trunk. The room was dark, the sun having set and the moon not yet high enough in the sky to give the generous space any illumination. It would probably have made his life easier if he cast a Lumos spell, but, again, the screaming lethargy in his joints, coupled with his splitting headache, which his 3 days of sleepless nights was no doubt contributing to, didn't seem to be capable of thinking about anything beyond the potion in his trunk. His steps were everything but graceful as he stumbled his way across the carpeted floor. Almost falling twice and twisting his throbbing ankle painfully, his wide eyes closed in relief as Hadrian fell to his knees in front of the common-looking Hogwarts trunk. He pushed the lid open, shoving clothes, books and innocent odds and ends aside until he came to a small, bright yellow mark on the left-hand side of the trunk. His fingers traced the yellow paint slowly. Hadrian could remember the day he had enchanted his trunk. It was in 4th year. It was a complicated and subtle defense which hid a small amount of space from view. He had needed to anchor the spell to something, and the books had all suggested a piece of jewelry or a small coin which could be stuck to the base of the object. Hadrian decided to use never-fading wizarding paint instead. It seemed more logical to him. It had been a spur-of-the-moment decision, to use the simple, curling design that had been tattooed on the back of his hand since he could remember. Hadrian pressed his thumb to the curling edges of the painted mark and felt a sharp prick. Pate facio pro vestri vinco. He est cruer. Uter vestri vinco. Vox in cruer. He murmured the Latin safeguard softly, his eyes closing as he felt the magic accept him. A level ripple extended from the base of the yellow symbol silently, uncovering a depth to the trunk that was not previously there. Raven's box, his personal letters, some clothes which would fit his real body, they all occupied this space. Anything which was associated with his real persona was stored here. Hadrian reached inside and unfolded his black, winter coat. As he peeled aside the last of the material, a soft clink sounded through the room as glass hit glass. There, lying innocently on the protective cloak, was 3 small vials of swirling, neon green liquid. Hadrian shook his head angrily, hating that it had come to this. A soft sound in the back of his thoughts rang warningly, but Hadrian was far too preoccupied with his dangerous predicament. He had no other choice. His eyes hardened and he grasped the glass vial furthest to the left. Unstoppering the cork, Hadrian stared at the lazy swirls, before closing his eyes and drinking the liquid. There was no going back now. He had 2 more doses left. Those and this measure were his deadline. He wasn't just working with 3 weeks either. Tonight's events had proved that. His body would have built up some sort of immunity by this stage, a frantic effort by his magic to stave off the calamitous repercussions which would slowly turn the potion into a toxic substance traveling through his body. And the Dark Lord, the more time and the closer proximity he spent with the man, the faster the magic and effect of the Greca's Trillium potion would fade. Days. He breathed deeply, trying to control his racing heart rate, even as the pounding in his head receded and the tightening of his lungs lessened. He had days in which to work out how to force the ancient siren amulet to bend to his wishes and directions. Days. Determination had Hadrian tightening his fists, flashes of the Dark Lord's arrogant smirk and amused chuckles floating through his mind, only serving to increase his anger and resolve. He would not allow Voldemort to gain control of him. He would succeed with the amulet. And he would deal with the consequences of his actions, and the damage the potion would do his body after that. The pain was slowly draining from him, leaving his body sagging with exhaustion against the trunk. He was so tired. He hadn't slept since his last night at Hogwarts and, even then, he'd only managed 3 hours. He scrubbed his face furiously, trying to mentally force his body to start moving again. All of his tired movements stopped abruptly as a soft bell seemed to ring in the back of his mind. The prickling thought which had been nudging him since he had entered the room, leaving him with a feeling that he was forgetting something crucial, suddenly slammed down on him as the soft bell chimed again. The portraits. His spell, which would alert him to something entering the field of the frame, had been ringing since he had entered the room. Meaning, That the painting had been silently watching him as he stumbled to his Hogwarts trunk, whispered an advanced and original Latin protection and privacy spell, and swallowed an unidentified potion. He couldn't allow this to get back to his guardians. They couldn't know about the potion. They would tell him, and then he'd never be free. This was his only chance. It couldn't be found out now. Not when he had all the tools and just needed the time. Forcing his frozen limbs to show some movement and cover up his tenseness, Hadrian rolled his shoulders slowly. In reality, he was reaching for his wand. Paintings could move from frame to frame extremely quickly. So rapid was their movement, in fact, that the only way one could hold them was to catch them completely unawares. Redemio, Hadrian enunciated coldly, making sure to dampen his volume, mentally cursing himself for not ever bothering to learn the binding incantation wordlessly. He was quick and the spell struck the canvas, a female cry of surprise telling him that he had been successful. He was mindful of his ankle as he rose to his feet and walked forward, dropping onto the mint-green couch opposite the painting hanging above the hearth. A young woman glared down at him balefully. She was pretty, he supposed. A brunette, she mustn't have been older than 25 with pale skin and a small upturned nose. What is the meaning of this? She crowed loudly. Hadrian leveled her with a cool stare, not worried about anyone overhearing. He had taken care of that with a simple silencing ward. I'd say we have a little situation here. Wouldn't you agree? He leaned back, silently conjuring a strong black coffee. He had a long night ahead of him. I most certainly would not. She replied hotly, feigning innocence. Hadrian took a hold of the delicate teacup and brought it to his lips, loving the feel of the steaming, hot liquid running down his throat, warming his body from the inside out. The portrait wasn't going anywhere. The small panic that had built quickly at his forgetfulness receded. He was tired, yes, but the pain from the Dark Lord's connection was gone. His mind was once again turning, scheming. For what felt like the first time since the Dark Lord's magic had constricted intimately around him and the powerful figure had pressed him hard against the cold tree bark, his body relaxed to some degree. All right, lady, I shall explain it for you. Hadrian spoke calmly, his eyes still closed as he took periodic sips of coffee. You need to come up with a way to convince me that you will not speak, gesture, or in any other way inform your master and mistress of what you have seen here tonight. Hadrian opened his eyes and watched as the innocent face of the portrait slowly melted into a mocking smirk as the silence lengthened and she realized that he was serious. Young man, she smiled meanly, her brown eyes sparkling, you are in a lot of trouble. Imagine what Narcissa and Lucius will do when they find out that the innocent, clumsy little mudblood is aware of advanced spellwork and is taking illegal potions. She laughed. I will enjoy the spectacle. I am surprised that you recognized the potion. Hadrian dismissed her threats easily, to her obvious annoyance. Yes, well, education these days has slipped so much, I'm surprised that any Hogwarts graduate can even brew the potion. She was stalling for time, though he had no idea why she might think it would help. Hadrian let the silence grow between them, his mind only half on the situation before him. Most of his thoughts were already flying through theories and possibilities of how he might successfully tamper with the directives of Astrid's amulet. He couldn't have been sitting on the couch for more than 5 minutes, but the urge to get up and start working and researching was already becoming too hard to push aside. He needed to deal with this inconvenience quickly. A fitting description for the well-informed portrait spy. Hadrian opened his eyes, the green darkening sinisterly. He wanted to wrap this up quickly. While it will be most irritating to come up with a plausible reason to explain how your painting ended up as nothing more than ash, I am willing to suffer through the skepticism that event would incur rather than let your mouth run free. So, my dear, Hadrian's lips smiled. Convince me. Whatever response he had been expecting, a widening of brown eyes followed by genuine laughter of delight was not it. His eyes narrowed with annoyance. Then again, perhaps I should just levitate you into the fire in any case. You are far too aggravating. She grinned impishly at him, completely turning her personality around, and for some reason, he had a feeling that this sort of hyperactivity was her true character. You are an interesting man. She clapped. Hadrian's lips twitched in displeasure and he set his empty teacup down on the side table to his right. And you are clearly suicidal. He snapped back. Have you grown tired of your existence as a painting that much? Or are you simply under the impression that I will not do as I have threatened? On the contrary, child, I am well aware that you are very serious in your threat. She chirped. He leveled her with an unimpressed stare that seemed to deflate her. I am afraid that however much this situation amuses me, I am incapable of going against the family's orders. It is a magic that was weaved into the very paint of my body, ensuring my loyalty and trustworthiness. Hadrian sighed in displeasure. He should have expected something as such. With the vastness of the estate and long heritage of the family, the Malfoys had an immense collection of portraits all serving the present lord and mistress of the family. They couldn't afford to have unexpected mutiny, and their ancestors would have taken steps to see that that could never happen. I should very much like to help you, young man, however, you will have to carry out your plan if you hope to keep your secret for much longer. She grinned, as if giving her blessing to end her existence was a great joke. Hadrian shook his head, confused by her actions but not caring enough to find out their cause. Swishing his wand, he cancelling the sticking charm and levitated the painting down, so that one mental push backward from him would engulf it in flames. He glared at the painting sourly. Narcissa's suspicious looks certainly weren't going to diminish after today. Good luck, young man. The brunette portrait smiled strangely, but her tone was genuine. Hadrian raised an eyebrow. I would think that you would have more loyalty to your family, lady. He drawled slowly, indifferent. Her dishonor in part amused and irritated him. He valued loyalty, and to see it thrown away so callously. A small, dark smirk spread across her attractive features. I am loyal to the Malfoy family, however, I will always be more faithful to the family of my birth over the one of my marriage. Confusion narrowed Hadrian's green eyes. A puzzlement that blossomed into alarm, the second time tonight, as he followed the path of her eyes which had flicked down his body. The black symbol on the back of his hand was once again clear and bold to see. Hadrian swallowed with some difficulty. The Greca's Trillium potion was somehow affecting his ability to disguise it. If he had had any strange, lingering doubts as to destroying the painting before this moment, with a belief that the suspicion he would come under was just not worth it, they promptly vanished. You recognize this? He demanded coldly. Surprise flashed through her eyes at his question. Of course, she replied gently, as if aware of the emotions washing through him. I have one just like it. Hadrian's thoughts stilled, and he watched with shock, as the familiar, coal-black, curling symbol slowly emerged before his eyes. He stood from the couch and took a sharp step forward, eyes locked on the shadowed canvas as brown eyes observed him thoughtfully. Where his own mark was located on the back of his hand, between his thumb and index finger, hers was coiling down from the base of her ear to the very top of her collarbone. It was nothing less than haunting, seeing the symbol which had marred his skin for as long as he could remember, on someone else. He had never known what it was. What it meant all he ever knew was to keep it hidden. Even from Raven, it felt private and achingly personal, something which was not to be shared. To see it on another person, even a portrait, was enough to send his mind spinning, and a torrential sweep of questions, he never even consciously admitted to having, immediately flooded his mind. How? What is? He stumbled, not knowing where to start first, his questions too great a magnitude to hope to organize. His head swung round as sharp footfalls alerted the pair to an individual walking briskly towards him. No, he breathed in disbelieving shock. Head bowed and shaking back and forth in denial, a short bark of disbelieving laughter bubbled up through him. No way, there was no way this could be happening to him. Fists clenching, a storm of fury rose. A question, which had plagued him for as long as he could remember, had the chance of finally being answered tonight. And now this. As a first year, he had searched the Hogwarts library looking for a reference or picture of what the mark might possibly mean. Nadine Library had yielded nothing, an infuriating fact for a stubborn 8-year-old to accept. He had finally just pushed the burning curiosity and need to know what the symbol was to the dark recesses of his mind. Until now. Until the answers were literally staring him in the face. The footsteps grew louder as they came closer towards his rooms. Of course, it might just be Draco going to his own quarters 5 meters down the corridor. Or it might be any of the 3 Malfoys coming towards him, intent on interrogating Hadrian about his whereabouts further. Quickly, child, the brunette lady in the portrait hissed at him. Into the fire. Reluctance clenched his gut and he glared at her blackly, listening as those footsteps grew closer. By the time it was apparent where the individual was heading, Hadrian wouldn't have enough time to burn the painting to the necessary extent that saving the picture would be impossible. And at the physical appearance of a Malfoy, one of her masters, the portrait would be forced to reveal all she had learned tonight. A bitter snarl pulled at his lips. The manor's occupants never knocked before they entered his room either, so that common courtesy certainly wouldn't slow the individual down. A fact he had found out yesterday morning, when Draco had come storming in, picked up Hadrian's potion textbook without an askance and promptly left. Hadrian, hurry, she hissed urgently. They cannot find out about the mark. He desperately wished to demand why, but, with a will and discipline forged through years of formidable restraint, Hadrian spun around and jabbed his wand forward violently. He watched, his face blank, as the large canvas and frame landed on top of the logs and instantly began to smoke. A profound sense of loss occurred to him. It was a wasted opportunity. He had forced his burning curiosity to stay buried for so long, but, if anything, it had only increased over time. Footsteps clapped loudly on the wooden floors outside, but his eyes wouldn't leave the painting, the identical mark that was tattooed across the lady's vulnerable neck. A wide smile spread across her face, unexpectedly. Her obvious good humor did nothing but stir his overflowing resentment in that moment. It's the family, young man. Our family. Hadrian's wand twitched, wanting to lift the painting from the dangerous flames and demand answers to his questions. It was almost cruel, her words. Enticing, explaining nothing. She nodded slowly, her small grin, the one that curled as if she were sharing a secret with him, blackened rapidly as the fire burnt the painting, turning it to ash. A sort of numbness washed over him as he watched the canvas's corners curl inward and disintegrate under the heat. Hadrian listened carefully as the approaching footsteps paused outside his doors. 2 hesitant steps forward, a lean to the right, judging by the squeaking floorboard. A scrape, as whomever it was turned in an abrupt 180 angle. Hadrian was silent, staring into the flames. Whoever was on the other side of his chambers did not know what they wanted to do. Clap. The loud thud of a heel hitting the floor traveled through the darkness before the person finally continued on, down the corridor. Away from him. He bowed his head, shoulder shaking as soft laughter echoed through his lavish bedchamber. What a waste. What an absolute waste. With a sharp, indrawn breath he raised his eyes to the glowing hearth. All that remained of the painting was a large rectangular space where the canvas used to sit and the frame's tarnished silver metal. He pushed down his anger, hostility and bitterness. The same way he always did. It was the life of living a hidden persona, one he had accepted. A decision that was becoming harder and harder to keep justifying to himself. The Dark Lord knew about him. The Dark knew about Raven. They knew his friends. One of the only things they didn't know about was the mark, and he was no closer to knowing its significance than he had been at 6. Nonetheless, the dark force's knowing of his real self was only one half of the equation. The light side had to be considered. Having the Malfoys as guardians did mean that the unknown variable of Raven was extinguished. Still something was holding him back. The Dark Lord's words earlier tonight haunted him. Had he really become so comfortable as his persona, in living with a mask? Was it holding him back? Yes, he realized, it was. To some extent. He had been truthful in his answer to Lord Voldemort the night the Dark Lord had demanded he lower his glamours. Yes, there were important factors which drove him to such a drastic move, to so entirely hide himself, but he also enjoyed it. That underestimation, that lack of cautiousness which allowed him such an in-depth knowledge of the weaknesses of those who surrounded him, it was invigorating. That pleasure had been significantly dulled this year, all because of a certain sinful Dark Lord. His persona had always enabled him to dig deeper, learn more than his real personality would ever have allowed in his last 6 years at Hogwarts. But this coming war was changing the playing field. More and more he found himself bound by the limitations of his persona and the advantages decreased. His fingers absently stroked his wand as the coals slowly grew colder, losing their red glow. Nevertheless, the thought of seriously abandoning his carefully crafted mask was laughable. Foreign, To the extreme. No matter how much he rationalized or realized the changing scene, he couldn't give the thoughts any weight. No matter how much she had hurt him with her continuing silence and lack of correspondence, Raven was his mother. He loved her above all others. She knew his faults, his weaknesses and his cruelty, and she accepted them all. He remembered vividly, as an 11-year-old, how she had held him close. He had been port-keying to King's Cross Station for the first time to catch the Hogwarts Express. Raven hadn't been able to accompany him for obvious reasons. Her unique violet eyes had been glazed with tears as she looked him over, making him fidget at her show of emotion, but inwardly, he had been pleased and swelled at her obvious love for him. She had wrapped strong hands around his bony elbows and stared him straight in the eye. Never desert your mask, Hadrian. It is both your protection and your greatest weapon. Use it. He was never able to forget those intense words for even a moment, during all his years at Hogwarts. Because, as much as his intelligent mind fully comprehended how his hidden persona was a formidable weapon, the only protection that he could see his bland personality granting him, the only obvious security he could grasp it offering, was a shield, a defense which could be utilized to stop Hadrian from ever being forcibly taken from Raven. Even at 11, he knew that there had been more to her words, and his dull green orbs had narrowed to suspicious slits before the portkey had whisked him away. Raven was a strong and powerful witch, with a forceful character. She also knew the majority of his capabilities. For his mother to still focus on the protection his mask would grant him. Hadrian pushed his knuckles against his mouth, in thought. He shook his head, raising his wand and casting a silent disillusionment charm over himself. Hadrian looked down at his hand, tracing the mark until it faded completely. That would make two strange reactions to the black tattoo tonight. Family. Our family, she had said. Hadrian frowned darkly. He didn't have time to figure this out. He reached into his pocket and pulled out Astrid's pendant. Holding it in front of his eyes, by the top of the chain, he watched, as the simple silver dragon swung hypnotically from side to side. Narcissa sat in a white satin negligee at her French vanity, slowing brushing out her bee-owned locks with a silver brush. She felt exhausted. From the moment her son had pushed through the parlor door, his voice saturated with panic and his mercury eyes, identical to her husband's, wide and unseeing, her heart had stopped. The Dark Lord's magic had chilled them all, Bellatrix's amused wheeze the only sound which had been dared. Swirling, crimson orbs had locked on the Malfoy air and refused to let go. Her eyes fluttered shut as she relived the memory. Draco's voice had completely failed him. Utterly overwhelmed and terrified of the repercussions of his actions. It was Lucius that had recognized the source of their master's growing anger with a soft hiss of his name. The order unspoken but clear to all. Get Draco speaking. Her perfectly manicured hands set down the brush and began the familiar routine of plaiting her strands into a tight braid. Her husband had crossed the room and taken his son's chin in his grasp, forcing his startled, frightened eyes from the intimidating Ruby. Lucius had had to speak calmly, yet commandingly, and ask several times before Draco had finally been able to shake off his earth-shattering shock. Narcissa could understand his reaction, and, all things considered, her son had managed to regain his feet admirably well, considering that tonight had been the first time he had ever been subjected to their master's attention. Draco had stumbled a few times, despite the scarcity of his words, but those lost trains of thought had been intensified whenever his flittering, wandering eyes had drifted in the silent Dark Lord's direction. Her son, as they all were, had been hyper-aware of the man's presence. Walker was gone, had not met her son and his friends as they had agreed. And he didn't know where he was, when he left, when he was coming back, or even if he was coming back. That had been the crux of the 2 minutes of stuttering and failed explanations. The Dark Lord's aura had continued to darken and cool the air as the full story had agonizingly slowly come to light. Then the man had simply crossed the room and grasped the still open door, his eyes narrowed and thoughtful. Still, you would have had to have been a fool to miss his anger. We will speak later, Lucius. Those parting words, filled with dark displeasure, had straightened her spine and quickened her pulse. Her sharp nails had dug into her son's shoulder muscle painfully, and it was only Draco's sudden tenseness and Lucius's calming hand on the small of her back that kept her reaction private. Sissa, she blinked, her eyes focusing on the mirror in front of her. Through its reflection she could see Lucius was standing in the center of their chamber, leaning against one of the timber bed posts gazing at her in some concern. "I'm all right, Lucius," Narcissa answered calmly as she tied her hair securely with a matching white, satin ribbon. The Malfoy Lord, undoubtedly, had many questions. After all, Walker had been under her watchful eyes for the last 3 days. Did almost 3 days' observance of the boy not give you any indication that this sort of action was within the boundaries of his character, Narcissa? Lucius's voice was strained, as if he were trying to withhold any feeling of accusation. Regrettably, he was not successful. She glared at him through the reflection of the mirror, and when she spoke her tone was icy. "I have spoken to you concerning my reservations about the boy, and you, I recall, dismissed them as fanciful and unsubstantiated." She slowly turned in her chair so that she was staring him down with no third party involved. "Do you really think, for the smallest moment, that I have not been watching Walker's every move as carefully as I am able to? If I had had the smallest inkling that he was capable of such an audacious action, I would have never let him get within 5 meters of the manor's wards." She snapped. Mercury's eyes were just as cold as her own as her husband regarded her. "Then the boy is more than he puts forth." She smiled mockingly. "Very good, Lucius. I had come to that very conclusion the day I left the Dark Lord after informing him of the successful petition for Walker's guardianship." She stood, crossing her arms defensively in front of her as the Malfoy Lord sent her a cold, warning stare. Narcissa lifted her chin, glaring. "I don't appreciate being made to sound like a fool, Lucius." Ice Blue and Mercury clashed, neither willing to concede ground. The memory of Draco's face when his eyes fell on their master as he ran into the room flashed through her mind's eye, and her shoulders sagged. It was only because she was in the privacy of her bedroom and in the presence of her life partner that she allowed her emotions to be seen. Lucius's eyes softened and he walked forward to enfold his wife in his arms, keying the top of her head gently. "We need to watch him." The Malfoy Lord spoke coolly. The words hung in the air before, slowly, Narcissa pulled back. "Closely," she agreed. It was 12 noon, Hadrian realized with an angry sigh. Rubbing the bridge of his nose, he leaned back against the tree behind him, picking agitatedly at the manicured grass he was sitting on, and closed the cover of Self-Defense, the Fast and Easy Way to Prove Yourself, with a snap. This would be the 3rd day since his spontaneous and disobedient escape from Diagon Alley. He had finally been forced, through sheer inescapable exhaustion, to catch a few hours' sleep last night. But it wasn't nearly enough to make up for the 5 nights he had missed. Even so, despite the heaviness in his joints and constant fog surrounding his thoughts, he had forced himself up at 2:30 this morning and continued to comb through the hidden study. Tilting his head back, Hadrian closed his eyes, the warmth of the soft sun on his skin, pleasant. The Malfoys had installed state-of-the-art environmental spells around specific sections of their extensive grounds. He supposed that the elite pureblood family had both the funds and necessary inclination that was needed to justify the expense of growing flowers in their garden from all 4 seasons of the year. It was completely absurd and a waste of resources. Still, with his eyes closed and taking the first brief break he had since waking up, Hadrian found himself appreciating the ridiculous luxury. For the past 2 days he had been following the exact same routine he had lived before the Diagon Alley incident. He would spend the night closeted away in the small, hidden study searching for material and spells which might help him thwart the Dark Lord. During the day, the 3 meals of breakfast, lunch and dinner were not to be missed under any circumstances. He would take 4 or so books from the study every morning, charm their covers with a simple, yet underused illusion charm, and continue searching their contents in the Malfoy library, his room, or even the gardens outside. He knew that his reading preoccupation was at best strange and at worst suspicious. But, the truth was, he didn't have the luxury of frittering his time away doing nothing. No matter how productive a front the action would be for his mask. His deadline was looming. At around 4:30 this morning he had found a rune sequence which, when added to his raw magic, would enable him to break the protective shielding around the amulet. Now he had to focus on discovering a way to use the siren power, encased within the pendant. "What are you doing out here, Walker?" The timbre of the mature teenage voice on the cusp on manhood would not be one he was likely to ever forget. No matter how much he wished that were not true. Malfoy. Hadrian stated the name slowly as he shook his head. A dark shadow fell over him, blocking the artificial warmth from the spring-spelled sun. Hadrian finally blinked open his eyes and looked up at his classmate. The Beyond was staring down at him with a neutral, cautious look. It didn't surprise him. Draco had been obsessively observing him for the past 2 days, since Diagon Alley. Before now though, the boy hadn't sought him out. Regrettably, he had known the blessed silence couldn't possibly last for much longer. Was there something you wanted? He disguised his annoyance expertly and inquired with a gentle, innocent tone. Self-defense. The Beyond pointed his chin down at the spelled book laying closed in his lap. Hadrian smiled slightly. For the dueling class. Malfoy tilted his head and crossed his arms over his chest. Black and Potter's, the one on Saturday. His question was sarcastic. Of course. Hadrian answered calmly. You're studying for a lesson that you haven't bothered to even attend once. Somehow, I doubt that. The Malfoy heir was trying to intimidate him, Hadrian realized with sick amusement. The idea that the 7th year might even have the necessary information or skill to design such a scenario was laughable. I didn't feel comfortable attending, Malfoy. Hadrian explained casually, his body language calm and self-assured with the topic. Totally innocent. I'm not good at spells or defense, but, with the Warwell, don't you think it would be irresponsible of me to pass up the opportunity to learn? It was complete bullshit and the boy knew it. Now, that was surprising. Draco's jaw was twitching, as if he was forcing himself to remain in character, to not deviate from a script. Don't lie to me, Walker. He growled angrily. Hadrian took his time to answer. Malfoy was confused and angry at what had happened in Diagon Alley. His responses had changed, Hadrian noted shrewdly. His mind was suddenly open to possibilities, theories, even the idea that he had been wrong. The only question was who had spoken to the pureblood. Who had snapped him out of the, oh so, convenient self-pitying mindset that had been serving Hadrian so faithfully since that meeting in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. I'm not lying to you, Hadrian said slowly, still sitting in Draco's shadow. He ignored the urge to stand from the submissive position. It was unnecessary and would only be construed as nervousness. Why did you leave Diagon Alley? The Beyond stepped forward. Ah. And the golden question is asked for the millionth time. Did Draco really think that Hadrian would tell him if he had refused to tell even the boy's parents? As I have already told Lord and Lady Malfoy, Draco, Hadrian stood slowly, brushing grass from his lap before bending to pick up his book. I have already answered that question. If you wish to know, ask the Dark Lord. Salazar. Walker, what is up with you? Malfoy exploded, stepping up close and into his face. Hadrian glared lightly and purposefully stepped left before walking forward. Nothing is wrong with me, Malfoy. He stated tersely. Oh, really? A strong hand shot out, wrapping around his shoulder and jerking him around. Your behavior follows no logical pattern. You're a nervous person, at least you appear to be. Yet, even with painfully subtle, yet, somehow still obvious, signs of apprehension and anxiety, your speech and body language is also always, in some way or other, calm. Draco breathed deeply, his eyes searching Hadrian, watching his reaction to his words. Explain to me how you can be both a coward, frightened of your own shadow, terrified to speak up in class, a loner with no friends. Hadrian shifted back on his feet, his face blank. Malfoy leaned in closer, his warm breathing hitting his face disgustingly. But, at the same time, have the guts to leave Diagon Alley, go off, presumably by yourself, and show up again at Malfoy Manor to face my parents with nothing more all-embracing than general discomfort. Please, explain that to me. Explain how those two personalities could possibly be the same person. Hadrian shook off the hand gripping his shoulder and let, for the first time, his annoyance, worry and heated emotions show on his face. A seemingly uncontrolled demonstration of emotion would help him here. Have you ever spoken to the Dark Lord, Malfoy? He snapped. Have you ever been in his presence when his entire focus is on you? Hadrian demanded heatedly. He was going on a hunch here, but he was fairly certain he was remembering correctly. Lestrange had laughingly mentioned Draco's reaction to Lord Voldemort that night, when he had returned to the Malfoy Manor. If he was right, Hadrian widened his eyes, a classic sign of loss of composure and escalating emotion. Well, have you? Wah. Draco closed his eyes, shaking his head back and forth as if caught in a bad memory. What has this got to do with? When I got back to the manor that night, Malfoy, I had just been speaking with the Dark Lord. There was nobody around but me and, Hadrian trailed off. Rubbing his lips and chin roughly with his right palm, the nervous body language induced by the mere reminiscence of the moment verified what looked like inexorable fear. It was maddening to realize, in the back of his mind, that it had been far too effortless for him to play up his emotions to create such a convincing charade. It might not be fear, but he was feeling an awful lot. Remembering Crimson Eyes, the feel of the man's tall, thin body close against his, it was overwhelming. To remember, shadows and wind hadn't a hope to mar or cover the dark and indisputably sinful features. Sinister sibilant hisses in his ear, hot breath ruffling through his hair. Dark magic brushing against him intimately, squeezing, caressing, encompassing. Walker. Hadrian blinked, surprised to focus on quietly considering Mercury. He cleared his throat. You'll have to forgive me, Malfoy, for not according your parents their due in my emotional fright truthfully. It was taking all I had to keep my eyes open at that point. Hadrian ran a shaky hand through his brown locks for the finishing touch, watching with obscured eyes, beneath his eyelashes, for the predictable and pleasing dim of suspicion. He continued forward. As rhythmic as his movements were, his thoughts were not. Hadrian pushed the Dark Lord to the back of his mind. He had become adept at the art since summer, but the volume of practice he had had these past 2 days had perfected the ability to heights he never would have predicted. Coolly, Malfoy came up to his side to walk beside him. Merlin. He hated how the boy was so significantly taller than his persona. Hadrian suppressed the urge to roll his eyes and glare at him darkly. Draco was getting on his last nerve. I believe what you said about my parents and the Dark Lord, Walker. I've been there myself. Andy can understand the numbness. Draco stated. Seriously, was the Beyond really looking to become Hadrian's confidant in an effort to expunge information from him? He couldn't help his incredulous look. What's with the sudden empathy, Malfoy? You're not exactly known for having the highest level of tolerance around me. Hadrian probed gently. Draco may be telling the truth about believing him. In fact, Hadrian was certain he was. But his suspicions were far from assured. He idly wondered whether Narcissa had finally shared her grievances about him to her family after his walkabout incident 2 days ago. It was something to check. Just trying to wrap my head around you, Walker. Hadrian's eyes narrowed minutely at the blasé answer and he slowly turned his neck up, towards the Beyond. The barely suppressed eager light in the boy's eyes quickly revealed that this was simply another amateur method to put him on edge. Hadrian sighed, bored by the company. His mind was itching to get his hands on the book lying innocently on his bed in the manor. Charmed to look like a simple potions textbook, he hoped that it might provide him some significant secrets that had the ability to help him. You never answered my question about why you came looking for me. Hadrian asked his companion, irritated. He didn't care why the wizard did anything, he couldn't care less. However, Hadrian Walker, the one Draco Lucius Malfoy believed he had almost figured out, would never feel comfortable enough in the Slytherin's presence to not suffer from an urge to fill the awkward silence. Draco's body language abruptly altered. He went from casual security to anxious realization within the space of a millisecond. Hadrian's attention was immediately captured. Malfoy, he called. He had to quicken his pace as the pureblood steps sped up. Mother sent me out to collect you. Hurry up. Draco's explanation cut off abruptly as he glared at Hadrian icily over his shoulder. Clearly, the young man had allowed his thoughts to get carried away and had forgotten the importance of his task for the 20 or so minutes of their exchange. Hadrian ground his teeth. Collect me for what? There's a ball tonight. Some German politician or family is throwing it. As the ward of the Malfoy family you were required to attend. Mother wishes to get your dress robes sized and made by tonight, so the fitting is now. You'll also need to be prepped about what to do and what not to do at these things. Everyone's going. Easily close to 500, I estimate. Hadrian's spine straightened. Everyone. Meaning the Dark Allies, the ones Voldemort wasn't keeping hidden and to himself anyway. The Inner Circle Azkaban escapees, along with the rest of the formidable Inner Circle Death Eaters would be there. Hadrian guessed that most of the Dark Lord's marked mob would be in attendance. And their families, it seemed. Politicians, creatures perhapses, Draco was right. Tonight's ball would easily number 500. The last hurrah, Hadrian realized with a sudden clarity of thought that he had not been capable of for days. The Dark Lord was finally ready to move. He had established dominance, had his numbers, had his power and fudge, the ministry and the wizarding world, for Merlin's sake, they were none the wiser. Voldemort would keep his and the Dark's actions anonymous. Hadrian was sure. The surprise and advantage the ministry's blindness gave the Dark was priceless. He grasped his wand tightly in his robe pocket. There was a change in the air. An excitement, an indrawn breath before the plummet. Apparently, when the B***owned soft voice faded out, Hadrian looked at him with a raised eyebrow. What? Mother said that the Dark Lord he wanted you to. Shaking his head, Draco chuckled without humor. I hope for your sake that you can figure out what in darkness our Lord meant, Walker, otherwise. The Malfoy heir wasn't nervous or worried for him, rather, how a mistake by Hadrian might end up reflecting badly on the Malfoy family. The pureblood heir was trying to figure something out. Whatever it was he was about to say, he had no idea what it meant, and that was clearly annoying him. Malfoy, Hadrian demanded sharply, more sharply than he had intended. Hadrian's entire focus was hanging on Draco's words. He tried to convince himself that it wasn't because it was a message from the Dark Lord, but his practical mind wouldn't allow him to. The man was thrilling and fascinating to him. Mercury narrowed and Draco's steps halted. Spinning in front of his path, Malfoy stared into his eyes coolly. Our Lord has ordered that you let yourself breathe tonight. And Draco, make a point to speak with Frank Gilbert, the junior editor of the Daily Prophet. Those kinds of connections can be worth their weight in gold. Hadrian rolled his eyes as he paused outside the door momentarily. Lucius was busy teaching his son the value of social and political networking, it seemed. Of course, Father. Draco's polite acknowledgement spurred Hadrian's forward progress, and he walked out from behind the door and stepped smoothly into the room. The Malfoy family, he could admit, looked impressive. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.